love here. We argue, we settle, we move on. Because there's love in here. Please. Thank you, everybody. I say, sister, Chibi, I say, God. I think you need a holiday. You need a holiday. You need a holiday. I need holiday alone. I need holiday. Olu, my goodness, Mike. Hi, everyone. Nice to talk there. Don't let these people stress you. They're not worth your energy. I'm not talking to you like it's beautiful. I'm going to pull you out. You do too much sometimes. You know me, Emi Osinibia. You do too much sometimes. You instigate quietly, even in the comment section. Sometimes you're on mute and you're laughing, and it's okay, but that's why I came for you that way, because I just respect you more than all of that. But that's fine. You're allowed to do what you want to do. Back to the point. I think it's very sad that this topic is even controversial and it has turned to gender war. The fact that most of us cannot even agree on we shouldn't be buying people or buying our partners is just, I don't even just know what to say. I think it's very sad that we can't even agree on that basic fact. Now, I'll go to the story of the former Lieutenant Governor. I read up on his history a little bit. So he's had issues. I think somebody accused him of something, right? And unfortunately, in Yankee, there's a huge. Now, I won't say unfortunately, because people do need to be punished for what they do or whatever, right? But sometimes the cancel culture can't go too far, and it ruined his career. So I think that is where some of his frustration started, right? But like Sister Chubi said rightly, that if you have personal problems, sometimes you just have to go deal with it. And that's why sometimes when we come and say, oh, this person's married cash, is it like you didn't see the signs? I just laugh because I believe that until you've gone through certain situations, you might not necessarily know how people would react, right? You guys can be all in love and everything, but you might not even know how your man reacts to his finances not being in order. And you guys might have the first 10 years of the marriage and it's blissful. But yeah, 11th year, 12th year, 13th year, business, it brings out a different side of people, right? Or maybe you married a very sweet woman that was always excited to touch you, wanted to, make love to you. Then first, second, third year, fifth year, and wow, if you're not careful, that person that was sweet might now turn to only wanting to have sex, maybe when she's on her ovulation period. Sex might now turn very monotonous because why? She's thinking about, I need to track my period. This is the time we are more fertile. So it might not be so sweet for the man. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this that sometimes situations in life, what people go through, be it sickness, be it pain, right? It brings a different side of people. You understand? And unfortunately, that is why some marriages do end, and that's why some marriages need to end. Do you understand? And that's what I think happened with this man. He had this issue, and I won't even say the lady should have left because to log on without him getting this bad. Society not a mama sorrow. Just like some people were waiting for Femi Adebayo. Right? Despite all the ijogbon that woman was doing before we could justify him leaving. As if he deserves it. And some women were saying that, oh, he must be a toxic person. He's not his first marriage. Even if it's his first marriage, why do we have to wait for people to lose their lives before we do something, before we condemn something? We should always be able to let people know that if this thing is not looking well, if you cannot get help, you cannot get therapy, whatever, I'm going to have to leave. He just took the life of this lady. The kids are alive. I think the kids are still alive. Their life is never going to remain the same, and he cried himself, right? And I'm sure she stayed as long as she could. It's just an overall situation. And it's just very disappointing when issues like this come up and it's gender war. I think everybody needs to heal, including myself. There's certain topics that I don't come up for because it triggers me, right? There's certain discussions I don't want to put my mouth in because it triggers me. And that's why I don't come up sometimes. It is okay to know your triggers. But to just generalize or to make it seem like, what if the woman or what if the man? And this is not to anything because both genders do this. Sometimes you hear that, oh, the man did this. I mean, like, who knows? I mean, who knows what the woman too has been taking? Or who knows what the man self has been taking? Should we really be doing this? I don't know how low we have sunk that a simple topic on somebody buying somebody still brings out gender war. Everybody should just go and drink water and go and heal. Whoever has hurt your feelings in your marriage, your relationship, your baby mama, your baby dad, your baby whoever, my goodness, it's disappointing. I heard some things from some so-called respectable people here on this platform, and maybe it's even my fault for expecting too much, right? I'll blame myself. But if there's any gender war, if we have to relate it to what now happened when one person died, one woman died her husband 2 years ago, why did we know that? It is still bad. It is still bad. Let us face this topic today. Toba dollar, God forbid, if somebody else pie somebody, we should also come up here and say the woman has no right to pie the person. We should not have to be giving speech or don't let us turn this to gender war. Make everybody just go heal. It's just very sad. Thank you. Thank you so much, Olu. Thank you. Anyway, Mr. Oluji, over to you, sir. I don't think people really think, well, Emily, get even on TikTok, I feel pressure. NIP, you can't be doing FA when we're talking about something that is very serious. I'm just having my phone. Everybody's catching their phone. I respect the dead. I totally respect the dead. When it's time to do FA, you know me, I'll do FA. But sometimes you just have to, and the S of joy, everybody has been shouting of each other. All that joke is just to make everybody calm down. Yeah, just to make everybody calm down. Jubilee is fighting, SBG is fighting, you just to calm everybody down. I'm not here for, if left to me, I'll just be quiet. So Monique continues to be. For Pamela and be life and go off. About Mr. Oligi. What is soon? Antin of his other, Shabame. Antin of Ekale, about Ben's mic. Everybody. Oh, sorry, okay. Sorry. No. If you want to talk, I'll wait for you. Honestly, I'll wait for you. No problem. Okay, sir. Sherry, I'm thinking about this whole thing near another angle entirely. Sherry, and I mean no disrespect to people that are actually going through mental health issues. But I feel we flog these mental health issues. They will be, I think bí wọ́n síra wọn. Sherry, extremism. Nǹkan tó le gan ni. And I'm talking about extremism to material things, to life, to Kini, it belongs to me, and to me, honey, do or die. Sherry, that man, and I'm not talking gender-based now, that man must have been through a whole lot. But for me, I see a wicked and selfish man. He was going down, and he has to go down with somebody. And the person who will go down for me is that woman. If I'm going to go down, we have to go down together. And same goes to women that buy their men too. If I can't have you, no woman will have you. Sherry, mental health. He was nobody before he got to that stage he was. How did he live his life? He lived. Sherry, Emiko remain as he can't stand the fact he was going to die, but he can't stand the fact that the woman is going to live after he's gone. And
àti ẹni ṣẹ́rí a kò máa ń parọ́ mọ́ mental health ẹ lọ wo kíní dáadáa ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tá a bá mọ̀ ṣe dáadáa lèṣù máa ń bá wa yí sókè ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹn in the sense that if you're wicked ibẹ̀ lèṣù máa something happened in the UK ní àná àbí jẹta bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ti rí wọ́n ti ń circulate káàkiri àwọn girls kan kí lórúkọ influencers ni wọ́n Instagram influencers wọ́n jà nítorí ọkùnrin ìkan bínú ó bọ́ sínú mọ́tò ó run èèyàn méjì down ìkan náà àwọn girls yẹn kú lánàá yes.
àti bí ẹ ṣe ń gbọ́ ni ẹ ti gbọ́ lára.
Wọ́n ti sọ pé bóyá ó ti kú.
Ó ti kú.
She's
dead now.
One is dead.
She's dead now.
Ibo ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀?
London.
London. I will send it to you.
London ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Sherry, that lady had the time to get into a car. She has an option of ó ti save now, locking her car. Kò sí bó ṣe lè fẹ́ kókó máa pé 999 nínú.
Ṣáwọn yẹn sáré sí mọ́tò ẹ̀ lẹ́nu ni. Sorry, wasn't Asfat talking? Please, all me press a minimum mute. Please unmute her if you can.
She will mute herself.
Sorry.
Apologies, Nafisa.
It's okay. Sherry lady.
Sorry, Nafisa. Ṣé wọ́n sáré sí mọ́tò ẹ̀ lẹ́nu ni?
No, all drive on two.
Ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí
Má sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
ó ti wọnú wọn nà lóòótọ́ bó ó ti ráyè wọnú mọ́tò ẹ̀. All you needed to do was lock yourself in the car, call 999.
Oh, Jesus.
Or wait for them. Ẹlòmíì ẹnìkan tí ò tiẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tó ń lọ ìyẹn kò rọra ìyẹn ń try láti unlock bike ẹ̀. Ó fara kù. What level of anger ló lè gbéyàn débẹ̀ yẹn? And from what people were saying, they said she had been tweeting, she had been like putting on a story that if you offend me, I'm gonna hurt you. Obìnrin lélẹ̀ for that. It's not even ọkùnrin for that matter. Ṣé mo tí mo sọ yìí? Ṣé rí nǹkan téèyàn bá mọ̀ ṣe lèṣù máa ń báyàn yìí sókè? So it is a thought for you, Sister Dupe. There is no solution. Men will continue to buy women. Women will continue to buy men. Ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí? Ìwọ ló máa watch out for traces of obsession, traces of wickedness, traces of selfishness.
Ká má parọ́, ká má bàa jalè. Dábẹ̀ tó bá ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀, wàá kó ẹrù ẹ, wàá sá lọ sílùú kan, wàá lọ change orúkọ ẹ, wàá lọ ṣe surgery, wàá ṣe ìjọ́jú.
Ọlọ́run á change identity.
Àwa là ń sọ bíbá ẹ̀ sí pé when somebody is ready to do this bad thing, that they will go to, even if you go there, so kí wàá solution.
Sister Dupe, wàá change identity. Tó bá possible gan, wàá change face ẹ. Because a person that is out for blood, until tó bá rí blood yẹn, lójú ẹ̀ máa tó wálẹ̀. Ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí? Until tó bá rí blood yẹn, lójú ẹ̀ máa tó wálẹ̀. That girl tó run àwọn èèyàn over lánàá yẹn, níbo ó máa ti dórí kodò báyìí ní ojú àti ká. When they are seeing red, they are seeing red. So there is no solution. Tó bá ti rí traces ẹ̀, gbé ẹrù ẹ̀. In fact, Maiduguri kúrò l'Amẹ́ríkà kò bá gbé ní Maiduguri. Kò lọ gbé nínú oko Maiduguri kan. Because there is no solution. Ṣé wọ́n ti sọ lórí platform àìmọye àwọn èèyàn tí ó ti kúrò ní prison tó ti fún restraining order. They still pa ẹ̀wọ̀ èèyàn tó pa 8 children. Ṣé 8 children yẹn ló offend ẹ̀ ni? They are just wicked and selfish people. Sherry, mi ò rule out pé èèyàn ní mental issue. Mi rule out it. But these people are not mental. They are not mental cases. They are just wicked and selfish.
Anger.
That's my
They have serious anger issue. Okay? And that's real. That is
very
real.
serious one. And it is not even anger issue. It is about most selfish they be weak. If I can't do this, this is how it's going to be. I want to man fair determine be life and she ma go to she ma low. irú àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ni àwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n máa ń fẹ́ put sí pé èmi ni mo máa shape life ẹ̀, èmi ni mo fẹ́ kó rí báyìí, èmi ni mo fẹ́ kó rí báyìí. Ó máa ń wà extreme. So when you are dealing with somebody like that, my dear, pack your things and run away. As in, run as far as you can. Má tẹ̀ dùn tó sí ẹ rárá. Kò sí solution o. Wọ́n máa continue àti máa para wọn ni. Because life ti dé level tó yẹ pé eléyìí ti believe pé báyìí ni mo ṣe fi bí mo fẹ́ place ẹ sí bí ibẹ̀ ló gbọ́dọ̀ wà. The moment tó bá ti lè fi exceed ibẹ̀ yẹn, ikú ló kàn fún ẹ. That's it. Sister Adupe, that's just it. Oh, look at people who works again. Thank you.
I say, Sister Kini, sir, I know fake, Abi, she I know fake, Abi, Igbo is our tell you.
I say, yeah, the ticket.
I know fake. Oh, ticket. Sorry, ticket is next.
But èmi ló kàn,
Mr.
mo ń dúró láti ẹ̀kan bí àti bá pè sókè bọ̀ ilé ìwé tó máa sọ̀rọ̀ lílé.
Ẹ bá gbẹ́nu sí, Mr. Oligi.
Okay, how many minutes mo ní? Because I've got so many things to talk about. Okay.
5 minutes.
The first one, sorry,
You have to say it's within 5, sir.
Okay, good. The first one, when they obìnrin pé ọlọ́pàá fọkùnrin, I don't think it's wrong. It is right. I'll tell you why. O ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ fún pé tó bá fọkàn mi, o máa pa mí ni, o máa ṣe fi kan ojú ọkọ wa red. Ó yẹ tó kò tí fọ ọkàn ẹ̀ bọ̀ ojú ẹ̀ ti red. I'm talking about UK or US because àwọn ibi tí mo mọ̀ nìyẹn. Kí ló máa ṣe next? Tó ló mọ̀ pé boy ó tóbi jù ẹ lọ, ojú ẹ̀ ti red. Kí ló máa ṣe? Ó máa pa ọlọ́pàá ni now, just to make sure it get this escalated. Not because ọlọ́pàá máa sọ pé kọ́kọ́ kú ni, but tó bá ti rí bí ọkọ ẹ ṣe ń bì yìí, ó máa ní pé okay, kó o ní fún ìyàwó ẹ àfi fọ́sẹ̀ kan. A máa wá review ẹ lẹ́yìn ọ̀sẹ̀ kan o. Tó bá everything bá wà okay, wà á padà sílé. So I want to put that one to rest. So tí ìyàwó bá pọ̀ ọlọ́pàá fọ́kọ, nothing is wrong with it. Nothing. The whole idea is so that it does not escalate to violence. That's the whole idea. Because most of the time, ọkùnrin yẹn ó wà powerful ju obìnrin yẹn lọ. Obìnrin yẹn dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ti ṣe fọ́kùnrin yẹn. So ó dẹ̀ kọ́ ọkùnrin yẹn lè nà ó dákú. So nǹkan tó ṣe máa pa ọlọ́pàá nìyẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi yẹn lẹ́m̀bẹ̀. The next to the person pé how many women lẹ́tí rí tó pa ọkọ wọn? I mean, kí statistics wà ní mò ń sọ. Let's talk about UK, let's talk about US. The number of ọkùnrin tó pa ọkọ wọn compared to the number of ọkùnrin tó pa ìyàwó wọn is more. I think in the UK, I've only seen 2 in 20 years. Though I've lived here for longer, but the 2 I've seen is within the last 20 years. And ọkùnrin tó pa ìyàwó wọn ní UK is like 5 or 6 in the last 20 years. So you can see the statistics yourself. Ọkùnrin the problem. No, okay, when I say problem, not problem like that. But I'll come back to that. In the US, it's even more than that. I'll give you one example. There's a guy, I think it was just after COVID or during COVID. Ó gbé ìyàwó dára láti Nàìjíríà. Ìyàwó di nurse tán. Because ìyàwó ń ṣe too many nights. Ọkùnrin ló ń tọ́jú because ó ń gbowó ju ọkọ lọ. Obìnrin ló ń tọ́jú ọkọ. Then obìnrin wa ní pé mo fẹ́ kí ìyá mi wá o. Ìgbà tí ìyá wa wá, ìyá ìyàwó wa misbehave. Bọ̀bọ̀ ìyá mi kan tó ṣe. Ó pa ìyàwó. Ó pa ìyá ìyàwó.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó pa ìyá ìyàwó.
Nígbà tí ọlọ́pàá wa ń bọ̀, ọlọ́pàá wà wá jùlọ báyìí. Boom, Texas ló ti happen. Texas mi ò mọ year, but I think it's during COVID or just after COVID. And there are so many like that. If you look at all of those statistics, even in the US, it's always men. Now, I want to go to why. Most American men, I don't care whether you're black or white, I don't care. We are trained, and when I say American men and Nigerian men as well, we are trained not to talk when we're going through anything. I want to give you an example. Lady Tony Okon your beso. Show more people your beso. Even back in Bumko Chidawula ring. What is that? Of course, she be and she love Yahweh, but Roger can break down. You know why? We are trained. I'm not talking about UK now, but America and Nigeria. I don't care whether you're white American, near America, or Nigeria. We are trained to be head of the family and nothing will happen. I'll give you an example. God bless this guy's school. Charles Kirk, I think that's his name. But what he won about 6 months ago.
In America, Charles Kirk.
Yeah, good. You know what he said? He said women are supposed to be at home. He said women are supposed to be at home. That women are they're not supposed to go to school. And that's a white man in Africa. In America. You see the problem now? We are trained that women are supposed to be servers. I don't know why they train us like that. I don't know why. But we are trained that women should serve us. Now let's go back to this guy. This guy lost his job. And you have to remember, this woman is in the same field as this man now. Not then, but now. The man lost all his political stuff, but the woman is now making political history. But remember, somebody who's making political history will not be there to serve you as a wife anymore. And the man broke down. And do you know how the woman doesn't know that the man has broken down? Because the man is still doing the same thing that he used to do when he has money. But because his mind has broken down, this is where mental health comes in. Mental health, I'm telling you, when somebody breaks down, you won't even know. I'll give you myself as an example. When something happened between my wife and I we divorced December 2013 to 2014. It happened 7 years before that time. But I was still the same person. But at that time, I started to do things that make sure that if we divorce, she would not get a penny from me, and she does not know. So when somebody say, "Oh, what can we do?" I'm telling you, nothing we can do. Nothing we can do, especially for people like someone like me, that I will not even show that I'm angry at you. You know why? Because I was trained not to show my emotions from the beginning. The same thing goes with American men. Those are the only one I know. But for British men, of course, you will know. Exactly. If they're angry with you, you will know. And that's why in the UK, you will not see men that buy their wife. Black or white, I don't care. You don't see men that buy their wives. What you see is they go through divorce, end of story. Before that, whatever happens to you is not the end of the world. You can talk to people, you can talk to friends. I'll give you an example. When something happened between that 7 years before we divorced, when it happened to me, I think I have about five or six Caucasian friends at that time. And when I told them, you know what they said? They said, "Oh, you should just go for divorce now." Now let me tell you what my Nigerian man said. "You're an idiot. Follow you, you know, and that's the problem that we're having, especially in America and Nigeria. Mostly for black people, but in America it's both black and white. But in Nigeria, it's most of us men. So that's my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. I think she was on a call. I'll bring her back to Bat when she comes back.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. Good evening, sir. Yeah. Everybody, I just want to briefly say this, that right now in the world, average human beings are going through mental illness due to how the world is shaping out. And it's still going to get worse. It's going to be getting worse. You know, the economy, everything, people losing their job. So I just want to summarize that it's crazy out there. But like everybody has said, all I can say is that when you started seeing some signs, like some people say, you might not know until it's too late. But I think I better differ to disagree, because there's no how you're going to see signs. It's just like when somebody loses. I have a friend that since this 47 came in, they lost their job, and these are people that are making good 6 figures, both husband and wives. There's been, they have mortgages, they have a lot of things, so there's been a lot of ups and downs. So what I'm saying in nutshell is that you're going to see some signs in, when things are starting falling apart. But what I just want to suggest, because what we are looking for is solution. How can we cope this? How can we prevent it? When you started seeing signs, please, I take your leave. When there's no how, you're going to see signs. You're going to see some irregularity that is going to be happening. Though the disparity between men and women, it falls out in men. Men do more. But you're going to see a sign that things are not going well with this person. And when we're talking about mental illness, you start seeing some behavioral irregularity in that person that is not what that person does before. So I'm married. So the bacteria want things here. Let's seek for help before it's too late. I know that only can look on this story. I've had somebody that said that she didn't know until it got late, but Entimoto back on my number. So, but whenever we started seeing sign, let us look for help. To flee, please flee. Don't look for being and when you can change you, and people doesn't change. Situation might expose and where you're in. So please, I just want to advise, no matter what, the bacteria are on signs here. And like I said, the way things is going to be getting worse. So we just have to seek for help to prevent ourselves. So whenever you started seeing some sign of irregularity in your spouses, please take it, look for help. Anyhow you want to seek for help, mentally or medically, wherever that you can seek for help. Please just do it. I think that's just the little thing I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Doctor, are you there? Dr. Rio?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hey.
Good evening, everyone. Uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters.
Good evening. Good evening, auntie. Good evening, sister.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring a different perspective to everything we've been talking about so far, from like a psychological standpoint. And this particular case is a situation of when somebody's identity is heavily tied to status. Either that's public status or family role, any form of identity, right? And then the minute they lose that form of identity, it's like everything within them collapses. Now, taking into consideration this particular man, right? His marriage was ending. He was asked to leave his home, reduce access to his kids, and all of that stuff. All of that created not like so much stress. Some of it, of course. But then that's why, a lot of times we also, when we're choosing spouses or when, we start noticing certain things in our spouses, we need to also go for like other things of substance. Like we need internal markers of validation, not external markers of validation, because those things can disappear at any point. And then when they leave or when they go away, it creates a huge problem. I mean, this is not the first time, like we're not just seeing a situation of like mental health issues here. It's also about a lot of untreated crises layered in control, loss, and relational rupture. He's not the first person to experience divorce or career loss. A lot of people go through that without violence. But what differentiates cases like this is the interaction of personality and structure and coping deficits and, destabilization. Like I said, it's like he has no other identity outside of what he's already known for. And then when his entire life was crashing down, he didn't know what else to do, And that doesn't make it right, of course. A lot of people have spoken about how, we need to start looking into some of these things when our partners are changing or when we're noticing like some things in them. It's okay to leave. honestly, it really is okay to leave, because some people, when they get to that point where they have nothing else to lose, they'll take you with them. And so it's just so sad to see that that's what he got to with this particular man. Obviously, he couldn't deal with the shame. He couldn't deal with the despair. It was as though his life was over, you know? And then he had to take his wife with him. And I mean, their lives will never remain the same anymore. It's just very, 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 very disheartening. So the only thing I just want to add to that is like, let's just like start looking inwardly for our validation and not outwardly. Because a lot of times when we only stick to like outward validation, those things can disappear at any point. You know, if you only have your identity through your profession, what happens when you lose that job? You know, if your identity is only as a husband or as a wife or as a this or as a that can go away at any point. So, like I said, our identity should be things that are more inward, our values, emotion regulation, our self-concept, you know, things like that. Thank you very much. That's all I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
Dr. Ari, can I ask you, are you a psychologist? A psychiatrist? Dr. Ari? Dr. Ari Taylor.
Oh, yes, I am. Yes,
Which
I am.
one?
I'm a
Psychologist
clinical psychologist.
You're clinical. Okay, that's why. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. No, thank you.
Someone asked Dr. Arinda what constitutes inward and outward.
Auntie Dupe, I was about to say something. Dr. Ari, is it okay for you to come one day to come and give us a lecture about mental health? Do you understand? Give us a more enlightened knowledge for this kind of situation, because this is just a short period. Maybe you can actually help us on this platform to enlighten us to be able to be more educated about this problem, because obviously we all want to learn. Please.
Yeah, can we start from the inward and outward? People want to know what it entails. What should we be looking for? What's the inward one? What's the outward one? I think that's what the question means.
Right. So when it comes to like, you know, internal markers of validation, like I said, or the inward things, one of the most important things that you want to look out for are your values. Like, what's important to you? So, like I said, we're not talking about things that can easily go away. Who am I? What do I stand for? That's where your values come in. Am I somebody that, you know, I value, let's say, for example, I value integrity? Am I somebody that I value, let's say, for example, I value time with family? So when it comes to like those internal markers of validation, 1000%, you want it to be something that is going to be consistent over time, where irrespective of what changes in your life, that thing will still be constant. It's not going anywhere, because that's who you stand for. That's who you are. It's not going to change. External validation. So, for example, I might be a governor tomorrow. I'm not going to be there forever. You know, I might be, let's say, I might be a doctor today. A time is gonna come. I'm gonna retire. So when it comes to these things, we don't just want everything we stand for to just be on things that are subject to change. Because again, when you no longer have those things, you won't know who you are anymore. Your entire identity is going to collapse. You know, and then that's where, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this phrase, what's it called again? It's called identity vacuum, right? Now, a lot of times what that identity vacuum means is that, so when you stack different things on yourself, right, you create your identity. So let's say, let's say, for example, if I am not a doctor, who am I? So if somebody does not know me as Dr. Irene now, what else would they know me for? Would they know me for somebody who is kind? Would they know me for somebody who is, you know, who values kids, who is friendly with kids? Would they know me for somebody who they can rely on? You know, things like that. So a lot of times, control and relational loss and role loss plays a major role in our identity and when it comes to our mental health. When you lose those roles, you won't know who you are anymore. So just bringing it back to like this man and what's going on with him. I won't be surprised if all his life people have externally validated him to the point where, maybe they've praised him as, oh yeah, you are this, you are that, right? And then when that public scrutiny or shame came, that humiliation, the rejection, all of those things, he lost it. So there was that need to restore control and dignity because that's all he has always known. And then the one thing I've always known now, everybody's coming against me for it. So when that happens, it's so visible, it's so shameful, it's so exposed that at this point it's no longer private. So how do I redeem that control? He couldn't. His wife was leaving him. His kids were not, on his side. The world knew everything that was going on with him. So he had nothing else to live for because he had nothing outside of that. I think it was Mr. Oluji that spoke, and I think he said something about how, I forget exactly how he put it, but then I think it was talking about how sometimes, oh God, I lost my train of thought. But it was something to the effect of whenever you notice something like you should leave or something like that. I don't know who said that. This particular woman too, that is his wife. I'm very sure it didn't start today. All of these things that she's experiencing that happened now. It probably got to the point where she couldn't manage it anymore, and then she's like, I'm done. Now, when Auntie, when you played that video, the audio rather, about the court order, and then when they told him to leave and he was making several excuses about why he couldn't leave, we haven't been separated for X amount of time, I'm not gonna leave just yet, he was doing everything to still maintain that relationship. But obviously she was done. And then official kakakekuma jesese, we're all going to leave because the loss was irreversible at that point. He knew that she was done. He knew that there was nothing else he could do. So this was not just about one stressor. So many different things: legal pressure, relationship rupture, social isolation. And research even shows that a lot of times violence spikes when multiple domains collapse simultaneously. So when your world is crashing in multiple places in so many ways, yes, you're going to have a mental breakdown. But the truth is, it doesn't have to get to that point. So, I mean, I'll rest my case here, but I would, excuse me. I'll just say a lot of times, the need to restore control or dignity when it's lost creates so much when it comes to people's mental health. And this man, thank you.
I just wanted to ask a question. Are there helps out there for such situation?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There is so much help out there. I feel like, it takes somebody who even knows that there's something wrong with them to seek help in the first place. You need to admit that, okay, there's something wrong with me. And this is where ego comes in. A lot of times with men of status and with men of caliber, a lot of them feel like, oh, I shouldn't go seek out help for whatever reason, and they'll themselves until things get to this point where it's bad. And for somebody like that who was already separated from his wife, I know some people, somebody said that, oh, why didn't his wife call or say, oh, I'm worried about my husband or, my partner. The truth is, it's not her job anymore. They're separated. You as an adult, you also have to seek help. There's nothing anybody can do about it unless, of course, you're a danger to yourself in that moment. That's when they'll put you in voluntary hospitalization. Otherwise, there's no threat. So I say that to say people need to put ego aside. People need to put what other people are going to say aside. If you feel like your safety, your own personal safety as a person or your mental health is compromised, Seek help. There are resources around you all the time. It only takes a Google search. It doesn't really have to get to that point. It's okay to lose things. You can create it back. You can develop a new identity, outside of whatever you think you are. But honestly, the first step is you need to admit that there is something wrong. Because nobody is going to do that work for you, especially if you're an adult. Every adult has things going on in their lives. A lot of them are not even paying attention to somebody else, unless it's like, a minor or a child, or, somebody that, let's say, for example, it's still one unit, one family unit. Other than that, unfortunately, I hate to say it, you're on your own. You have to seek your own help. Unless you have a very close... Yeah. Yes,
Doctor, but do you agree that in order for you to be able to acknowledge or recognize that you have a problem, you need help to get to that situation, to get to that stage? You agree, 100%.
Right? Yes, sometimes other people have to bring it to your attention, like, hey, there's something wrong. Of course. It's not everybody that has situational awareness. Some people will die on the hill that there's nothing wrong with me. And then sometimes it takes your loved ones, your friends, and the people around you to be like, well, actually, there's something wrong.
Can I just buttress what you said,
yes,
my
sir.
doctor?
Hold on, Sauliki. How can we identify such? What are the simplest symptoms or characteristics that person owns for us to spot things like this?
I think it is very situational. It's based on, like, it depends. It varies from situation to situation, but let's just use this man's example. Let's use this man's situation as an example. Now, this is a public figure. This is somebody who has been accused of sexual abuse in the past. He has lost so much money. He's currently going through divorce. In a situation like this, one of the ways that you see it is in terms of how he's dealing with shame. People need to understand that shame is a normal emotion, just like every other emotion you experience, just like when you're happy, just like when you're sad. Emotions are on a spectrum. Sometimes we can't pick and choose what we feel. You just got to feel it. And then when you see some emotions, when people are struggling with some emotions more than others, when they're not able to experience that emotion without, like, almost like, oh, people should not see me feel this way, that's a sign. It's okay to experience your emotions. It's okay to feel what you're feeling. I mean, if I held a public position too, and then I'm publicly humiliated, of course I'm going to feel a certain kind of way about it. However...
Go, please, go.
Go ahead, sir.
Can I just say something?
Yeah? Doctor, please go ahead with your Olu. Please, Dr. Ejo, hold on.
No, I was going to ask
your however. Let her say the however.
That's why I said go on, please.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, please, what's the however?
Yeah, but however, some people, they mask these emotions too. They pretend like they're fine. Sometimes it's not just about like how they're, like what you see, or it's not about how they're expressing that emotion. Sometimes you see it it manifests physically. Are they sleeping? Are they eating? Are they losing weight? Are they using substances? Are they engaging in risky behaviors that typically they would not? And even if they've been engaging in risky behaviors, has it increased or intensified in more ways, right? There are always some markers there. If you know the person very, very well, you will see like changes in their behavior, not just in their emotions alone. You will see changes in their behaviors too. You will just notice that there's something unusual about this person. Like, this person is not who they typically are. And so sometimes those markers are there too. And then it manifests as isolation sometimes too. They just want to be alone. If it's somebody that typically goes out before, now you see them that, they're self-isolating. They don't want to be anywhere. They don't want to be outside. Things that they typically enjoy, they don't want to do it anymore. So you will see those signs. And that's why I said, like, it varies from person to person and from situation to situation.
Can I quickly talk now?
Mr. Oliki, go on. Doctors, just hold on there for a minute.
Do you want me to stop?
Yeah, go on, Mr. Oliki.
Okay. Yeah. What I'm saying is this woman, this lady, this doctor, she's very, very right. I'll give my example. My body broke down before I divorced. And when my body, I made mention of something that I said before. When I say, oh, this happened to me, my friend will tell me, you're an idiot. No woman can do that to me. And 3 months after that happened, you know what I did? I just said, oh, I'm not supposed to leave again. See, my own is different from the other guy. Because if I was the other guy, I would have just killed everybody in my house. I would buy everybody in my house, sorry. You understand? Now, you know what I did? I bought a car just before it happened. So that means 7 months after I bought the car, yeah, I crashed the car on M25. Not because I was drunk, I wasn't drinking or anything. I just said, look, my life is finished. How can this happen to me? Means I'm so faithful, means I'm so straightforward, I'm so this, I'm so that. You see the problem now? I'm so this, I'm so that. And I crashed the car. Honestly, I wanted to die. Now,
Be careful of words, sir. Be careful of those words.
No, sir, I wanted to buy. And I crashed my car. And when the police called my wife, then they said, oh, your husband has an accident. Oh, you know what he said? What she said? My husband doesn't drink. My husband doesn't drink. You never see me drink and drive. I only drink when I go to a party then. Maybe a party we go to maybe once a month or once every 3 months or something like that. She said, no. And that is when the police should have caught up on it. But they missed it. And that's why this woman, what she's saying is very true. How you process pain is extremely true. In my own case, I want to kill myself. Just imagine if I was like that guy who lost what's it called, value in the home. See my point? So what I'm saying is, we men, I'm telling you, especially American and Nigerian men, were trained not to process our pain by discussing it. And when we discuss it, our friend will tell us, you're an idiot. Oh, that should never happen to you. You should never do that. And I think that's what happened to this guy. And there's another thing. What she said, there's another thing I catch what she said. When something strange is happening, women, take note. Take note. Take note. And what I'm saying is because it's men that does it most to pie their partner rather than women. So that's my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oligi. Doctor, I have
Thank you. LIB, give me a minute.
My doctor now.
Dr. Ariola, thank you so much for this unexpected education that you're giving us. Thank you. God bless you. But I want to say
We're very proud of you. She's a Nigerian.
if you are the partner, if you are either the husband or the wife living with that person that has all these characteristics, whatever, that's so ye. How do you deal with it? Because let's not forget that when we're saying that the people around them need to watch out, if those people around them are not in good terms, sometimes that cloud your judgment because you're angry with this person. So you're not even seeing anything they are doing. You are not noticing any whatever because you are angry or you are going through one thing or another too. So how do we, if you are the person in that situation, so how are you able to help that person that you are angry with and you're not even noticing that difference?
That's actually a good question because that happens a lot. Because, all of us, we can sit here, and we can talk about this because our emotions are not involved. Once your emotions are involved, your judgment is clouded. And so a lot of times when we're actively in situations like that, we're not seeing the things that we're supposed to see until it starts getting really, 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 really bad, right? So emotions, for example, like if that person is angry, right? That's an emotion, anger. And because I'm angry, I'm not seeing the things I'm supposed to see. So just to answer your question straightforward, in situations like that, what I always, tell my patients and my clients is just take a step back, right? We're taking a step back, and then, everybody, in my own opinion, everybody needs a therapist. Somebody and I'm not talking about a family member. I'm not talking about a friend. I mean a neutral party that doesn't know what's going on in your home, right? Whom you can go to and say things to, and that can help you see the things that you're not seeing. Because, like I said, I'm not gonna be hypocritical. I have my own issues in my own relationships that I don't see, even as a clinical psychologist. And then my therapist would point it out to me and be like, "Hey, do you see XYZ?" And I'm like, "Oh, shoot, that's true." I say that to say this. One of the ways that we can really, really help ourselves in situations like that is to have somebody you can talk to. You don't have to go to therapy every day. You don't have to go every week, even if it's once a month. If you don't even have money for therapy, journal, write things down, take records of things. You can journal on your phone. And then go back and revisit what you wrote, even when you are angry. Write it there. Do text to speech on your phone or voice memo. Start saying it as you're angry. It might be 10 hours from now. It might be 5 days from now. Go back to your journal. And then that can help you see certain things. Every day, I tell my family members, even my friends, I say, check in with yourself. What went well today? What didn't go well today? What can I do better tomorrow? So let's say today, I was very angry with my husband. He did X, Y, Z. What an idiot. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, that's what happened today. Do it again tomorrow. Do it again next tomorrow. Keep those records. Eventually, you'll see patterns yourself because you've been keeping the record. And then it would get to a point where you'll be like, okay, does this person actually have a problem? Am I the problem? Do we need to see a counselor? Do I need to go and talk to somebody else? A lot of times, you don't see those things in the moment. And that's the truth. It might take somebody else to show you because your emotions are involved. And then if you're so angry at your husband that you're not even in the mood to even help him at that point, right? Put it down. Journal. When you're ready to see things, you see it. It's a lot of work. But the truth is, if you can get into the habit of checking in with yourself and with your relationship. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was talking to me.
Continue.
Yeah. So if you try to journal or talk to somebody outside of your marriage, a professional, if you go and talk to your friend, Toba Daliero is not me, or you go and talk to somebody that is biased to you or to your partner, just find a neutral party. And if you can't afford a neutral party, use yourself. Journal on your own and then go back to it. You will see those patterns. You will see it. You will see it. But that's one thing that I would just say is a good place to start. Just keep documentation. I feel like everybody should at least have 5 minutes to themselves every day. At least 5 minutes. We have 24 hours in a day. You have 5 minutes. Just check in with yourself. How am I feeling today? What happened today? What's going on in my life today? 5 minutes. Do that 5 minutes every day. I'm telling you, you have more clarity and more awareness. Do it for a month.
Thank you so much, Doctor. The last question I have is, do we need to safeguard our kids, our children in this situation? What are the steps for us to take so that it doesn't trigger the victims or these people?
Could you please say that question again? Do we need to what?
Do we need to safeguard the children? Because obviously the children don't know anything about this. They don't have any clue what's going on. How can we safeguard them from such situations that it doesn't trigger? Like, for example, if we take the children away, it might trigger them. Like, do you understand where I'm coming from? Like, how can we safeguard those children in that kind of situation?
I mean, in a situation where we've already established that there's something wrong with this marriage and that it's unsafe to kids, honestly, the best thing to do is to actually get the kids out of that situation. Would it disrupt their lives temporarily? Of course. You know, change is hard on kids most times. You know, especially if it's a change that is unexpected. But the truth of the matter is, sometimes you have to weigh the cost. You know, if I stay here with my kids, what's it going to cost me? If I leave, what's it going to cost me? What are the pros and cons? In my own opinion, and I mean, the way we're even clinically trained, you know, you always have to assess safety first, especially if there are minor kids in the home. Always first, because, and I don't know if their kids are minors or if they're adults, but let's just assume that they're minors, right? If you don't take those kids away, CPS is coming. The CPS will take them away regardless whether or not you like it. So it's better, you know, it's better you do it, you know.
But I'm not in America, Dr. Ariola, Child Protection Service, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Child Protection, Protective Service. That's CPS, right? Because if CPS gets to know that something like that is going on, you know, and the kids are endangered, right? They would take those kids, irrespective. Those kids are going to a foster home. You don't even know what's going to happen to them there. Right? And so in situations like that, yes, I know that it's going to be distressing to the kids. I know it's going to destabilize them. But like I said, it's temporary because you still have control over it. It's better that you have control over it than to give that control to the government or to somebody else who you don't know where your kids are going to. And then you have to go through the court system before you get your kids again. It's a long process. And let's not even talk about what's going to happen to those kids psychologically. And in this kind of family, it seems like the wife is very well to do. So, you know, in situations like that, it's always safety first. You have to assess for safety first. If my kids are going to be endangered, there's no ands, ifs, or buts. That's what's going to come first. They'll be fine. They will be fine. So that's what I would say. So I know that, you know, you might want to think about the temporary destabilization of the kids, but then you have to think about in the long run, like with a father like that is extremely unstable, that has access to a lethal weapon. Because even when people are suicidal, you ask them, do you have means? Do you have intent? If those two things are present, yeah, they're going to do it. They already have a plan on how they will do it. They already have the intent and they have the means, like firearms and things like that. So in situations like that, you absolutely have to protect the kids and take them out of the home. I mean, thank God that it didn't hurt his kids, but it could have. And so I would just tell everybody, you know, if you're ever in a situation like that is violent or that can compromise the safety of your kids, please leave. You can love from a distance. Safety comes first.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful education here right now because I think I've learned a lot and that has helped me. Thank you once again. If anybody has questions to ask her, can you just speak out and let us move on? Any question in the inbox, in the comment section? Yes, love is wicked. We know that love is wicked, but life is beautiful at the same time.
No, I don't have any question. I just want to say thank you, Ariola. I know you're Nigerian. You make us really proud, and you're a very good example of a Nigerian young person. Thank you so much. We're very proud of you.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, can I just ask you a quick question?
Quick question. There's a lady on this platform now. She spoke about her husband that eventually put a knife on her, but there was no trace at all that it could happen. How can such a person protect herself and protect her children? Just let's say the man go haywire, yeah? But how can that woman know? Because she said there was no sign at all. If not for that, somebody was there that protected her from being stabbed. She has no inkling at all. So how can such a person protect herself? Thank you.
Yes. In a situation like that, so we call that, you know, there are people who would never show signs, and then something would trigger them in the moment, and then you would see like the monster in them come out. Some people have, you know, temporary psychosis, right? Or mental breakdowns, or, you know, mental tantrums, and then they just exhibit behaviors that they've never done before, right? In situations like that, honestly, it only takes one time. You know, If somebody is that triggered that they put a knife on you, that's another safety concern. I would say separate from them. Make sure they get the help that they need before you even continue that relationship. Now, I'm choosing my words very carefully. I'm not saying automatically, leave them forever. That's your choice. You can do whatever you want to do, right? But in that moment, it only takes one time. You put a knife on me, okay, that's all I need to know. Before that relationship can continue, obviously there's something wrong with you. If you can be that triggered that you would pull a knife on me, even though you've never done that before, you're not okay. There's something wrong, and you need to go figure out what that is. So I would say, yeah, take yourself out of that situation 100%. If you're still interested in continuing that relationship, make sure they get thorough help. Because what's to tell what's going to trigger them again? What's to tell them that they won't be triggered tomorrow? What if they are triggered tomorrow and then the next thing they do is, pew you in the head? So you really, 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 really have to protect yourself, irrespective of if they've never done that before. Like I said, all it takes is one time.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you for this very, very, how will I say it, elaborate and in-depth problem. And I pray God will meet everybody that needs this help. Please, if you need that help, please seek help. Seek help. Men, please, let us remove this ego body. Let us remove the jacket of this ego and seek for help. I'm not saying that everybody's right, everybody's wrong, but if you do need help, like she said, check on yourself every 5 minutes.
Sorry, LIB. Great one asks that, is silence a sign? If someone keeps silence, I think that's what he's trying to ask.
Quiet nature. We have quiet nature, right? I think that's what it meant.
Great one. I tell you to come upstairs, come and ask questions. You are down there.
So, LIB, I don't know if you mean that if somebody is silent in terms of maybe are you trying to say that they are isolating, or are you trying to say they are shutting down? Which one? Or is it even both?
He's here.
He's coming up now. He's here now. Great one. His grandpa, great one. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Ayala, thank you so much. Basically, I tend to be silent to control, to escalate issues. So I tend to be silent a lot of time. I tend to isolate myself, maybe being in my room for longer hours or even days. But when I come out okay. Is that a sign?
Okay, yes. So different people have different ways they process their emotions. Now, we're Nigerians. A lot of times as Nigerians, we grow up in families where, especially for men are not allowed to get angry. They will even tell you, "Shokuri ni wesha," "Oh, there should be okuri." So we put things in, we repress things a lot. And a lot of times it comes in that form that you just described, where, okay, I'm just going to stay quiet and then I'm going to deal with this internally and then I'll get over it. The truth is, eventually, you're going to explode. Now, that might be your way of processing the emotion temporarily, right? And then it might work. Matter of fact, 5 years from now, it might still be working. 10 years from now, it might even still be working. But the truth is, everybody reaches their threshold. We always have to still revisit whatever that situation is and talk about it and deal with it.
Because
it's okay to not react in the moment because you don't want to lose your cool. Actually, that takes a lot of emotional intelligence to actually take a pause back before we react. But we always have to revisit it and come back to it because emotions get trapped in the body. And it only takes, something to trigger it. And then you realize that sometimes you escalate or you blow things out of proportion. Again, like I said, it might not happen now. It might not happen 5 years from now. But eventually, people always reach that threshold. So I'm saying...
I actually do it a lot, actually. And people tend to misunderstand it and they call me snob. I think there was a time that I was saying it on the group, on the platform, that I like to say okay, and okay ends the discussion, just because I just don't want to, go further, not to lose my cool. Do you understand? So,
Yeah.
once I say okay, my okay is kind of a polite way of saying just shut up and leave me alone. But sometimes it's being regarded as being rude or being snob. But I myself understand my kind of a person that if I keep having conversation over and over, arguing and all those things, I might lose it. So the only way for me to do it is to shut myself, go isolate myself for a while. It could take days. I might not even say anything. But when I come back smiling. So right. I haven't gotten to a stage whereby I feel that I'm bottling things, I'm piling it up within myself. I just feel that is a way of de-escalating myself of further things that I would not fight to say, oh, I'm sorry, because sometimes I'm always in that situation of saying it's very difficult for me to say I'm sorry. So for me to prevent that situation, I tend to be silent, to, in fact, over silence self. And because I know that if I say more than that, it could be something that I will have issues saying I'm sorry.
So that's the thing.
Sorry, Doctor.
Can I just give you a metaphor?
Yeah, I'll add something to that. I also have that kind of thing, but me, I'm not silent. What I do is I'll just walk away. I've lost so many people, friends, due to the fact that I had to put my emotions and just walk away. And sometimes I just ghost people, and not that I ghost them because they are hurt, but because I don't want to trigger something in me. It's similar to what you said. Does that make sense?
No, it does make perfect sense. And the truth of the matter is this: we're still not processing those emotions. And in both situations, avoidance cannot be your only coping mechanism. Think about so I'm trying to regulate in this moment. So I'm deciding to keep quiet. I don't want to argue anymore because then I would have to apologize if I said something that I shouldn't have said, or I'm losing people, because I'm not addressing things. It's okay to, like I said before, it's okay to take a pause and not talk in that moment if you feel like you're going to lose it. But we always have to come back to it because avoidance cannot be your only coping mechanism. I'll give you a perfect example. So let's say, for example, your bathroom is clogged, right? Your toilet is clogged, and then you need to use the bathroom real quick. And then you go there and you realize, oh, shoot, my bathroom is clogged. I don't want to deal with this right now. So you go use your neighbor's bathroom, right? You're going to ease yourself. You're going to be fine. What happens the next time you have to use the bathroom? The problem is still there. So we can avoid it all we want. You can go use your neighbor's bathroom for as many times as you want, but it's still there. The day you eventually decide to deal with that clogged toilet, two things are going to happen. One, it's going to stink so bad because we left it for so long, and the second thing is you're going to have to do more work. So I say that to say this, that's why you're losing friends, because you're using the same method that works temporarily, but in the long run, it's costing you something. Because we're still not dealing with it. Yes, you don't want to lose your cool. Yes, you know yourself, and you know that, hey, if I say something in this moment, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, or whatever the case is. You still have to come back. Avoidance is a temporary solution to a permanent problem. The problem is still there. Just like the clogged toilet. So I can go use my neighbor's toilet, I can keep using it for months. Eventually, I still have to come deal with mine. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honestly, you've actually
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Sisidope, HOJ, Orete, everybody.
Good evening, sir. And thank you, Dr. Ariola, for letting our men to come on.
Just a quick one. Because the doctor was talking about emotions and how to deal with emotions. But yeah, emotions do come in, in different styles. But in my own case, when I'm really angry, right, I always like to laugh it off, keep smiling, or I'll go to bed, sleep over it, just for me to calm down and be okay. Does that make any impact in my emotion? Is it a better way to control it, or you think there are better ways to deal with it? Because I'm a kind of person that when I'm upset, and you're talking about being explosive. When I get exploded, it's really really worse. I'm not violent, but I do shout. Is it okay?
So, sir, are you saying, is it okay to take a break and process what you're feeling and then come back to it? Or are you saying reacting to it in the moment? I'm confused about your question, sir.
Yes, because when things are not okay with me and I'm not fine with it, I do explode, right? Okay. But I'll do it at that moment and really there. And is either I go to bed, sleep, try to get myself to it, or I will laugh it over and walk away. Does it make any impact on my emotions? Will that affect my emotions?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take both scenarios, right? The first scenario is, okay, I'm so, upset right now in the moment. I deal with it. I'm explosive. That doesn't help, right? Because, we're making the situation worse. And then the second scenario is, okay, I laugh it off, just pretend like, okay, yeah, this is fine. Even though it's not fine, I'm guessing it's not fine. We're just trying to, again, avoid it one way or another by not dealing with it, And then the third thing you spoke about was, let me just go to bed, let me sleep it off. I would take the third option. Now, there's different people have different ways they process their emotions. I think I said it before. Some people would like to talk about it in a moment. If you're somebody who likes to talk about your emotions in the moment without escalating, that's fine. It's all about us constructively expressing how we're feeling without hurting yourself or hurting another person in the process. If you're somebody that can do that in the moment, by all means. If you're somebody that can't do that in the moment, and you know that I need to take a break, because if I talk about this thing right now, I'm going to say things I'm not supposed to say. And then if I do, things are going to be worse. Then take a break. The most important thing is, after we've taken a break, we still have to come back to it. Just because I'm calm right now and I'm feeling better right now doesn't mean that we shouldn't still come back to it. Because those things are still there. They're still lingering. And then the next time something similar happens, guess what happens? You do the same exact thing you did. That's how you create a pattern. That's how you create a habit. And then you now start saying, this is who I am. Well, it's who you are because that's what you always do. We never come back to it. Now, it's gonna be uncomfortable, of course, because this is not something I'm used to. But what I'm saying is, if you need to take that break, let's just make sure that we come back and talk about it so that those emotions are not trapped in your body. And then in situations where, we laugh things off or we just try to make a joke out of it, that's still a way of still avoiding as well. Oh, I just don't want to deal with it, so I'll just let it go. It's still going to happen again. And then when it happens again, then what? That's how patterns build up, like I said, and that's how it becomes a habit.
Thank you.
You mentioned talking about it. Now, talking about it with a therapist or talking about it with someone that do not understand how you feel, how does that help? Because when you say you want to talk about something that has put you in that moment of silence for a while, you're expecting positive, reaction when you talk about it and let it go, and everything dissolves in the air. Now, whereby you have situation that the other party still is not helping out. So how do you, overcome such? Because in the first instance, what made you silent? What made you quiet? What made you go into isolation for a while is because you are not understood.
Right.
Do you understand? You didn't see reason out of what that has put you in that dilemma of you being isolated. So if you're still you said talk about it. What if the person you're talking about with still, you find it hard to penetrate to let that person understand why you are into this dilemma? How do you solve it?
So in a situation where it's somebody that, okay, well, you're typically misunderstanding me, we can't seem to come to a conclusion and things like that. This is where you need a third party.
Okay.
Right? This is where either couples therapy, family therapy, things like that, with another professional, especially if the other person is open to it, where you're like, part of talking about it too is saying, okay, listen, you often misunderstand me. We don't understand each other. I think it's time for us to go talk to somebody, and then we find somebody else where you can express yourself in the presence of a third party, and then they can also express themselves in the presence of a third party, and then that way, whoever that person is, especially if that person is a professional, can help both of you find the underlying theme or whatever it is that is causing that issue between yourselves. So I would say if it's somebody who does not understand you and it's like a lost cause, like there's no point about me talking about this, you won't get it. Find somebody else that can help both of you relate what you're trying to pass across. Even me as a Nigerian, I took my parents to family therapy. I did. I mean, I don't even know where to start from. But the way we grew up and stuff like that, kids are misunderstood, parents think they know the best and things like that, How can I argue with my parents? I will never win. How? It's not possible. You can't win, and that's a perfect example. I can talk until my face is blue. They see me as their child. They won't respect me in that way, And so in situations like that, thank God I had parents that were open and they were like, okay, let's do it. That's what I did in my own situation. So if it's somebody that you feel like you can't talk to, honestly, get somebody else in the room if they're open to it and work your issues out. But the truth is, we can't avoid our problems. It's just a temporary solution.
Thank you so much.
I have a very, this is not for the men.
Thank you.
But it's also for the men, and it's going towards the women. Now, hold on 1 minute. Sheriff Fifey, you guys are not paying attention to the classroom. You guys are not paying attention. Anyway, we like to open up to our women. We like to express our feelings to these women. We like to show our vulnerability to the women. What are the things that they need to stop so that it does not make us go back to that shell, that we go back and hide inside that shell again? We need someone that is not going to, for example, if we are talking and saying, like you said, what in the radio, do you understand? It actually makes us go back again to that shell, as in to that hidden thing. What can we do? What can they do to help us as an individual, as our friends, our partners, our wife? What can they do to help us?
Yeah, so in terms of being vulnerable with your partner, if for example you feel like one of the things that makes you, the question is, what makes you retreat from them? What makes you not want to talk to them? What makes you not want to be vulnerable with them? You need to first identify that. Once you know what that thing is, or whatever that trigger is, maybe it's when they complain about XYZ, or maybe it's when they talk about how much you talk. Whatever that thing is that they do that makes you not want to talk, once you've identified it, let them know, hey, every time you do this, it makes me not want to talk to you. I need you to please stop doing XYZ. So the first thing, honestly, is to identify that thing that is limiting you or restricting you from wanting to be vulnerable with your partner. And then once you've identified them, share it with them and let them know that, hey, this is an obstacle. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you so much, Situpe. Thank you for bringing this topic out. Thank you for Doctor. Thank you, Orente. Thank you, HOJ. Thank you.
Thank you, great one. It's nice seeing you in the box. All our men. Okay, our men were Jadilini. Thank you, Dr. Ariola.
That's what we're talking now.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, everyone.
Because it's actually helping. It's helping.
Yeah.
It's
And it's so very calm, you know.
Yes.
It's, oh my God.
Those guys this earlier, and it's now calm. We are now talking.
Really?
To me
Was there any
personally.
class?
But you are my darling.
Every assembly. Oh,
It's all like me. I do walk away a lot, and I do ghost, and I find that as a weakness in me, like, and it's like I don't want to, but because number one, because of my medical history, like for example, my high blood pressure, I don't want anything to trigger me, for me to start having check and everything. So I intend to quickly ghost because I don't want that headache at all. Because I want some. I'm not saying I want this as smooth as possible, but let us communicate effectively without you judging me, without you persecuting me by me coming out to open up to you. Does that make sense? You know, it's just me. Anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Ariola. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Yes. Is anybody has anything to say to her?
this is a relief for me.
Yes. But please, Dr. Ariola, please always be visiting the platform. Be coming once in a while.
There's actually a relief.
Just coming to check up on us. Just check up on our mental health, please.
This is really helpful though.
Yes.
I swear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
so much.
Dr.
Thank you.
Always come
I
out
want
there
you
so that we
to
can.
I want you to help make sense. Our young adults.
Anyway, back to the topic. Orente, are you there? Orente, are you
Thanks, everybody. Everybody go and sleep. Borrow me your boxes. I want to bring 20. Hi, Yolo. How are you? I want to bring 20 people up. How was your birthday?
Emma, are you there? Emma, are you there?
Although you did not gist me,
A great one. How are you?
Me, your personal person.
Emma, are you there? Emma, oh. Hey.
Mental health. But he's probably busy at work.
Yeah,
Can you guys stop making fun of yourselves when your fellow man has issues? Because we say it all the time. Men don't really speak up. Men don't do this. Dr. Ariola is asking to be dropped. She said, please drop me.
No, stay there if you want to stay there. Stay there if you want to stay there. Stay there. Stay there if you want to stay there.
Am I interrupt me? I will blow in you. No, funny enough, but I want to call out something that I've seen men do. And I grew up with boys, so I know this. Because you guys always say, you guys don't really speak up. But amongst yourself, you guys don't even encourage each other to speak up. I see some men that go through, a lot of times, right? I see men go through heartbreak, and some men actually are going through hard times in relationships, going through heartbreak, going through abuse, but you hear that man saying, you marry for house, just the shaking the cock in the corn. So I guess my point is, some of you don't even take yourself serious. So to the men in the box, when your friends, your brothers have issues, have things they're going through, a divorce, a separation, crazy, you get, it's not always a time to. You see what I'm saying? It's cruise. That's the thing. No, I'm saying that he's validating my point that there are so many in your lives that it's sometimes don't use cruise to help your fellow man get over something.
True.
Sometimes they want to speak. Let your men speak. True. I've noticed it with guys, but I get that we want to gloss over the issue. We want to, your wife beats you, see your life as big as your wife. No. Abuse is abuse. Nobody should be abusing anybody. Nobody's wife should be bringing out of bed and chasing the man. It's mental. Don't trivialize what your guy friends are going through.
And that's why, yes, some of them don't even talk. And then we want to say that women talk. We build the community. We can ally. I know how many times I call my friends for things that if I want to try it, they call me. Sometimes my friend down the street, I will just call her. I will cry. After I say, she mamu shots, she mamu telemana. She will pour shots and all. I'll take like 2-3 shots. Matsuki will not to hold me. But we don't even talk. The silence, right? I don't know if anybody has ever found comfort in silence. And we sit together. Yes. Yeah, we find comfort in silence. We sit together. We are both in our own thoughts, but it's comforting. Give your male friends, brothers, your sons, the room to be able to feel that with you guys too as guys, right? Because there are some things that you guys go through that property so far will be because much so talking about amazing go through financial issue. Highest I can do is that we pray for you. I'm sorry. Yes, that's the truth. So I guess why they might not want to tell us some of their financial issues, because really solution will money if you are being honest. Solution will money, but to your fellow guys that are going through the struggle with you, or have their own, boy, they're married, they're facing pressure at home, they might understand better when you tell them that guy, I don't know how I will put food for table this month though. Do you understand? Open up and don't turn everything to close. If you are saying we don't understand, then if you keep saying it's not easy, we don't understand, men don't understand, the women don't understand, then
should I give you reasons? A great one to maybe show me what was saying. Julie, if it had disobey, you got to something be Tama by any financial problem, you pray for us. Tama big man great one in say, oh no, any financial problem, don't know of this. So far, they should help.
Okay, so if that's the case, then do you not know why some of us don't take your mental health serious then? Because you guys, if you trivialize your mental health, if you trivialize what you're going through, then why do we get outsiders trivialize it too? That's just my point. My friends don't always have a solution for me. Life is busy. When I tell that I cry to my friends, it doesn't mean that they've given me a solution. But sometimes being able to share that burden to someone that might understand what I'm going through, someone that might have gone through a similar relationship issue, it helps.
Yeah, so secret conference. I won't lie to anybody. This afternoon, tears came out of my eyes. Tears came out of my eyes. Everybody has got an issue. I go in the meeting by with the one motor by with the Gabolo Jimmy. With the movie we move. So I know what you are talking about. And that's why I said if I can't make great one itself is getting one problem. So even if you are missing
you're still making excuses. You're not listening to Olu. We hear what you're saying. And what Olu regardless, MRI support network. No, you know what? For somebody to listen to you, to listen last for talk therapy. It is very, very important for you to be able to pour your heart out. Yes. Listen to you. It's not that person will find a solution, but
listen to your problem. No.
Yeah. Listening here has helped.
I think I understand.
You see how you are trivializing it too. Then why do we come out to now say men's mental health matters? Because your mental health doesn't matter to you, then I'm sorry.
Olu, I think I understand.
Do you know where I'm coming from, Great One?
I understand what you're trying to say, but what LIB is saying is that he already assumes that all men has problems. That okay, the only reason I want to tell you my problem is probably you have 90% probability of solving it. If you cannot solve it, why should I tell you? Now, aside that, you see, we have as a man, I'm very, very careful to relate my problem with people that will not understand me, or I'm very, very careful to put myself in a situation whereby I will listen to wrong advice at my vulnerable state. Now, Timbalomba and Timbani issue in the marriage and say Timbalomba divorcee. I begin number Ashawu mani bobo lodoko jari lodoko ko okay. Do you understand? Abikolo moti. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm very, very big. I'm very, very careful to actually relate my problems to certain people because I do not find myself in the same situation, or we don't have the same status or anything, because I'm scared that Timbalo so advice about for me. Timbalo shishe only fee you can put me into deep shit. That's why I'm very, very careful. There are so many times I've called life is beautiful. And the reason why I call life is beautiful, because I say life is beautiful, is older, is experienced, is been in the country for ages, for decades. So me being a new person, it's not necessary that, what it tells me is the solution. But the way it will say it gives me like a confidence that it's a phase. You're going to pass through it. Everything is not magic. So sometimes it's true what you're saying, but we need to vet.
I think I get that part, but I'm also going to call us out. I think because a lot of us do not make genuine connection, right? And that's our problem. And I see that with men a lot. You guys are comfortable with surface friends. It works for a lot of people. You are comfortable with surface friends. I'm not here to preach you should have bestie. That's not what I'm trying to preach. But men can know each other for 10 years and not know Ilitongbi, not know the names of their kids. Some don't even know their names and just be calling themselves chairman, boss, and everything. Yes, so I think there's a lot of ego and pride. Like I said, know your friends. It's okay to have surface friends. But why I'm calling this out is men's suicide rate is going higher every year. We might want to hide it under, I don't know who to trust. We might want to hide it under, it is cruise. Yes, we might want to say, we just cruise. You guys have a lot of shallow friendships. And that is why, even though women can be somehow, do you know why a lot of us women feel hurt with our friends and we don't keep friends after a fight? Because for some of us, a lot of us, our friendships are not shallow. We know your children, we know your husband, we go to your homes, so things hurt us deeper. Do you understand? And frankly, there's no statistics that say women share everything easily. This is the mentality that you guys have. And that's why I said, when some of you come up and say, is it that men's mental health doesn't matter? Your mental health doesn't even matter to you anyways. It doesn't matter to your friends. Why should it matter to me, Olukwero? If you don't take yourself seriously and you're expecting a woman to take you seriously, that is my point. I'm not saying that we should spill out our secret to everybody, right? But go and form connections. A lot of your friendships are over beer, are with people that want to 20 women. So Teba need genuine issues. How do you want to talk to someone that you only see in the beer parlor in the first place? And that's the truth.
I need to box about Oriente and Emma.
Yeah. How do you talk to people that you meet in beer parlor? Yes, you see. I don't know. I have friends that are going through immigration issues. They are scared right now, great one that only they want any time. There are times that my sister, that's what I call him at this point, she just calls me when the fear comes up. We read Bible verses together, and she's like, girl, just stay on the call. I can stay on the call for 30 minutes and I'm saying nonsense. And I know she just wants me to say nonsense because she just wants to be distracted in the moment. It doesn't mean that I have given her a solution to Trump as immigration issues. It doesn't mean that I've given her issues, I've saved her from possibly ice carrying her. No. But in that moment, she knew that I had a safe space. I don't know who is deceiving anybody, and I know that people have gone through shit. I've been through my own share of friendship betrayals. But be it your daughter, your children, you need a safe space. Men's mental health issues are growing every year. Please check on each other. Have your surface. My mom used to tell me, Pero, have beer parlor friends. I kid you not. This is our word. She said, Pero, have beer parlor friends and have your friends. Beer parlor friends are friends that Tobadoro club they come. Like great one. Mama won't see me. Tobadoro lounge they come. And I'm good with that. I can't take certain things to them. But if you think I have a sisterhood, because see, mental problems go through. My sisters come correct. I was going through something like a week ago. They came to pick my daughter up from the house. I just chill. I couldn't take her to school, nothing. I went long way for she school run between two of them. This one will drop her in the morning. This one will pick her in the afternoon.
So please get good sister or brother, and you to be a good person. Every sister or every brotherhood. Are you ready to sacrifice for that village? Are you ready to give your time and your own energy? Some of you are not good people anyway, so why should you have brotherhood that will care about you? Because some of you are
one surprise me, some of us, we have them as friends. They listen to us. Okay? It's comfortable for them. The other gender. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yeah.
They are our friend. I prefer male friend because you guys don't stress me. I have them.
Because they are logic.
They're kind of, but one thing about it is about my mental health. You guys don't stress me. And you're very loyal, to me. You get that? But like Olu rightly said, it's true, you need to think and work on that. I know people that I can call when I need certain things. I want connection. If I want you guys don't have that. You haven't created that in your community.
Nonsense. Category wo ló láyé rí báyìí o.
Àwọn obìnrin ò mọ some of them more, some of them won't. That is a big secret. The highest level of emotional compatibility fún ọkùnrin òun ìyàwó tó fẹ́. Once there is a crack in that wall, almost everything ló máa turn upside down. It took me decades to realize pé àwọn bàbá tó máa lọ ń ta draft yẹn, they have a lot of challenges.
So Bill, I'm your ex-wife, but I'm not responsible for your mental health. Okay?
I understand, but Sherry, àwọn ọkùnrin, wọ́n build more connectivity and confidence and emotional support láti ara ìyàwó wọn ju ara ọ̀rẹ́ ọkùnrin lọ. Our ọ̀rẹ́ ọkùnrin is all about financial empowerment and entertainment. Entertainment under the umbrella of PlayStation game, football, women, and things like that, under entertainment in here. Financial empowerment, under employment opportunities, àmọ́ṣiṣẹ́ ní kíní kan, kíní network, ní máa fi ṣe lásán rock, kíní kí ló dowó, kíní kan, shares wo ló ń lọ, báwo la ṣe ń ṣe gbá, báwo la ṣe ń ṣàwo. That is the major connectivity tó máa ń sábà wà láàárín ọkùnrin tó máa ń wà. But when we talk about the emotional connectivity, tí oníkálùkù wọn máa go through, tó máa dé public, unplay draft ni o, unplay PS ni o, unplay one or two things ni, everybody might act as if everything is perfect. Àwọn obìnrin míì wà ibi tí wọ́n mú ilẹ̀ dé, tí ọ̀rọ̀ àṣírí wà láàárín ra wọn tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀, tí àwọn àti boyfriend wọn àbáwọn ọkọ wọn tó wá ní nǹkan kan, wọ́n tún máa ń ṣí ẹ̀ láwọn ibì kan. In 100 men, 99.9 ò ní ṣí àìpé òun dóyàwó òun lánàá, òun dóyàwó òun jẹta. So bí level yẹn ṣe wà náà, òun náà ló ṣe wà in terms of the challenges. Tó bá ti ń face challenges, bí àwọn náà bó ṣe máa ń wà tó ṣe máa classify ara wọn nìyẹn. Only financial àti entertainment lọkùnrin máa ń sábà share. So ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ is very good, but it's something that is difficult to implement láàrin wa. That is how.
Can I say something before I drop? And I'm tired. I feel like everything does not have to come with excuses, come with defense, come with being combative. We as women are telling you guys that we love you, we want you guys to have a brotherhood. It doesn't have to come with, this is usually how men are. It is okay to unlearn some things. And this is the problem. You want us to take your mental health serious when this kind of situation happens. We try to give you guys a solution. Doctor is here trying to give solutions, but somehow, I don't know if it's ego, if it's pride, that makes some men think they can't learn from women. That we always have to say, Kiniko, there are other friends, Kiniko, emotional connection. Mr. Jibril, when I even spoke, I didn't even speak about just relationship. I spoke in general. You can be single, married, divorced, engaged. You might not even want to marry. Having a brotherhood, regardless, has nothing to do with your marital status. It has nothing to do with marital status. And if you men feel like this is the way it is, we are going to be rigid, we don't want to hear from the women on how perhaps take some points, then why should we now care about your mental health when things like this happen? That is just where I'm coming from. Hold on, let me summarize and drop. If you guys feel like you can only be one kind of way, we cannot trust each other, we can cruise, we can do this, then I'm sorry. Tebani issue suicidal thoughts. It is on you there. We can only help people, can only help you if you decide to help yourself. And I see with a lot of men, even in relationships, somehow maybe you guys feel you're being taught that a woman cannot possibly give you sane advice. Or so this is how we have been conditioned. Men feel like this, men feel like that. Who puts it in your head that a man should be like this? It is okay to unlearn certain things, relearn. And I put it to you that there are some men, I have seen some men, albeit very few. My brother is one of them. My brother here in the US, he has a good support system. And I love that for him. He has a beautiful support system. He's doing his MBA. When he has issues sometimes with work and family and he still has to study, he and his friends do study plans together. They help each other. How far will you take? Why do you? I can't let you. Don't worry, we're going to be up with you. Is it that vulnerability that you guys don't want to show? I don't understand it. When I say things like form a brotherhood, I'm not trying to look for reasons why it is not possible. Let us look for reasons why it is possible. That is my point. And stop saying this and this is why. Look for things to look for mentors. God bless you. That my brother has mentors. He has men that he can't come to me with some things, but he goes to his mentors. So look for reason. Look for a good brother, even if it's one, if it's two, if it's your uncle. It doesn't have to even be a friend. And one reason why something cannot work, and look for a solution instead and encourage your friends. And share good nights.
Doctor, hold on. Doctor, are you there? Doctor, are you there?
Every doctor.
I need to ask you.
Yes, I'm here.
I want you to put a bit of like a kind of like analyze what Olu just made so that we can, how do we go about it? Things like that.
Honestly, I didn't hear her, if I'm being honest. I was very distracted. So if you want to summarize what she said,
okay,
I apologize.
Don't worry. She just saying that in terms of we should look for like ourselves as a brotherhood thing to talk, where women always look for like prayer warriors, like
build a community around.
Like a community, around.
Identify like a mentor or somebody to mentor.
Community or dobo. It's community that
my brother say when you do.
Yeah, we come back. I don't know what you're talking about because the fact is that there's just
I get so no,
that me dying. I can't read the teacher. Which question me more I
just speak out.
Yes, sir.
I think what Olu was saying was advising us as men that we shouldn't put all our hope in thinking that our wives are the only, are the only people that can actually give us emotional support. We can build brotherhood that,
men of that think alike,
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that is an amazing suggestion, if I'm being honest. Like, even us as therapists and doctors, we always say that you need a support system. One person cannot be your everything. Your wife cannot be your wife and still be your best friend and still be your therapist and still be your confidant and still, no, that's way too many rules for one person. And it's not even a gender thing. Same thing with us women, right? You need a support system. You need people that you can identify with, that you can talk to, and you can relate with. Sometimes we even encourage people to like go to groups or even form groups of common shared interests. So let's say, for example, if I'm a single mom, I find a group around me of other single moms that can resonate with what I'm going through, that has the same shared and lived experiences as me. So I think her suggestion of finding supports and external supports outside of your home, 1000%, that is absolutely healthy. Like, we even recommend that a lot of times to people too, because like I said, one person cannot be your everything. There's a reason why, your mom is your mom. There's a reason why your dad is your dad. There's a reason why you have friends. Like, we need different support systems for different things. And I know some people don't like to make friends. It's not everybody that is a social butterfly, that would just like have a variety of people. But you need at least one person outside of your home that you can, go to and actually like, form like a group with, that you can talk to. You definitely need support system outside of your own. Of course, yeah.
Can I say something about some men that don't like to make friends or have difficulty making friends? It stems from their childhood or whatever it is that they've experienced, right? So this experience, how does this experience might not go down well with, it might affect their relationships, because they just, like you said, one person cannot be your all. Do you get what I'm saying? So where does that person find the fresh air or fresh breath away from?
So, for someone like that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ma. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
No, I was waiting. No, I'm done. So let me hear what you have to say.
So for someone like that who has like a pre-existing history of like maybe trauma, and then that factors into why they can be vulnerable and talk about certain things, that's a group on its own. Finding a group. Yeah.
Please, Emma, I'm going. I have to go now. I need to sleep. I'm traveling tomorrow, so I'll catch up with you guys later. Okay. Later on, we'll talk on the phone. You guys stay blessed. I leave you guys. Thank you. Safe, Baba.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So for someone like that who has a history of trauma, and then that's one of the reasons why they can't talk through certain things, and so they can't make regular friends like other people would. One of the things that they can do is to also find a group. There's a lot of groups like that for specific issues. So let's say, for example, I went through let's say I had a childhood trauma. Let's say I had a childhood trauma.
Dr. Mox, please, can you mute? Thank you.
Yeah, so if I can find a group, that is similar to like what I'm going through, and then what happens in those groups is that because we all have the same similar experiences, we all come together. There's somebody that anchors the group, another professional, and then in that way you found your own like little community, and then from there you start like talking about this, because the truth of the matter is a lot of people want somebody that can resonate with their experience, that that where they don't feel shamed, where they don't feel guilt, or where they feel like they can adequately express themselves the way they want to. So the best thing to do in situations like that is to find a similar group that resonates with what you've been through and that you can also like connect with. And then if you tailor that with individual therapy, it would, like, in your own personal individual sessions, then you can talk with your therapist about specific things that are going on with you or that contributed to that, things that you might not even be able to share in group because other people are there. But just to answer your question, just find a group.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any? Chubi, do you have, Mr. Larry, do you have something to say?
Yes. Can I? Yes. Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You see, just like Sister Emma said, you see, childhood, it's important. The way we were raised, especially our male children, they are raised not to show emotions. They are raised to be strong. When anything happens, you say, man up. You're not a woman. Stop crying. All these things started from when they were young. Now, mothers of this generation, I think we are doing better. We are beginning to realize that these children, despite being male, they're human and they have emotions. So I want more. And for those of us that already have the grown babies with us, as husbands, partner, or whatever, let's understand where they are coming from. As much as we are not their mothers, we could also be like a support system to them. Try to help them to be vulnerable around us. Talking of vulnerability, I'm so happy that the men came up and they were just able to lay it down. And to an extent, I was able to pick some of my husband's behavior from what Great One said. Instead of talking, he'd rather go silent and stay away for some time. When he feels better, he comes out. There was a time I spoke to him. I said, what's happening? He said, because when I say something, you don't let me land. You go yappy, yappy, yappy. And it's true. Then when he says whatever he wants to say, I'll go and reflect on it and try to adjust. But at that moment, I didn't let him land. I just went on and on and on about how I was feeling. Then I said, could I be deflecting? And I became intentional towards working on myself and let him say things and just be free with me. The other day he said something and I just laughed. My husband said, you laughed. He said, before, if I had said the same thing, you'll have been upset. So I now laughed to myself. I'm like, really? He said, yes, you'll have taken it personal or just got upset on me. I said, well, maybe I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm becoming more intentional. So we need to understand each other, know what your flaws are, know what your strengths and weaknesses are, try to support the other person emotionally. Then you see these men, have you been in their gathering before? Especially when they are drinking beer and pepper soup. What do they talk about? Politics, world economy, side chick, big yash, shallow conversations. When you have that kind of a setting, how do you invest in yourselves emotionally? Not to bash them. That's the way most of them are, because they are scared of being vulnerable. And just like Sister Lu said, they trivialize their own emotions towards each other. So in their own gathering, they are talking about everything but nothing. But when you see women come together, aside gossip, women are vulnerable with each other. Sometimes when women talk, when you hear other people's story, sometimes it encourages you, it motivates you. Then sometimes, for the fact that you know you are not alone, it gives you an edge. It helps you to understand life that, okay, I'm not the only one dealing with this. I'll pull through. And when women talk, some would say what they did that made their situations better. And sometimes we come back and apply it to ourselves and we feel better. But men don't talk about nothing. Thank God for platforms like TikTok now. Everybody can come, see what is on their mind, learn from other people, grow, become better people.
I think it's helping the society and it's helping us to realize that, okay, we can do better. But men, be more intentional with your friendship. Then be vulnerable. You see this bottling things up. You bottle it up. Eventually one day it will blow up. It's okay to do. I do that sometimes. There are some conversations you let go. You don't have to talk about everything or else you become a nag. But the important ones that you feel you should not let go. When you're upset at the moment, you can be quiet. Don't keep malice. Great one. I hope you don't keep malice. because my husband wanted to start that pattern with me. He started with 3 days.
No.
5 days.
Chubby, because we don't talk, maybe sometimes I might not even say anything for 2 weeks. Does not mean I keep malice. But because what is in my mind at that moment is to solve that problem. So if I'm not solving that problem with my significant, there's nothing else to talk about. Because there's no room for another, there's no space for another discussion that would actually lighten up because the problem...
There's a problem there. You should face it head on.
So basically, me being quiet, or rather, I'm sure you just said now that we both, myself and your husband, have that similar traits. We just keep quiet, not because we cannot solve that problem, but we're actually waiting for you to understand where we're coming from.
I don't understand because you've not told me what the problem is.
No. Before I get
I'm talking to you as a woman now, great one.
Yes, before I
cannot
get to that stage.
Because you've not said nothing about it. I don't know what you're feeling. I'm not in your head. Do you understand?
You just mentioned something.
Yeah.
That it got to a point your husband kept quiet because he wasn't passing through you. He wasn't getting what you were not understanding what he was trying to, Not that we don't make effort to discuss. We make effort. But when we see that it's not going anywhere and it's putting us in a state of, oh, okay, I'm getting angry, we thereby, isolate ourselves and just keep quiet about it because we're scared of the isolation, we're scared of the escalation,
But it's not nice.
I do understand. It's just for us, for me, it's just a good way not to escalate things because we know we don't want to say things that will be very hard. When we say sorry, even I'm sorry cannot even clear the scars.
I understand that feeling. For the moment, you keep quiet so that you won't say something in anger that you regret.
Honestly.
But why should you lock up for 2 weeks? You don't have to keep malice, but you can lock up with your partner in the house. It might not be malice, but that cold shoulder treatment. And men, you people do it a lot. You're just cold.
No, we are not cold. We are not cold to deal with you. Should be Mr. Larry. Mr. Larry. We are not cold intentionally to deal with, you or to punish, but for our own way is a way to, minimize arguments. Is a way to, let things, we want to feel that, okay, there's nothing wrong. We put ourselves in that little denial and say, okay, I think I just need to be quiet for that emotions to get out of me so that I don't feel nothing.
But there's something wrong. So can we address something that is wrong? Something is wrong.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good that you are intentional enough to understand that. Hold on, please. You realize that at some point you made him be like that in a way because you were not ready to actually understand, and you make amends. What about in a situation?
The statement makes
No, Emma, please. Is Truby actually, because Truby said it herself that
and that's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
But you are responding to her.
Hold on, please.
Say, okay.
Truby said she was able to, realize that, okay,
I think I need to be more understanding. I need to calm myself down a little bit so that he can actually, express himself. That means Chubi was a little bit intentional. What about if we are in a situation whereby the person is not intentional, does not want to calm himself down to understand where you are coming from? You've tried you've tried with actions, you've tried by talking, you've tried in a cool way, you've tried in the middle of the night, and still, and in us you are stubborn. That puts us in that box of being silent for a while. And that silence is not for is not for us to punish. It's for us to deal with it in our own way. So it's not about tit for tat. It's not about I want to punish you, Chubi. Do you understand? It's just for us to. There are some things that once I'm quiet about it for a long period of time, I've processed it, I've fought with my reality and say, well, you are important anymore. Let me throw it into the gutter. And I do not discuss about it again.
Great.
Do you understand?
Okay, I'm with you. Let me hear Sister Emma.
Yeah, so great one. There's something that you have to understand that I think you're not accepting that men do. You see that time that you call, that you're taking your time to understand what just went on, you're trying to ruminate over it and see whether you're at fault or not at fault. Did you communicate this with your wife? You probably did not. You just acted it and expected her to understand that this is the time that I'm trying to ruminate. And this in itself is what you call a weapon. Silent treatment as a weapon is a form of emotional abuse.
You are assuming a lot.
No, great one. You know that I'm not speaking specifically to you. I'm speaking.
No, I understand. I think there's a lot of assumption here.
There's no assumption.
Did you listen to what Chubi said?
I heard what she said.
Chubi says they discussed it. We've been having numerous discussions. It's not a weapon. You see, we need to understand that we are built differently and you are built differently.
Great one. Let me help you. I kind of understand.
Yes,
let me come in.
Help me.
Yeah, so Emma, it is not. No, I don't want you to take you through that route to say it's an abuse. You see, the way some people have, it's not like a disorder, but sometimes the way the process imputes, they're a bit slow. You know how to totally process. Pardon my manners. Hello, Sister Duper. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Ariola. Thank you so much for all of that lecture. Thank you so much. It was really, really insightful. Comment section, Emma, my love. T. Lloyd, everything. Let my baby girl come back now. T. Lloyd, please now. Please. Those who they need to rope. Cherry, Toasty, Mr. Larry Noble. Yeah, so what he's saying is that some people are different, right? So Emma, so in their own head, they're trying to de-escalate. That's their own form of de-escalation. Now, it's not wrong for us to say maybe that's not the best thing to do, but I don't want us to now vilify and say, oh, it's now abuse gone low. Not in all cases. I don't want us to say it like that.
Yeah, and that's why I said that. I'm not specifically saying that it is what most people do. Right? I'm saying that if and when they do that, it could become a norm, and then it becomes that weapon.
Yeah, so that's the next step. But let's say with the first one, because Montreal Latin role, in my head, yeah. So in their heads, they're trying to okay, how can I contain the situation so I don't go violent? Let's not forget the testosterone hormone. Kind of, it's sometimes the output woman will be violent, tends to be. So maybe they're trying to, okay, no, I don't want any trouble. So probably they're also processing in that way and say, okay, let me just keep quiet, Do you understand? So what me will to turn it over against what they had. So let me go ahead.
Voice.
Yes.
Raising my
exactly.
voice, and all that. We tend to keep quiet. So it's not weapon, my dear.
Okay, so if that's how you are explaining it, that's fine. Now, me, I'm going with the fact that when it becomes the easier way out, then that is the problem. because you think that you just say, okay, this is my way to, like you said, de-escalate the situation. What if the act of de-escalation would have been easier for you to actually speak to me, not to retreat and say, hey, because when you say you don't want to talk or you cannot talk right now because you cannot focalize or verbalize the feelings that you have right now, you are stalling the solution. Because I probably want you to just express. You are holding back. I want you to express. Then when you hold back, I now have to fill in the gaps. And when I fill in the gaps, you don't like it. You don't like the gaps, the things I put in the gaps. We're not witches, right? So in order not to make assumptions, how about you say exactly how you're feeling? Okay, you know what? Right now, me tell you sorrow. And then somebody in the comment section is saying, the types of the attachment style. Thank you, FMO. See, there are some people who are, what's the word? Unsecured they have unsecured attachment style. They have avoidant attachment style. The avoidant attachment style, they do everything not to speak on the matter, not to engage, not to rile up emotions. They don't want to feel. They don't want to know whatever. Like, that feeling of today. They just want to be happy-go-lucky every time. But that's not how it is. Because sometimes you need to sit in the feeling. You see, all those things that we had discussed earlier about that, the Fairfax former lieutenant governor, that guy did not sit in his feeling. And that's why I spoke about rejection. If you ever have let a child feel bad for what they did, not go and pet them immediately, you understand what I'm saying? Okay? Punishment to my jelly, but almost immediately we're saving the child because we don't want that child to feel that the wrath of what they are experiencing or their behavior. We are the ones that are going to that we're going to make that type of man tomorrow or that type of woman tomorrow by not letting the child sit in their feeling, letting the child understand this is what you have done and this is how it feels when you treat someone this way, or this is how it feels when you are experiencing this thing. So in order not to experience this feeling that you have right now, don't do ABCD.
And let me also say to grade one, yeah, Sherry, that the duration is a bit disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. 2 weeks into Bodru. Because you need to face your fears. Remember what Dr. Ariola said about having to face that thing, more like conflict resolution. So we can't always keep avoiding it. At some point, you need to man up and face it. Now, are you going to go learn how to do that? Yes. Do you want to seek therapy and also learn different resources? They have different resources out there. You can learn how to do that. Different ways of de-escalating or brokering difficult discussions with your partner. So I think leaving it for 2 weeks, I'm not going to lie, bro, because over time, I think that's what Emma heard. And then what's in the punishment, because for you even to have felt comfortable in that space for 2 weeks, there is a problem. Okay, there is a problem. But in case therapy people keep this thing, I also want to know how to. Okay, babe, we have to know how to talk about our difficult times. About disagree. So Amy, you could go for group therapy. And I also know that, of course, I'm not putting the blame on one party against the other. It takes two to tango. All right, so you could remind each other that we are in a family, we're in a union, we love each other. It's all about the family here. Okay, so that everybody, I could drop one. Who is right or wrong? Feature and we all know that we love each other, and we've
also invested into this relationship and all of that, So I think you should look at it from that angle. Because over time, your partner also will start having like coping mechanisms, and those kind of things would push both of you much further away. All right. So because okay, my hair would see better. Can you check me no, my everyone will enter survival mode. Like I go guard myself. So yeah, bro, I totally get that initial stuff, but no, 2 weeks into bed. Thank you.
Systemity to process your points. To buttress your points, I've experienced it. It started with 3 days, then went to 5 days, then 1 week. And at that point, I drew the line, and it never happened since then. If I'd let it go on, my develop would take skin. Over time, add the 2 weeks, add the 1 week, add the 1 year. So initially, 3 days, will play. 5 days, then 1 week. All this happened in the space of 2 months. Please, how many weeks do we have in a year? So at that point, I was now fed up. So I just went and I told him, I said, Agbayani yo. He looked at me. Because Ibasa Agbaya, it's different. The Agbaya tone is different. But for a real conversation, the Agbaya was direct. He looked at me. Money Shama Wikwe, Iluji, me and family in B. No family, no friends. Emi ati yin nìkan nínú ilé. Nílùú òyìnbó. Bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. Mo ní ṣe fẹ́ yà mí wèrè. Those were my exact words. He looked at me. He didn't say anything. Then I said, Emma ni mi lára o. Then I walked away. That was the last time that thing happened. It's been years now. So if I started, okay, it's just 3 days, it's just 1 week. But your mama continue niye. Tobaya, ajo mama wora wa nole. Okay, come and keep malice. Before you know it, everything will break down. That's why silence and cold treatment is not a nice thing, especially with men. That cold shoulder. Then sometimes they are not keeping malice with you, but they are not talking to you. And you know it. Oh, keep malice, just sorrow. But you know the conversation is not flowing the way it should flow. And there's a problem. But something is on your mind. You're not telling me. How should I know what's on your mind? Like Sister Emma said, I'm not a witch. I'm not a mind reader. I can't read your palm. If anything is going on in your head, tell me. But you're scared of telling me because you don't know what my reaction would be. But if at that moment, you know that, okay, at this moment I can talk to my wife, she will listen. Let it out. You'll be shocked at our response. But the thing is, men assume that women are not always ready to hear certain things. Why not? If you say it in a nice way. Just like women too should talk to men in a nice way. We are partners. We should not hurt each other with words. But if your word is going to come out insensitive, because men will do one thing, they will tell you, oh, I say it as it is. I cannot be diplomatic with the truth. That makes you insensitive and unkind. So if your words are that way, not being diplomatic with the truth, you just blot it out. How do you expect me to feel? But if you say it in a way that is kind and nice, of course, I'll ruminate about it and make the necessary adjustments. And we have a conversation. So 2 weeks, nah, it's too much.
Bobby, you were so good at that move that you made. That was selfless. And I really applaud you for that. You know that move when you make, when you say, you can't say, killing Shane by. Do you understand? So I know that the men will want to flip it. Do you understand? And that's what
So I agree with you, Temiti, because you see, I cannot survive that. What do you call it? 3 weeks. Create 1 week now.
I cannot 1 week now.
You cannot keep malice with me for 48 hours. It will go Lumaya Weri, because you will have to explain it. Because I'm gonna call you. I'm going to keep calling you to make sure that you understand that. You see what you are doing to me? I want you to experience it, but in the reverse, because you're not talking to me. I'm going to keep talking to you. I'm going to keep asking you the questions. You're going to get tired of speaking, right? Or trying to stay on your own, right? So that move of asking that, Benny, Daddy Lamakwe, and you're acting like a child. Then next you tell me you're the head of the, I mean, how do you say it, head of the family? Head of the family, right? So if we say things like when she made that statement of that she had to call him and like, you're keeping malice, it's not going to help us. That statement in itself, for me, I think the fact that you took it up, but the thing is that she's going to get tired of trying to take it up to be the bridge that connects both of them together. Because sometimes it's like, what am I doing? She mean the problem the solution be. Do you get what I'm saying? That's it.
Well, I understand what you guys are saying. You see, there's communication and there's communication. I can tell you keep quiet, which is polite, but if I tell you to shut up, that's a very rude way. You see, how we converse our communication is very, very important. In respect of whatever mood or circumstances, if I'm upset and I'm keeping quiet and you come with me with gaslighting or with blackmailing or BMHs, or you will not get any result from me, because at the end of the day, you are not actually understand how to de-escalate the situation. I might not be perfect de-escalating situation, but I might be a prevention kind of a guy. Now, I'm built to prevent, not to cure. So that is why sometimes when I see that conversation is getting to a point of argument, you are trying to prove something, I'm trying to prove something, and I know that I won't back out, and I know that you won't back out, I'll just keep quiet. I'll mute up. It's not as if I'm using it as a weapon in the sense, because we'll get to that stage where I will have to now keep quiet. Okay, do what you want to do. It's not that I care less. I care less. It's just as if, will you understand me? With this kind, how you're doing it, you cannot understand me. Then I'm usually a snob, even before getting married, because I don't like problems. I don't like arguments. Argument turns me off. Oh man, Jackie, you see, when I do too much of argument, it's how will I say it? Oh man, oh turn me off. Money like be like I don't know. It's not wickedness, so we are built differently. But when we are arguing too, I cannot see myself passing through you, even when I'm polite. And you just want to prove your point. Well, I'll just stay my own way, because I don't want argument. Because what I am preventing is I don't want to get to that situation whereby I will now start saying things that will put scars on you, that even my sorry will not cure you. Do you understand? So I'm saving myself and I'm saving you from what that can actually put you in a situation that, you see my mouth good though. So for me to actually put you into that situation whereby you will not be happy, I'll rather put myself into that silent mode, so that I will not be able, it will be a problem for me tomorrow to make you feel, that I never said that thing. So me being quiet is like saving us, not using it as a weapon. Because Tobas pushed me to a place whereby I start saying things that I should not say. Wallahi, it's either you just take your bag and you just go.
But so, great one, silence should be temporary, not for 2 weeks. That's what we are saying.
Now,
it should be a temporary solution for hours. Not days, not weeks.
Truby, you see,
Yeah.
the period of me being silent, is
You
like
shall not ask for sex during those 2 weeks, sha.
You think I'm intrigued? You think I'm intrigued with sex? I can be without sex for months.
You see?
That's fine.
It's not payback. No. It's not malice. You see, there are some men that do want sex around one mama. There are some men that are not. Sometimes since you sorrow, your conta be elosheba. Feel I've actually put myself in a situation whereby I will not either by I want to stay holy or either by only continue first share as in that I have to pray about. I can stay for 2-3 months. Yes, I'm Harris. I can stay for 2-3 months to get mama worried be is this so Martin Bob Baba Yoko pe ọkùnrin lọ mentality ẹni pé ọlọ́dúnkúnta. It's not all men. So back to my own explanation is that I'm putting myself in that silent mode. Maybe you will feel compassion about it that kinimo, sometimes the yawomi ban squeeze oju. It is for me to be intentional enough, to be sensitive enough to say, wow, babe, why do you squeeze oju? Maybe I'm putting you in that situation where, Papa, why is she quiet? But if you come to me and gaslight me and say, Shebi, you are the man of the house, why are you keeping silent? Abi, this and that. Wallahi, you will get that treatment. That treatment will go on. That treatment is to save myself. Because
after my anxiety.
Violence. Violence is not good, oh. Domestic violence is not good. It's even I'm sorry cannot cure that scars. I'm sorry. Even if you like, say I'm sorry for the next 5 years. As long as still opening about scars here, could it damage forever? But you know that we can pass through silent moments and say, okay, 2 wrongs can't make it right. Okay,
but what I'm still emphasizing on, 2 weeks is too much. So if that 2 weeks is your regular, work on it, please.
Great one. My own question is, you said you don't have to do pew, Abby. So
it's not a must.
What are you going to be talking to me about? You will not talk to me at all.
Oh. If you come back with that, if you come to me, not for you to say, the power sorrow, Bayanio, more need alone. But only you see, only way, any sorrow, only way. No, only our rokoto mother be mocking. Only àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó máa dàbí gaslighting. Láti tiẹ̀ kò sọ̀rọ̀.
Now, okay, so if that's the mood that person gets to you, like I was saying,
Emma,
I will make
wait,
it speak.
okay.
You
Emma,
cannot speak to me.
Emma, let's act. Okay, I'm silent for 2 weeks. Báwo lè fẹ́ bá mi sọ̀rọ̀? Nígbà tó mọ̀ pé àti argue. Oh, I'm stubborn, you are stubborn. Oh, get the point to me. O fẹ́ dúró sórí ọ̀rọ̀ tiẹ̀, mo dẹ̀ go silent. Báwo lè ṣe bá mi sọ̀rọ̀?
Well, I won't be the person. At first, I will talk to you. I'll ask you, are you okay? Okay, so I'll just say, great one. Kilo daddy. What's going on? Is this how it is? Don't you see that what you are doing to me? Because I'm going to tell you how it's affecting me. That's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you how it's affecting me.
You're being selfish. Because it's about you.
If you say how it's affecting you, Sister Emma, you will say you're gaslighting, you're deflecting.
No,
because it was not a problem. It was not a problem until it was not a problem until
it was a problem for me. You were not sensitive enough to know that Oroyele Jackie was quiet. So bó ṣe wá bá mi sìn, òun sọ̀rọ̀ nípa bí mo ṣe feel, òun sọ̀rọ̀ bí ìwọ ṣe fẹ́ feel.
That's great one. So you asked that we should. Okay, hold on,
So,
great one. Great
tó bá
one, you
jẹ́
know
kó wá bá
that
mi,
you did not come to
tó bá jẹ́ wá bá mi,
Emagbo.
tó bá jẹ́ kó wá
Great
bá
one.
mi, tó wá sọ fún mi pé, babe, mo like bó ṣe wà quiet, ṣó wà okay.
No,
kíní yìí,
that
ṣé
is
kò sí
that
kó tí
is
a
only gaslighting. You're going to
Ní
gaslighting.
sùúrù.
Gaslighting, great one.
Ẹni sùúrù.
Yes, now exactly.
No,
She
no,
wanted
kò ń
affect.
ṣe ìjà.
Yes,
kò ń ṣe ìjà. àìtí dé
great
sí
one.
ìjà.
Great
Ó ní
one.
conversation pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
co-railed. Both of you co-railed, right?
No,
Yes,
no,
you said you have already quarreled.
No,
Great
kò
one,
sí
you said
ìjà.
you have already
Ìjà kọ́
quarreled, and you have
leléyìí.
decided to
Ìjà kọ́
hold on. Great
leléyìí.
one.
Disagreement
wait.
leléyìí.
Wait
Ìjà
now,
yàtọ̀ sí
great one.
disagreement.
Ìjà náà ni disagreement co-railed.
Kò ń ṣe ìjà fún mi o. Kò ń ṣe ìjà.
Okay, hold on. Great one.
But you've not
She's
spoken to the
sorry
babe
that
in 2 weeks,
Wait,
man.
yes, you said you're not
Come on.
speaking to me in 2 weeks, right? And you asked me how I would approach you. I said I will say, kilo de wa de. That what's going on, right? Like why you not hold on? I'm not asking you why you're not talking to me. I will just ask kilo de that how you're not talking to me is affecting me, right? Now you did not come to meet me. That means it's not affecting you. I am telling you that how is
I
affecting
do not
me.
come to meet you because
It's not a
I'm
problem.
tired of you. I'm tired of you.
Good. That means
I'm tired of
it's
you.
not a problem.
It's affecting me already. It is how I can treat
No,
it.
Emma, wait. Great one. Do you still want to be in that union? That's the first thing.
No. This is not about.
No. If you want to be in that
You're going too
relationship,
far. You're
No,
going
I'm just
too
saying.
far.
No, I'm just saying that sincerely, bro, if you want to be you still love that relationship with that person, friend, family, whatever. Do you understand? You also need to shift your ground. You have to.
This
So
is a
the
minor.
minor.
This is a minor
You know what?
issue.
Yeah, but 2 weeks. Nearly. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
No.
happy. That's
Why do
it.
you know that?
2 weeks.
Do you know that there are some situations that I say I'm sorry for, not because I am wrong.
Yes, and it's not.
I understand, but we're talking about this one.
No.
Don't shake it up.
No.
2 weeks is too
No,
much
you
for
know-
what you little
no,
yẹn.
I'm-
Ó ti pọ̀ jù.
No, mo kàn fẹ́ kẹ́ understand. Do you know that situations that I am not wrong, I say I'm sorry. What does that tell you? That tells you that I'm more, I just want things to just, ká gbàgbé ń pa ẹ̀, ká sọ̀rọ̀, ká let bygone be bygone. Not because I am right. I'm not because, it takes two to tango, yeah. But there are some things to hear that you don't have to
Okay,
overlook.
I get it.
Do you understand?
So I get that. So the context you're giving us is that this gentleman is known to always say sorry. He has said sorry many times. So I get that context.
Okay.
So okay. So at that point, you also would expect that other person to go not shit around. And after all, any so sorry, but me tell you no
Then what stops you from saying sorry?
Yeah, so sorry. No. Typing it. Babe, she ain't got that so I think you're not happy about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it again. Is it this thing? So edit one outline Google issue again, and then you plead your case and say this is it. Pros and cons.
Ṣó ti rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yẹn sìn, ó sọ pé ó affect ẹ, ó sọ pé ó affect me, but we just want peace. But tó bá wá bá mi, tó bá sọ fún mi pé, tó bá sọ fún mi,
Is it why I never even see you? I didn't say sorry.
tó bá sọ fún mi pé kíní yẹn affect ẹ, nǹkan tó ti affect èmi ńkọ́.
Great one. Let me tell you, me.
I'm 5'6", man. What do you mean? I'm 5'6".
Let me tell you something. Great one. I will say sorry, but I will start with the fact that I want you to know that what you think is okay and safe for you trying to feel safe by distancing yourself and regulating yourself is also causing me distress. Okay?
Thank you.
So what do you want me to do? I should keep quiet for him.
God.
You cannot keep quiet for him. You don't understand. How am I going to allow? This is not a matter of God.
Emma, you're not getting the point. You're not getting the point. You see, women are so blessed that you can let your man do what you want.
I should rub your head for you. You
Yes.
decided. Okay. So you are the one. No. Wait now. I'm not your mommy. You decided to take that decision to go into a meeting.
Emma Nisuru. What we are saying, we're talking about sensible people. So, guys, in the comments, we're talking about sensible partners. So if you go a sensible partner, right? It's give and take, because sometimes Emma, but me no matter what, you will not matter go overboard. Then go I go party and go so sorry, go just shock me say I want we dey long bench. You get it? So you say we go look those ijo àwọn job eh? You go take look down or take calm down small, say okay, party e ma binu. She go to share no verse, okay? Or I'm not so keen, and that's why I still say that we need to learn how to put our argument across. Lala is okay. The fact that we might be no make the point in your mind that will be actually not so keen because I have this fears. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Exactly.
And it work for me. Me if I can't jump, can you rob for me? No. You get it? So, Emma, because you have to look at the day when you say, no, say, when we go, no, we'll mess up in there. So, because I think from what he has said, that context that he gave, there were times that one of my sorry. And then the man guy critically, he wasn't right, really so much in the wrong, So that's just what I wanted to, because sincerely, it's going to be a give and take. So that's.
Emma coffee
No, great one. Me, I'm just saying my own based on the fact that you are saying this. You can do
multiply.
No, great one. See,
Children said relationship is hard though.
Yes,
Kuku's not single now.
no, because my own thing is that if you think that you have one person can have Chris, another person will have more Chris than you. So if you think 2 weeks, you're doing 2 weeks, somebody will say, okay, no problem, 2 weeks, let's continue. When they match the 1 year, at that point, because FMO is saying that when
it's an open relationship.
FMO is saying that when he has gone through the cycle of distance, he will come back himself, and as long as
Emma,
that is not being
that will break it down. It's a message of love.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, that to Baba Mimbe. To back come back. That means you
don't want the relationship to work. We are not talking of relationship there for more. We are talking of the one you still want to work on.
Monique wants to say something. Let's hear what Monique. No, it's not Monique.
I've not said anything.
Oh, sorry, Oluwatosi, go ahead.
Maria Monique, stop.
Maria K. Motors and
okay, stop.
No, Maria K will talk before Monique. Maria K, do you want to say something? Are you there?
Okureni.
Hello.
Though I came in late, so but more question, but argument. But we now questions what kind of argument? Because argument. We have different kind of arguments. So argument will lead number 1, see keeping malice of 2 weeks, or share argument with a job.
Oh, great one. You want to answer that question?
It's not malice, so I can't answer that question.
What I think the 2 weeks is basically the time frame within which he wants to regulate himself back to normal. Okay, that's what he's saying. So now, if you're asking about the type of argument, argument to Mashiki, because no matter the argument,
because nobody but only people say argument because the different type of argument only work.
Okay, I just give a question, Lauren.
Okay.
So
ṣé ẹ lè go 2 weeks kẹ́ má bá ìyàwó yín àbí girlfriend yín sọ̀rọ̀ nínú ilé tó yẹ pé wá bá yín pé kò mọ nǹkan tóun ṣe àná dàbọ̀ ẹ kò bá sọ fọ́sẹ̀ méjì ṣé ẹ lè ṣe irú ẹ̀.
Bírò èmi lè ṣe 1 month in one time.
Ah.
Ó máa ní ẹni sùúrù.
Àwọn olóko dẹ̀ rẹ́.
Ẹni sùúrù. Ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tí mo sọ, ẹni sùúrù.
Yes sir, mo wà pẹ̀lú
Oṣù
má dá wọn lóhùn jàre, mi ń gbádùn.
Oṣù Agídí, ṣẹ́rí, ó dà ability to tolerate each other, ó máa jẹ́ kí relationship yẹn pẹ́ gan, ṣé gbádùn mi? Bí ìyàwó mi bá ṣẹ́ mi àbí girlfriend mi tó bá ṣẹ́ mi, ṣé gbádùn mi? Tí bá ti point out mi, okay o, nǹkan tó ṣe ó dùn mí o. Mo expect pé kò apologize, ṣé gbádùn mi? But tó bá prove stubborn fún mi báyìí, màá seize ní straight. Tó bá prove
stubborn. Ọkọ yóò dẹ̀ nílé fún gbogbo mọ́tì tẹ̀ ń lọ yẹn. Tó bá prove stubborn sí mi, màá seize. Mo tiẹ̀ fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá.
Àwọn eléyìí tó burú.
Mo tiẹ̀ fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá. Even.
Mr. Maria Key, ẹni sùúrù. Ṣé mo pé iṣẹ́ ṣe fẹ́ union yẹn ṣe fẹ́ àṣepọ̀ yẹn?
Yá mo fẹ́.
Bí bá fi ṣe bí ìyàwó yẹn.
Oṣù kan yẹn ti pọ̀ jù.
Ṣé mo wá ètò ṣe lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn? Ìyàwó gan lẹ máa bí pé ṣé ó sì fẹ́. Ṣé ọkọ tó ti sọ̀kan fún yín? Bóyá irú ìjọ́ kejì àbí alẹ́ gan, tẹ bá ti mọ bẹ ṣe máa mú nǹkan yín, ọkọ mi jọ má bínú. Òkè ó ti tán, ó ti parí síbẹ̀. But tóbìnrin náà bá wá prove stubborn kóun fẹ́ fàágùn, òun ló ń ṣe ra ẹ̀. Ṣẹ̀bà ó dàbí tóbìnrin náà, ìyàwó mi náà tó bá sọ fún mi lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ pé mo ṣẹ̀wọ̀n, ṣẹ́ ń gbádùn mi. Tó bá sọ fún mi lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀, mo kọ́ lè wo lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ míì mo lè gbà fún. Bọ̀ bí mo kọ́kọ́ lè gbé gbóná sójú, bọ̀ tó bá yà máa sọ̀kan, mo mọ bí ṣe máa wọ́ nǹkan mi mọ́ra, ọ̀dà ìjọ má bínú, ó ti tán. Kò ní ìdíjọ́ kejì, kò ní ìdíjọ́ kẹta. Ṣé ń gbádùn, ó ti tán.
Nígbà tó ń prove sọ̀bọ̀ yẹn, ẹ̀yin ò ṣe fọwọ́ gbáǹdì pé aláyé wá kí ló ṣe é gangan.
Láíláí gbogbo tó ṣẹ̀ tí máa fọwọ́ gbáǹdì kí ló yí ìdíwò lọ́gbà. Mi jẹ́ fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá ìdíwò bẹ̀.
Èèyàn bínú ẹni kó gbá ẹ̀.
Ó fẹ́ mọ̀ bóyá ìdíwò bẹ̀.
Tẹ́mi bá wà láì pé wọ́n tẹ́mi ìbá nínú tí wọ́n bá parí pé.
Lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tó bá ti bẹ̀ mí, mo ti rí ẹ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Èmi bá ti wọ́ ẹ mọ́ra, mo ti rí ẹ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Bọ̀ tó bá ti àánú ẹ mọ̀ pé bóyá wa a máa ń ṣe Ọlọ́run gan, a máa ń tọrọ ìdáríjì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀.
Bó oṣù kan yẹn ti pọ̀ jù.
Mr. Maria Key,
obìnrin náà ló máa. Obìnrin tẹ́ bá ti ṣe the right kò ní kò gún.
No, Mr. Maria Key. Okay, what about you being a you're also a primary determinant? Torí pé tí ìwọ lọ pé ìwọ ọmọbìnrin wà, ó mọ̀ pé èmi àti ẹ ní issue tí mi ò bí inú mi ò dùn sí ẹ. Ojú méjì dẹ̀ ló ń lọ ìpò lè wá sọ pé sorry. Ṣé bó ṣe fẹ́ kí a máa gbé lọ nílé? Can you make intervention là ń pè?
Bóyá bẹ ṣe sọ fún mi sí pẹ̀lú ohun tuntun sí, mo lè máa put it into practice.
Kí n bọ́ sí gbèsè náà sọ dẹ̀ pé ohun Dr. Timothy ó ní kí nínú.
Bóyá
ohun yẹn sweet gan.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní a máa ń lẹ́lẹ̀ everyday. Ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní ọ̀nà máa lẹ́lẹ̀.
Tẹ bá fẹ́ stubborn wife, kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe ń pa ẹ̀?
Àwọn náà ní fẹ́ stubborn wife.
Tó bá dà ẹ mọ̀ pé
no stubborn wife, alágídí.
Ẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé kò sí bóbìnrin ṣe lágí tó, kò sí bóbìnrin ṣe lè lágí tó, ọkùnrin máa mọ bó ṣe máa kí ẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀, a máa kí ẹ̀ pa mọ́lẹ̀. Kò ń ṣe with anything.
Ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o, ṣé mo pé ibi gbogbo nǹkan tó ń bá ọmọ marriage mi ìrònú tí ì bá mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin náà máa ká gidi borí bíi ti fà níbò pé mi ò ní bẹ̀ ṣó ti yẹn ọ̀bí mi try láti make kíní fún un náà wá ká gidi borí nǹkan kí lè máa ṣe ọ́ àjọ̀lá wa sọ pé la máa fi ń gbéṣẹ́ yìí náà mọ̀ pé wà compatible.
Tí obìnrin yẹn bá ti di pé ó ní habit of kó máa ká gidi borí, ó ti fẹ́ dálé moṣú nìyẹn.
Ṣé kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ dálé moṣú Mr. Maria Key àti ní kẹ́yìn máa sọ statement yẹn ayé àgbà àwọn bàbá wa nìyẹn sà. Ẹ̀sìn wá fún àgbà.
Okay, kí la máa sọ?
Relationship yẹn ti fẹ́ break nìyẹn.
Okay, ti fẹ́ break.
Ẹ̀yin náà ti fẹ́ di single father nìyẹn.
Ẹ̀yin gan fẹ́ dálé mọ ṣúṣà.
Ẹ̀yin gan ti dálé mọ ẹni.
Ọkùnrin ṣẹ́rí ẹ má jẹ́ ká tọra wa. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká tọra wa ṣẹ́rí ẹ tá bá ti ṣẹ́ra wa Come on,
No,
prove
because
stubborn.
they my relationship with Jao,
Come on, prove hard. Sharing relationship bó ṣe wà yẹn kò lọ fàáfàá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, ó wà very very easy. Àwa là ń múlé. Tẹ́lá là ń múlé. Tí ṣẹ́rí mo rí nǹkan tẹ kà sókè yẹn náà tẹ kan àwọn bí atọ́pìkì ni. Ṣẹ́rí relationship ò le tó gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Kò le. Àwa ló yẹ ká wo ká check ra wa. Ojú ogun kọ́ ni relationship o. Ojú ogun kọ́. Partners dẹ̀ ni wá, à ń wọnú ara wa. Tẹ bá ńlá píópíó sí gbogbo lẹ́bàá máa wá wọnú ara yìí, kò ń ṣe ogun. Ogun kọ́ o, kò ń ṣe ogun. Tá bá ti ṣẹ́ra wa, ẹ jẹ́ pẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀, a máa pẹ̀ṣù mọ́ ni. Tí bá wà nílé tíyàwó mi bá ń pariwo, tó bá ń pariwo, kọ́kọ́ mọ́tò mi mò ń mú o, mo bọ́ ta ni.
Okay, ẹ lè lọ safe journey or no safe journey for you. Question tell me ní for you.
Okay.
Question tí mo ní fún yín.
Okay.
Tó bá ní no safe journey for you, tí ó bá padà wọlé.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. So, see, this is what we're talking about. You are the one that decided to carrying your kid. And I want to be she's so no safe journey.
Okay.
So are you now saying that? Are you now saying that you prefer a man that would put you in a stage of having scars rather than taking his key and leaving the house?
Great one. Great
to
one.
Escalate tension.
No, leaving the house. Leaving the house is never. Leaving the house is never the option. You can go to one part of the house, but if you leave the house, do you think that's not going to escalate?
My dear, let me tell you something. From the main one.
Okay. Tẹ bá ti ń báyàwó yín jà fún 1 year yẹn.
Ó ń ká ẹ̀sùn lára pé èmi ọmọ ògbóró.
Ṣé ṣì máa lá píópíó?
Èmi ti sọ fún èmi kò dé 1 month, 1 year, no, kò dé 1 year. But time tí mo bá ń bínú o, time tí mo bá ti bínú o, mi ò mọ̀ bí obìnrin wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi o. Sorry to say, mi ò mọ̀. Bí pé mi ò rí nìyẹn. Talking of lábẹ́lá píópíó, nothing.
Okay.
You
know why I like that?
Ẹ máa rí yẹn, okay. Ẹ máa rí yẹn, mo láti woman kan. Mo láti woman kan tó sọ̀rọ̀, bí mẹ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Woman kan tó sọ̀rọ̀ tó ní òun máa mọ bóun ṣe máa bọ́ ọkọ òun. Àbí woman kan sọ̀rọ̀, àbí lady kan, àbí woman sọ̀rọ̀ pé àwọn pé tó bá ti pé 2 weeks báyìí, òun mọ bóun ṣe máa mú nǹkan mọ́lẹ̀, àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Àbí ṣé mo ṣì gbọ́ ni? Because mo drive ń gbà ìgbà mo gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀.
I'm getting you.
A sọ pé àní jẹ́ kó tọ́ sẹ̀mí jọ tí wọ́n fi dá ó ti bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ṣé ti rí ọwọ́
ìṣẹ́ ti bá ti bá mi jà fún 2 weeks kẹ́ tí mo pé gbà kó tiẹ̀ lè dé 2 weeks.
Ṣé ti rí bó ṣe wà yẹn ìkọ̀kọ̀ ṣẹ́gbó ìwà ìkọ̀kọ̀ náà là ń sọ. Ṣẹ́gbó ìwà ìkọ̀kọ̀ náà là ń sọ. Ẹ lè má jẹ́ kó
ṣé kí n draw igi ni?
ẹ lè má jẹ́ kó di 1 day gan. Ìkọ̀kọ̀ náà ẹ lè má jẹ́ kó di 1 day. Ẹ lè má jẹ́ kó di 1 day gan. Kó máa fi lọ 2 weeks àbí 1 month. Ẹ lè má jẹ́ kó di. Why tẹ́yìn gan ṣe jẹ́ kó di 2 weeks? Kẹ́ tó mọ̀ pé máa ṣe di needful.
Ẹ má bínú, Mr. Mayake. Great one. You know what I just thought about? Have you ever seen a midget hold you down? Fly free, like that visual.
Midget.
Yes, you are saying that they cannot use anything against you.
No. You see, Emma.
A midget can hold you down. No, it's not so easy like
No, Emma, what to ṣẹlẹ̀? À ń ṣe àwàdà, à ń sọ̀rọ̀. You see, there are some men tó jẹ́ pé ìbínú wọn kò dáa. Tó bá ti ń bínú báyìí, ó bẹ́tà kó fún wọn lẹ̀, kó lọ síta, kó lọ gbatẹ́gùn. Tó bá padà, wọ́n máa get ara wọn. You know why? Because once anger sets in, there are some men that do not know how to regulate their anger immediately. Ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀, mo wo content kan tí ọkọ sọ fún ìyàwó ẹ̀ pé, please, I want to leave. I would come back. Ìyàwó yẹn dẹ̀ ní, what are you going to do? Ó dẹ̀ mash ọ̀yẹ́ dání. You cannot go anywhere o. O lè lọ o. Ibi ìlàjọ máa wà o. O máa pa mí lẹ́ni o. Tó ń fi, you know how, tó ń fi ọyàn ẹ̀, tó fi ń gbá bọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ ní chest, tó ń fi orí ẹ̀, tó fi ń gbá chin ẹ̀.
Now, tí nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀, ṣé mọ̀ pé kíkan bá lọ kú, àbí kíkan lọ faint, àbí kápá lọ jáde. You know, that is a problem that you cannot solve anymore. That is already a stigma. That is already a trauma. But when you have situations, because we are from two different backgrounds, we are two different individuals. But the anger about setting, please, can I just leave? Please, women, law.
I get it now. Yeah. Great one. And it's Dr. Ariolati, that the essence of all the teachings she had done earlier, we need to learn how to address this conflict, like Bashima face it, because we can't always keep avoiding it. That was all what she was saying. They also different strategies that actually low. We can't always say, okay, say, okay, that's in that situation about that heated. I agree, yes, and don't
Exactly.
it is dangerous. It's not safe at all. So yes, no, if I can contact tó bá lọ fowó.
Ṣẹ́rí, ẹ má bínú, ṣẹ́rí, ẹni tó bá mọ bó ṣe lè walk away tí problem bá wà, òun ló kógo já o. Ṣẹ́rí, tí issue bá wà, if you know how to walk away, you can still come and address the issue. Tí atmosphere ẹ bá ti come, ṣé ń gbádùn mi? You can peacefully talk. But at that moment, torí ìgbájú ẹlòmíì ti ṣẹ̀ wọ́n, ìgbájú lásán ó kàn fún báyìí, ó ń tàn, the other party kú ni straight. Ṣẹ́rí, àṣìwà ní Western world ó ti
ṣe. Ìyẹn ni Mr. Maria Kila ṣe ní pé káwọn ọkùnrin wá lọ fún therapy.
Kí ló ń jẹ́ therapy?
Èyí ò sí ní látẹ̀kọ́ ni.
Mo ń gbọ́ ọkàn tí dọ́kítọ̀ yẹn sọ. I do not believe in therapy because ẹni tó sọ therapy yẹn gan, ẹni sùúrù. Ẹni tó ń sọ therapy yẹn gan gbà mí gan. Òun gan worst nígbà mí nínú ilé. You have to build yourself, know yourself, build on yourself and work on yourself. And
therapy, my head, my help so that we are learning, 10 corals in a year. In 10, I maintain things for 8. Maybe it's not too bad. But about law therapy, 10 years,
I do not believe in therapy. I do not believe. I know how to work on my problem. I know how to do it. I know how to solve it. Even in any.
By keeping malice for 1 month.
No, Charlie. That is what I'm. That's what I'm telling you. 1 month. Oh, you watch a while ago. All that this came because share our missing. Go there, suffer me. Came prove as a man. Don't go back and keep malice. Tell me no bad. Hello. Tell me more fun now. All depend on your being now. All depend on your being. But there are many.
Anyway, to understand him better, you just understand your partner.
Hey, that's the ability to tolerate each other. Communication, the batting more lying, that's more. What are the enemy? Boy, she was saying. In common age, in continue the kitchen here. Don't try to correct me outside. More can hear me. Me, the chef went. To buy shake on. About try
to correct me outside. But if you do something so grave as to embarrass your wife, she's going to correct you there. Because then you'll be embarrassing. Then she shouldn't.
I will never embarrass my wife outside. That is also why I will not try to correct outside because it sounds like embarrassment. Tabadele, myself, baby, in conversation, men, Nita Mutiso. Tell me no bashe kan tí bá délé o lè point out to me but kò ṣe kí n máa correct ìyàwó mi lójú ọ̀rẹ́ mi àbí lójú family mi no I won't do that. Respect. Bàbá ti jọ wà because ẹ̀yin lóhùn ẹ tó bá tara lé ẹ lọ́pọ̀ o lè ríra lọ́wọ́. Ààrẹ ló ń disrespect. Àlewà rẹ̀ mo ti kí fún bàbá tó bí mi lọ́mọ torí ìyàwó mi bàbá mi mọ̀ ìbò ní ìyàwó mi ni ìyá mi don't go there ẹ lè pariwo mọ́ mi but don't go near there.
So situation. Tell me, truly. You know this kind of situation. So you come from a very big family, and I want Yawole, and my wife, my brother's wife, and everything. What about Christmas?
àwọn ẹbí
Wọ́n ní kọ́ lọ máa dáná.
àwọn daddy sister, àwọn daddy's auntie, gbogbo àwọn status yẹn kan máa ní pé àwọn ìyàwó ló máa dáná àná. Mo sọ fún wọn, my wife is not a maid, my wife is not a chef. Ẹ jẹ́ ká pa lásì. Now, the best thing you can do is by giving them the task, kó sanwó aláṣẹ. But pé kẹwàá ní kí ìyàwó mi, kí nìyẹn, I did it in front of my family. I do not, because mo fẹ́ ìyàwó fún yín náà. Ìyàwó tí mo fẹ́ fún ara mi ni fún comfort ara mi. Do you understand? Dẹ̀ lè wálé mi kó wá sọ pé ó fẹ́ jẹ fresh fish because torí pé ó jẹ́ ànàkùn or anything. Nǹkan tó bá ń jẹ nílé náà ló máa bá wa jẹ nílé. So there are some men that actually protect their wife from such.
That is protection. Because mo fẹ́ sọ náà nìyẹn.
Such because when I see it as a bully, o kò fẹ́ bully woman.
It's just a culture. It's just a culture. It's not about bullying. Culture ni gbogbo kìíní.
I see it as bullying. It's not culture.
It is.
So at the end
of the day, culture ni o.
Chobi, ṣé kò tẹ̀ wá dùn Mr. Maria kí láwọn believe in therapy? Ṣé iṣẹ́ tí Sisi Dúpẹ́ ní ṣe pọ̀ o? Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa. He doesn't believe in therapy.
Síbi ìgbàgbà tí Dr. Irene náà láìtí wa ni.
Do you remember that I was the one that actually came out and, discussed this and said, okay, being quiet and all those things. And
Yes.
Now, a lot of people don't know how to differentiate that quietness and malice. Tí ọkùnrin bá dé stage kan tó bá wà quiet for a very long time, ó ti check out, ó ti sú, kò ń ṣe malice. Ó ti rí pé òun ò lè tó ní òun as a man. Ó ti rí pé
ṣé kò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ rárá ni? Àbúkọ̀ máa bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àwọn light conversation.
Ó máa bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àwọn
yes no.
Àwọn yes no. Ó máa bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àwọn. Yes, ó máa bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àwọn conversation tó tọmọ ọmọ ẹnìkan, ọmọ tẹjọ bí ní sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Yes, do you understand? Kò ṣe pé ó máa quiet, but òun gan máa choose ọ̀rọ̀ tóun máa bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ. Kò ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ẹ kàn lè máa joke, let's go for a swim, let's go.
So yóò kì í ṣe malice. Yóò kì í ṣe malice. Tí o bá bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ rárá ni malice.
Yes. Tí o bá bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ẹ kọjá láàrin ara yín, ẹ kíra yín, ẹ jóúnjẹ ara yín, ẹ ṣe
kò máa text ara yín lórí fóònù ni.
Let me ask great one.
Exactly.
Nígbà tó bá ti dé level yẹn, when it gets to that kind of level, yeah? So is there still a relationship? Ní point yẹn.
It's still a relationship. It's not just an happy relationship.
No, it's breaking down. That's no relationship. That's no marriage.
You see,
what you break down?
No. Go break down. What is actually going on at that moment is not a happy situation in marriage or in a relationship. It's still a relationship. How you now overcome it, maybe by seeking therapy, or maybe by you guys coming together and being accountable for the mistakes and work on it together. That's how
that's valid.
Either solve. That is how it could either solve or go down. Because let me tell you.
Can you agree? Points you the things fall apart. He said
no. Because things fall apart. You see,
sometimes
fall apart. You see, okay, situations, money or record, money guy can to just pay. Like jovial, share. If he's in the room with you, if he's in the house with you, you do stupid things to make the wife, laugh. And one might, raring, and all of a sudden, over the period of time, because Yahweh need disagreement on how to transit from one location, transit from how they do with the Western world. So at the end of the day, argument were poor. You know, ọkùnrin máa ní ọkùnrin wa sọ pé so o lè bá mi ṣe àrùn kan báyìí, o lè bá mi handle àwọn case kan báyìí. Do you understand pé ní Nigeria èmi ni mo ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀? Yes, because gbogbo situation yẹn, you know, ó warrant pé mo lè ṣe, but ibi báyìí o máa ṣiṣẹ́, èmi náà máa ṣiṣẹ́, but o ò fẹ́ help mi, ibo ló ń kówó ẹ̀ sí? Gẹ́gẹ́ máa sọ pé ṣebí olórí ni ẹ́, nǹkan tó ń ṣe, nǹkan tó fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ẹ́, nǹkan tó máa fi parí ẹ̀. So it got to a moment that the guy does not do anything anymore.
Hold on. He doesn't do anything financially, you mean? Or he stopped joking around in the house?
He stopped joking around. Ó ń ṣe in the sense that
kò ṣeré mọ́ bí ti tẹ́lẹ̀.
Kò wá jovial.
Ó normal abuse ò kì í jẹ́ kéèyàn jovial. Ó yẹ mi.
Now, ó ti ń dé to a stage, ó ti ń wà depressed. You don't understand.
Abuse ò jẹ́ kéèyàn jovial o.
So
at the end of the day, ẹ̀rín ò kì í pọ̀ nulẹ̀, especially if they want to financially.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, at the end of the day, Owaberesi spend a lot of time working so that he can meet up to those bills, and tó bá ti wá délé, ó kàn máa báwo lẹ máa ń pè ó máa.
Irú obìnrin tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, ó ti mọ̀ pé òun fọ́kọ òun ní financial strain now. When the person is strained, ẹni tí oníwà happy.
Ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ ṣe mọ̀ pé oníkálukú ló mọ bó ṣe adapt. Now, it now took the woman, you know, bóyá ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ tó lọ, ó ti wá ní experience, ó ti wá ní a lot of friends that are couples around, tó wá ń sọ pé àwọn àtọkọ lọ́jọ́ ń share bills and everything. But ó ti fi bọ̀bọ́ yẹn in a situation, nígbà tó kọ́kọ́ délùú, ó ti fi bọ̀bọ́ yẹn sí in a situation of depression, pé ìwọ ni kò carry ẹ o. Do you understand? So at the end of the day, she took the guy out of the house, pé mo fẹ́ rí ẹ, wọ́n tẹ̀ lọ garden, wọ́n tẹ̀ mat, wọ́n ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. And the lady now said, okay, I'm sorry, okay, mo ti gbọ́ advice, àwọn èèyàn ti advise me, I think we should now do it this way. But why tí o ṣe gbọ́ advice ọkọ ẹ nígbà tó sọ pé ká jọ ṣe, why tó ṣe jẹ́ pé ará àta ló ṣe wá sọ fún ẹ?
No, great one. Let me come in there.
That's
happened, and that's very valid. It took her time. It took her time, like a transition. This wasn't what she was used to before. So all of a sudden, she cheat me. Do you get?
Yes, exactly.
You know what you are used more. So until like many other people to say okay, who cheats me or whatever she did. I think the lady did great. Let's still give her that thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so because she now came back. So that means that of a truth, initially, or it took her some time. And then it goes both ways. Let's give our partners some leverage, like some, okay, that means check our phone, okay, we understand where you're standing from, you know, where you're looking at things from. Yeah, okay,
exactly.
So it come out patient for our toriko easy. So sometimes it can't know if you see the other person's position, you know.
Exactly.
So if I were this guy, I'm continue, you know, my help, it works for me, my own relationship a lot. Like Marco, okay, no, they see this thing, okay, all right.
Exactly. Harder transition to make, because the water of Fabo in Nigeria, tó ṣe domestic kankan. Any suru. Exactly. You see. So
those are the basic things now. You will transition. It might take time, but it's okay.
Sister Chobi, you sound like you're commanding.
No, I'm just joking.
I sound like commanding from grace.
I'm like commanding. No, I'm just joking. But you see, reality now operating
for bedroom. More time for bedroom.
How come you know for bedroom?
Like, I'm not gonna lie, Toby. You know what, Toby, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. You know, so quick me expect him to even like there are things. So me money or the man want to do but even when I didn't have, because my mom was a caterer, so more I can more so no be me dying no be big deal for me, right? And thankfully my husband too not very hands-on person, no man she my help me. So too by way if you that you go good you know you get it and then you got to do yeah, tell us.
Because closet.
I want you know the country. I want
Jenny,
with that, what I'm going to I want my wipes, you know, see at least they are learning.
You want to toss any
Antonio Studio.
That's true.
That is the reason why I don't do it. That is the reason why I don't even go near the bedroom to actually do anything. Or will vacuum, will share labor.
Yeah, no man, you should say yeah.
You kill a bed,
I won't be okay with it.
Don't be anybody wait for them in anything. Oh, you don't be because at some point, right? That thing about being not like okay, I'm the only female in the house. It just mean
on your chair that they tiny on it and you're very difficult to live with.
No, all those things, right? I don't nag about them because they're not important. Sincerely, I just told my head.
Just look away me for my own mental health.
Go important.
You just become a nag.
It means in my family now, we're in UK, and we are very health conscious. You know, I want packaged food. I want tin food. Yeah, we don't do that. So our major like John shopping. Shopping why you
yeah, now
I won't shop.
Stabiola, Stabiola to the pay 50-50. I think, like we said, yeah, so I think we should all just go in share competition by just so and they can around do a money strength like we go to that.
I swear.
Like, and there's this Yoruba thing. When you would put that thing, can you mind your green go to the body? So every time the man so you, mom bound it.
Only stage
now because you marry
I say only job on to get pay on fait biminu, but emi go the way mo ṣe wá react emi go wá ní akilo ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣe wọ́n ti ṣe fún ẹni o l'action le money o mọ̀ pé kí on ko pass roughly o mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ máa dá padà fún pé so gbádùn ṣá mo dẹ̀ ra wo báyìí mo dẹ̀ lọ sókè
ẹ máa sọ fún yàrá pé so gbádùn like literally.
No, as in,
or you can give her that look of sure, okay. You know the look is different from saying it out.
No. Tell her. To ba ṣerú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ má kàn ní ṣó gbádùn ṣá. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, watch yourself. Bọ́ǹsì, ó lè sọ̀rọ̀ kan báyìí, má kàn wò báyìí, má dẹ̀ lọ.
Ẹ kò máa lókè o.
Ọlọ́run, nǹkan máa wò pé kí ló ṣe máa yìí.
Hey, it's just maturing, then growing into each other. I'm telling you, with time.
Exactly.
You grow into each other.
Ó ti mọ wá ẹ̀. So sometimes tó bá ṣe báyìí wá kọ̀ wò pé.
Ẹ bá sọ pé mo mọ̀ wá ara lé mi kò ń ṣe ìbò. Ìjọ tí mo po ashwagandha coffee tí mo lò fún weight loss, mo po sílẹ̀. Ọkọ mi dẹ̀ lọ dànù. Wọ́n láwọn rí nǹkan náà tó dúdú. And I said, you just hold it there. Wọ́n ló máa help for bloating and weight loss.
Irọ́ ni ó máa ń jẹ́ kí
wọ́n bá da kọfí mi nù. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nígbà téèyàn da kọfí èèyàn nù, kí ló yẹ kó sọ? Nígbà tó mọ̀ pé kọfí ló dà.
Ashwagandha is not for weight loss.
Yeah, I think ashwagandha helps with wetness too. Great one is right.
It does.
Ashwagandha ẹni sùúrù tó bá ń bloati jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan tó máa lọ lo Gaviscon. Ashwagandha máa ń jẹ́ kí ó fẹ́ pa ọkọ ẹ̀.
That was for you.
Ìbọn láti ti gbé conversation lọ. Èmi nǹkan tó mi lò fún nìyẹn. Weight loss àti bloating ẹ̀fẹ̀ mi sílẹ̀.
Irọ́ ni kò sí ṣe weight loss ẹ̀.
Ẹ wá sọ pé mo wá ní say sorry. Ọkọ mi àkọ́ mi ìmọ̀. Mo ní say sorry.
Chubi, ashwagandha is for.
Ashwagandha sílẹ̀.
Not for.
Ashwagandha ọ̀la àtọ̀. Ẹ fi sílẹ̀.
Ẹjọ́ bá ti lo mò ń kà kankan tí wọ́n kọ sókè ẹjọ́. Kí ló fún? Kí ni ìyàwó máa ṣe tọkọ máa fi pa àbí kankan lẹ́ẹ̀kan sókè?
Nǹkan tó fa conversation ní nìyẹn.
No, intimidated.
Nǹkan tó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. Tẹ́ bá ti drive away, nǹkan tó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ẹ má drive away. Ẹ má gbé kí ike máa lọ́lé. Ẹ tó ń try láti sọ nìyẹn.
Mr. Marike.
Nítorí ẹ̀ màmá ra Ferrari.
Ó sọ̀rọ̀ máa tó gbà.
Ìyẹn náà jà. Ìyẹn gangan ni mo fẹ́.
Wọ́n máa ń ṣe ìròyìn máa feel intimidated ni by our success. So conversation ta ní nìyẹn kẹ́ tó wọlé. Ṣé ti yé yín? Because of pé good night o. Because of pé ọkùnrin mú obìnrin wá láti Nàìjà. Tó bá yá, á lò ló mú wá.
Tó bá feel intimidated, o lè feel intimidated o. Tó bá lówó wà fi help mi náà ni.
White.
Ọkùnrin mi máa feel intimidated.
White. Kí ló máa wà láti nǹkan tó dé tí mo ṣe máa pa? Why?
Because
Bá tó bá ti lówó jù ẹ lọ.
Ó ti lówó jù yín lọ, ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ lè gbà, ojú yín ò lè gbà, ara yín ò lè gbà.
Ṣé wọ́n fún mi mú pé mi ò ní lówó ni?
No, ẹ̀yìn lówó tẹ́lẹ̀ kò wá ní mọ́.
Ẹ̀hún tí lówó tẹ́lẹ̀ kò wá ní mọ́.
Ó tún wá ní scandal. Ó wá yọ political post ẹ̀.
Ẹ̀sùn.
Ṣé ó wà complicated?
Ó lost everything tó ní àbí?
Yes.
Ẹ̀sùn.
Àtìgbà tó kú $200 ló wà lákàntì fẹ́ni tó ní $500,000 sí rí.
Yàtọ̀.
Ló wà nínú ẹ̀.
Ó wá parẹ́ ó pàyàwó ẹ̀.
Lápọ̀.
Ṣé yẹn wá ní solution?
Nǹkan tá à ń deliberate lórí náà nìyẹn.
Àwọn míì náà, ẹlòmíì náà ìjọba bí ó lójú fẹ́ mi nìkan tó ń ṣe náà. So lọ́tẹ̀ mi ò kárí àṣẹ anything lọ. Màá fi ní mo fẹ́ pààyàn. Ṣé àwọn mi máa fi mí sẹ́ mélòó nínú ìbò tiẹ̀ yapa tó ìyẹn wá jẹ́ kínní. Èmi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ ìkan wọ́n lè gbọ́ kìlógún náà lè mú jáde ní.
Kọ́lẹ̀ kúrò ilé ìwà.
Mr. Maria
Ṣẹ́rí, mo fi títóbi ọlọ́ọ̀bá búra alẹ́ la wà yìí. Mi ò ṣẹ̀. Ọlọ́run bá gbọ́. Mo fi Ọlọ́run bá tó dá mi búra. Bọ̀bí pé, I do different advices from different people. Ṣé kan mo sọ yé yìí? Nígbà tó lé mi jáde gan, wọ́n ti deny mi right lórí àwọn ọmọ mi. Àwọn mẹ́rin. Up till now, bí ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ gan, wọ́n ti brainwash mẹ́ta. Àkọ́bí ni wọ́n lè brainwash because ó ti gbọ́n ní gbogbo táìmù gbà yẹn. Ṣé ń gbádùn mi? Ó ti gbọ́n. Nígbà tá a tún dé kóòtù gan létà gan mi ò tú. Nígbà tá a dé kóòtù gan létà.
Ilẹ̀ ṣe kọ́ tó lé yín kúrò ní.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí ẹni sùúrù náà. Má ṣàlàyé fún yín. Ìjọba tèmi ò lè. Ṣé rí nǹkan tí mo ṣe kò tiẹ̀ wà láti pé tí bá sọ fún yín gan ẹ̀yin ká wò pé bóyá kan mi wà ń bẹ̀. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gan kò ń ṣe láàárín èmi àti ìyàwó mi. Láàárín àtọ̀ èmi àti ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọ̀bí client mi ní kí n pè. Because mo ní gáràjì lọ láàrín mo ń ta mọ́tò. so mo ní gáràjì ńlá so táwọn èèyàn bá dẹ̀ ti ra mọ́tò àwọn ẹlòmíì àwọn Nàìjíríà bàjẹ́ kinní kan ẹlòmíì ò lówó shipment kò lówó clearing akọ̀ra mọ́tò ní adẹ̀ filẹ̀ sínú yáàdì tó máa pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ kò lè mọ̀ pé pàkáàsì lolú ẹ fi ń sanwó owó yáàdì ṣẹ́gbàjì mo sanwó yẹn for complete 2 years bọ̀bọ́ yóò wá gbé mọ́tò yẹn bí ṣe bínú ta mọ́tò yẹn dànù ní cheaper price yẹn bí wọ́n wá ẹ ṣe wá nìyẹn tó ní òun gbọ́dọ̀ gbà òun mo ní níbo òun kọ́bọ̀ ò ní gbà so èmi ti lọ sí Nàìjíríà so wọ́n á ní bọ̀bọ́ yẹn wá sí church ó wá threatening nínú church pé òun máa kidnap gbogbo ọmọ church ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo gbọ́ rí so gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní church yẹn so gbogbo wọn ẹ̀wọ̀n wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ̀rọ̀ síyàwó mi létí ó wá ní àjọ kan tọ́lọ́ máa ń dá church èmi náà bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bá wọn dájọ́ so bọ̀bọ́ kan ọmọ Liberia bó ṣe gbàjọ́ báyìí òun kò sá lọ ni ẹ̀wọ̀n ó sá lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe dé báyìí àmọ́ kan ní mi ò dájọ́ mọ́ ni pé ẹ bá mi kó owó mi I want my money back so wọ́n ti wá gbà pé òkè wọ́n máa fún mi lówó mi wọ́n á lókè ẹ fún ọ̀rẹ́ mi lówó mi wọ́n kàn ní òkè ẹ fún ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní church mo ṣe dé láti kó ni o ní tilẹ̀ ń tọ́lọ́hún èmi àti ìyàwó mi dẹ̀ ṣe jí báyìí ìyàwó mi dẹ̀ èlò ló béèrè lọ́ọ́ mi 50 euros ìyàwó mi kọ́ bèèrè pé òun ní 50 euros mo ní wo iṣẹ́ mi ò ní kọ́bọ̀ lọ́wọ́ but òun lọ sí church mo ní kọ́ fún báǹkì ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní owó má wọ́n rí màá ní kọ́ kó fún ẹ èmi ò mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti plan pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹtì ọ̀tà àwọn ọ̀rá church wọ́n ti plan pé kó má kó owó yẹn fún mi pé kó lọ kó fún ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn the guy what nonsense so má tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó lẹ̀ ìyẹn lẹ̀ ó bí mi ó ní Biggie are you sure I should give it to your wife mo ní kí ló dé ẹbí ìyàwó mi lé mi ni my friend give the money jàre èmi ò mọ̀ pé òun gan tiẹ̀ ti mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ èmi ti yín tó tọ̀ bọ́ ẹ kó fún ìyàwó mi yẹn ìyá ń báwo ní òun ti gbowó òun ò ní kó fún mi òun máa lọ kó fún máa ẹ̀ mo ní ṣé nǹkan ò máa ṣe ẹ́.
ó máa ń dún ní mọ́tò yẹn àrí.
mo ní wàá lọ kó fún máa mo ní for what nonsense my friend come back home and bring my money pé èlò lówó náà 950 euro money is either you bring 900 for me because ó ló ní 50 euro is either you bring 900 to me or you bring all the 950 tó bá fẹ́ mo bá ń kó mi bó ṣe dé nìyẹn bó ṣe débẹ̀ mi kọ́ sílẹ̀kùn ni bí ó sílẹ̀kùn báyìí mo ní káwọn ọmọ mi lọ sókè kéékèèké ni wọ́n gbà ẹ̀ mo ní káwọn lọ sókè àkọ́bí mo kàn ní ya máa mú mi bóyá sálọ ta nìyẹn mo ní akílẹ̀dé tó sálọ àjọ tèmi àti ẹ ti wà ọmọ pé mi ò ná obìnrin mi ò fọwọ́ kun obìnrin ọmọ lè dúró oṣù kan kí má bàa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sọ́ yẹn ò lé tó gbogbo yẹn máa kó mi mi mọ̀ pọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan náà ti ń drive tẹ̀lé ìyàwó ẹ̀kọ́ ni I feel you like problem give Biggie's money now give Biggie's money bóyá ìyọwó yẹn jáde ṣé bóyá ìyọwó yẹn jáde fún mi báyìí tó mú ó lé lómi lọ́wọ́ báyìí you collect the money àbí back away from the house.
Just like that.
I swear to Almighty God.
Underlying issue still.
Just only you clear at all. First of all, any koko molosuke kilo de. Like when you see that's a sign of a now.
Chetiri moti sonko fún yín. Pé tí bá sọ mi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ni mò ń fi Ọlọ́run búra mi ṣáà ni màá fi Ọlọ́run máa bọ̀. Èmi kan sọ pé kò rí ẹ̀.
No. He may be blind.
Ẹni sùúrù. Ṣé rí bó ṣe wà yìí? Á ti dàgbà jù. Tí mo bá ṣẹ̀ máa sọ pé mo ṣẹ̀. Tí bá lá píó píó ń ta, máa sọ pé wò.
Gbàgbé gbogbo yẹn Mr. Maraki, ọmọdé ń bí gbogbo wa ẹni tó youngest máa jẹ́ 25 kí lè mean? Kí lè ń sọ lóko? Ẹ̀wọ̀n tí pé bóyá kọ́kọ́ ọmọ lọ sókè. That's a
problem yẹn tí accumulate.
You see that is what is happening. Tí problem kan bá wà, and you cannot point it out. I should be if to my be o ti ní problem kan tó ti gbé sínú.
Mr. Maraki ṣé kò sọ fún yín ẹ fẹ́ sọ pé bébì yẹn ìyàwó ex yẹn woman yẹn kò sọ nǹkan fún yín rí nípa ìwà tẹ̀ ń wò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ igan kí ni kan you sound me harsh man.
Ṣé rí ẹgbẹ́ jẹ́ kí n sọ kan fún yín. Èmi ti sọ fún yín tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀ kí n tó ṣàlàyé fún yín. Ní bí ṣe wà mí ṣàṣẹ ọmọdé. Mo dẹ̀ ní kí n máa parọ́ mọ́ yàrá kí n máa parọ́ mọ́ra mi. So tí nǹkan bá wà ṣẹ́rí tí nǹkan bá wà tó bá ń build up nínú ọkàn ẹ and you cannot say it out then it's your own problem now you have to say it out tó bá wà lọ́kàn tèmi náà I will not because of one thing kí wá react no so gbogbo yẹn kò ṣe kékeré ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe dé láti kó ní.
Mr. Maria ṣe ìfẹ́ sọ pé ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ hà mọ̀ Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ igun, I can imagine.
I'm
Ẹ máa máa há mú bìnrin, ẹ máa máa há mú
me.
ṣé nǹkan ṣe kan nínú.
No,
Was anybody, Mr. Mar, no, sincerely, bro. Let me say. Are you telling me that there's no one that's ever told you, babe, guy, they chill? Ọ̀sẹ̀ tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín.
Terry, tẹ bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó mọ̀ mí. Wọ́n á sọ fún yín pé nínú ilé, wọ́n á sọ the kind of person I am still. Èmi ò ní time láti máa pariwo àbí kí n máa pariwo mọ́ ẹ̀. I will not. Máa ń ra sọ̀rọ̀ fún ẹ tó bá ti gbọ́ sí mi lẹ́nu àbí tó ti ṣe. Èmi máa ń múná lọ ni. Èmi ò sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀.
Iná tẹ̀ mú lọ yẹn lọ́ ṣe lé yín síta láago.
Tó bá ṣe ẹni tó ṣe wáyé. Nígbà tó dẹ̀ wá ṣebí wọ́n dẹ̀ wá lébi láago kan òru. Ṣebí mo jẹ láàrin mo jáde gbé báàgì.
Mr. Maria K, ṣé tí wàá fẹ́ lọ lòun? Ṣé fẹ́ sọ pé ẹ ní sùn ṣe fẹ́ sọ pé ó fún yín lóhùn yẹn wọ́n sọ pé you want to collect it, you want to collect it, oya go out. Ṣé ní owó bó ṣe dé láti church náà lóhùn yẹn náà ni?
Èmi ẹni sùúrù. Get out of my house tó sọ. Èmi ò kú òṣèlú mi wà nulẹ̀. Èmi dọ́kọ̀ ní kú ònulẹ̀ mi ò dẹ̀ dáhùn. So mo kàn ṣáà rí ó tún bá àwọn èèyàn sọ mi ò sọ kọ́kọ́. Ó bá dijọ́ kejì. Èmi fẹ́ travel, mo fẹ́ lọ ra èèyàn kan rán mi mọ́tò. So èmi ti bọ́ ta, mo ti lọ sí ra mọ́tò. Mo máa dé ní aago kan òru láti Germany tí mo lọ báyìí. Mo ń bá ẹrù mi lójú títì.
Mr. Maria K, ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ má nù wá mọ̀ jẹ now, bro. What are you talking about? Èèyàn payment ti wà, èèyàn sọ pé èyí kò kúrò ní o. Ẹ wá jọ sọ̀rọ̀ yín pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ o.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ti wà
ní. Àwọn èèyàn tó máa bá wa parí ìjà o. Parí ìjà. Ẹ wá dákẹ́.
There's something he said he just came from Nigeria. Àbí ẹ ṣe dé láti Nàìjíríà. Ṣé travel ni àbí ẹ ṣe wọ ìlú? Kí lẹ mean by ẹ ṣe dé láti Nàìjíríà?
Mo ṣe wọ̀lú báwo.
Wọ́n travel lọ sí Nàìjíríà.
Mo lọ sí kò sí pọ́ ṣé rí ìjà ìjágun tí mo lọ ṣé àníjà ìjágun tí mo lọ mo sọ fún.
Mr. Maria K. Ṣé kò sí ìjà ìnáwó obìnrin sọ fún yín pẹ̀lú obìnrin? Ẹ má bínú wa. Ẹ máa ṣàlàyé nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin àti ìgbà tí mo tẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ṣé ṣìnà bí ń tí?
Mo irọ́ mo sọ fún yín.
No, great one. So this uncle wants us to believe that he came, the baby so yeah, wait, kúrò nílé,
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to validate what he's saying, or neither I'm trying to invalidate what he's saying. But what I'm saying is that nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ilé ayé yìí is what is way, way deeper than what we're saying. A woman can be in a relationship with you for 10 years, go to check out from that second year.
Yeah, that might be
check
true.
Out emotionally. So all what she has been doing is just putting up with you, putting up with your character, and bottle up to an essence of, okay, I think I cannot take it anymore. That's number one. Number two, a lot of women, some women are just evil and they just want to make use of you, take advantage of you and dispose you later on. Now I have somebody in Nigeria, Moshewabai, to he got married to a woman that has 2 children. This guy has been trying his best, Latin Yomo, now at the end of the day, as we speak right now, it's being revealed that woman of a momo. But this is a conversation you did not have with this man for a very long time. Okay? Marriage is more war you. But now, how do you say that? How do you do that? A lot of people do things for their selfish reason, and to get what they want, they evict. That is why you see a lot of men are being thrown out. I'm not saying that everything is. I'm not saying that in Kotiwu Mayeshi, the reasons for the person doing it sometimes does not validate our action. But there are some evil women to check me and more innocent men to ring on lotto and vice versa.
Charity.
I'm not saying it based on.
No, only all of the charity
story narrates. Yeah. And the way you have actually, discussed it. I just feel that the way you acting in the house, because I'm not saying any words of accountability on your own part. I probably have contributed to that decision to make to just pay at 1 a.m. at 2 a.m. The only thing they can solve is pay, go bye election. It takes two to tango.
Holiday house wa ni mo fẹ́ ẹni sùn.
Èkó tẹ lọ yẹn ṣe lọ ṣe ṣìnà.
Ẹni sùn mo fẹ́ sọ fún
wọn. Wọn ní admit ẹ̀ ń bí báyìí. Ẹni sùn náà.
Ẹni sùn ṣé Èkó tí mo lọ àjọ mọ̀ sí ni.
Tó bá lọ sí Èkó lọ ṣe ṣìnà.
Ilé holiday house wa la ni mo fẹ́ lọ kọ́ńbẹ̀ and she knows. Adéjọ mọ̀ sí ni mo gbéra nǹkan báyìí mo fẹ́ lọ ṣe.
Mr. Maria K. And this was it's different now. Were you both as partners or go something you holiday house or double? Do you get it? So that's not like you're not even waiting for her.
Àjọ agree. Àjọ even draw the kind of house. Àjọ draw gbogbo nǹkan tá fẹ́.
Uncle, ṣé orúkọ yín méjèèjì ló wà lórí ìwé ilẹ̀ sà?
Ìṣẹ́rí orúkọ àwa méjèèjì ló wà ńbẹ̀. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wà yìí? Ìyàwó tí mo ṣẹ́rí gbogbo kan ṣẹ́rí Maria Kate ń wò yìí. Ṣé gbádùn mi? Maria Kate ń wò yìí. Ìyàwó mi ni Maria. Kọ́lá lórúkọ tèmi, èmi mo sọ di Maria K. All the complaint, gbogbo properties tí mo ní sí, orúkọ ìyàwó mi ló wà. Ìyàwó mi ni the CEO. Pay life tèmi, ṣé Maria K tí mò ń jẹ́ yìí, orúkọ ìyàwó mi ni Maria.
Mo ṣàfẹ́ wò pé orúkọ obìnrin lẹ̀ ń jẹ́.
Orúkọ ìyàwó mi ni Maria, èmi ni Kọ́lá, Maria K Motors, Maria K Logistics.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀ sì ń jẹ́ orúkọ yẹn ti sìn.
No, kò ń ṣe ex-wife yẹn, the new one tí mo fẹ́.
Ẹ̀fẹ̀ sì ń jẹ́ orúkọ yẹn.
Èwo ni ẹ?
Èdè play, Tóbi, pàdé ẹ̀ ti fẹ́ lómi. Ṣé Maria ló ń jẹ́?
Ìyàwó mi sì ìyàwó mi mo ló ń jẹ́ Maria kò ṣe the old one.
Ilé sí Tóbi. You see, bro, you just don't
ṣẹ́rí bá ṣe wà ṣẹ́rí ọkùnrin bíi tèmi ṣẹ́rí bí ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ the same church la ṣì jọ lọ dì sí kò ń bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ but the same church.
Why are you going to the same church? Church is the marriage in you.
The kind of person I am.
Mr. Maraki, there's a lot about it that you know. You don't think yourself. The same church, there's a one to come you can't go to marry another wife. You can't go that same church. Come on.
Ẹ bá ní sùúrù tí ọba ń ṣàlàyé fún yín. Ìyàwó mi ò sí ní Europe, Nàìjíríà ni ìyàwó mi wà. Number one. Number two, the kind of person I am. Tí bá bínú sí pastor ní kí n máa lọ church náà. Ṣé yọ̀ ni mo lọ bá church ni? What are you saying?
Okay, your new wife is in Nigeria.
My new wife is in Nigeria and àwọn tó gang up nínú church. Ìyẹn ò ní àwọn òṣèmí náà ṣọ́ṣẹ̀ mi ni. You see
the woman every Sunday.
We see the woman every Sunday, but she don't talk to me.
Palpitation. What about your children?
But my firstborn is there.
I know your modus operandi. I know that modus.
Money, when it happened. Only the first one. No more the kind of person. No more watch up to today.
So that's now you're pitting that person. Cherry, if you're more jar.
Me or former jar, or my jabawu.
Look, you know what he's saying? He said,
no, Stephen, he shouldn't. Stephen, no, I get, no, Chubby.
I know what he's saying. I was a child in such a situation. I know what he's saying.
Okay.
That statement is laden. You see, in future, when that child wants to even sometimes be a bit like neutral, because only this man also has his faults. You can see he has not even said anything more. Can you see? That's a problem. So thank you. So how much one thing they be papa but you know they should be back yẹn ṣe rí favour wọn yẹn sọ pé ó dúró tí wọn gbag yẹn ó máa wá di issue.
Ọmọ wo ló ní time ló máa wà níta ọmọ tó máa pé 24 years ṣé kò mọ̀ kan tó ń ṣe ni.
Tó bá dúró tí gbag mọ́ lọ́la.
Tí o bàbá mi sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́
kan. Tó bàbá mi sọ̀rọ̀ á jẹ́ pé èmi ti ṣẹ̀ nìyẹn mo tún ti ṣẹ̀ bọ̀ kò ń ṣe nǹkan tó wá láti tẹ́lẹ̀ náà.
I
know this thing. I know this.
After kini, ọmọ tó bá dúró gbágbágbá, you have to acknowledge. Kò ń ṣe pé àwọn yòókù, kò ń ṣe pé mo hate wọn, ọmọ mi ni wọ́n náà. But àwọn wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ ṣe kọ́ ṣe.
Mr. Maraki, ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀sán yẹn.
Àná kò ṣe pé mo fi ìwọ́ ti là 100%.
Okay. Okay, tó dúró tẹ̀sán kó dúró tí yín gbágbágbá yẹn. That statement, that statement is very familiar to me. Mo statement yẹn. Ṣẹ́rí kò yẹ kí n máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹjọ́ ṣẹ́ tí bó ṣe wà yẹn. Tọ́mọ bá dúró tí ọ̀gbá gbágbá. Ẹ jẹ́ ká acknowledge ẹ̀kọ́ mọ́ ni ó dúró tí ọ̀gbá gbágbá.
Àwọn tó kù mẹ́ta tó kù yìí ṣe wà.
Ọmọ ń jẹ́.
Ṣé fún nǹkan tí mo sọ, mi ò bínú sí wọn, ọmọ mi ni wọ́n. Tó bá délé ni, ọmọ mi ni wọ́n. Mi bínú rárá.
Tó bá délé ni, so ẹ kì í rí wọn.
Mi ò rí wọn.
Kì í ṣe ṣe make effort láti rí wọn.
Mélòó, mo rí wọn sẹ́ẹ̀.
He said they denied him rights. He said they mentioned it. I was denied rights.
The oldest one is 24 years. Ọmọ ọdún mélòó náà ọmọ yìí?
The first one, àwọn ti dàgbà náà. Mọ Kestimon sọ èyí ti ṣẹlẹ̀ láti 2012.
Mr. Mariaki, ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ sọ pé the first one is 24. Ọmọ ọdún mélòó náà mẹ́ta tó kù?
The second one will be 22.
Thank you. So who is denying who's right? Toby, can you see what I'm talking about?
Because they're grown already.
Exactly, they're grown. So,
see, let me tell you something. Only be actually send pictures. See, because we are send pictures.
No, sir. It's unnecessary. It's your personal.
Get a picture of this.
No, Sherry Boshewaye will tell you more. Sherry Boshewaye. A bit more consulting at in Cotton at 2012 politician. Not now.
Mr. Maraki, there will be a reason why the 22-year-old, why you're not speaking to them. All right? On the access one blocking. There are adults who have to clock in the area. At the clock.
She was like,
so I know.
Not the roof down.
Emma, do you want to mute?
Can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Sherry was most of the Sherry first came in or do to one back. Chop, I'm not gonna lie you. But she must have been late to be here. Can show my it's a woman show favoritism. The TV of my favorite pit against the mother. Like Sherry Uncle, I'm just saying, babe, go and make peace with your ex-wife. Emma Barra sorrow and make peace. Make that effort. Sherry, and you keep going to do for immediately back.
Sherry, you can saw out of Kani and it over when you are new land. Oh, and by could be able to be at the back ball anyway. I'm a potential ball with the missing. You can't jump into Kinini, make a ball enemy. Kali be made your car, big baby, then you will know the kind of person I am, a big control shell. So, but
can you repair your relationship with your children? Forget the ex-wife.
I mean, statement take on route
I have done a lot and I've tried. But listen, I've just let it be. Let the will of God be done. Toba wa kò sí wàhálà. Wọ́n yẹ pé Toba pàdé mi ta o. Bí a ta lọ sí bí a pàdé ń padà bí a Toba pàdé wọ́n máa kí mi o. Hello papa.
Hello how are you? Ṣé ní láti pàdé yín níta láì ṣe K1?
So kí ni mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe? Mo ṣe máa para mi ni. I cannot kill myself now. I cannot kill myself for that now. No, that one I cannot. If I tried my best and I see that I cannot do. I cannot kill myself. Itoba ti mo baba. Èmi gan mọ̀ fún ọmọ. Itoba no mo.
Ṣé ti bí ọmọ mi ṣá?
Mo ti bímọ mi.
Okay.
Mo ti bímọ mi o. Even though tó bá bí mi lẹ́nu ṣe pé kíni, mo máa ń ka gbogbo wọn. I'm proud of them. Ọmọ mi ni wọ́n.
Mr. Maria K.
Ọmọ mi ni wọ́n.
Maria K. Ṣé o pé èmi mo mú dùn sí? Yẹ́n gbà kí gbogbo àwọn ilé ìdẹ́ fún kiri.
Kí ni mo dì sí?
Ẹ má wọ̀ ṣe fẹ́ ṣáà ti bímọ mi, right? Yeah, okay. Èmi máa sọ pé ṣé ní kíní tẹ̀ ṣe yẹn? Kíní tẹ̀ ṣe yẹn? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm telling you, as someone who grew in that kind of home, all right?
Ọmọ mi ò ní pé kí n àbádọ́nà ọmọ kankan.
Possible pé jẹ̀bi inú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n until for you to keep claiming that you're innocent in all of that, as long as the bank claim
if you didn't point what I did to me, there's okay, there go miss it on something tí mo mọ̀ pé is rubbish. Nǹkan tí mo bá ṣe, then point it out, tell me. So tó bá yẹ sọ fún mi.
Ọmọbìnrin yóò ti sọ fún yín rí.
Kò sọ fún mi.
Obìnrin ò yá wèrè náà.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, àmì ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ fún rí. Èmi ò kò sọ fún mi rí. Ṣé bá jọ jókòó, Èkó tí mo lọ mo sọ nípa àjọ mọ̀ sí ni. So kò ṣe pé kíní tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó jẹ́ kíní ṣe a máa jọ jókòó, a máa jọ lọ.
Ìgbà tẹ lọ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ṣé ẹ sọ fún ìyàwó yìí pé ẹ máa ṣe ṣìnà bíntì àbí ṣìnà fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́?
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ nǹkan tó ṣe ọkùnrin ní gbogbo wa. Ọkùnrin kan tó máa lá píópíó ń ta, ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ respect ìyàwó ẹ̀. Ṣé ó máa fi hàn lójú ìyàwó ẹ̀ kó mo lá píópíó ni?
Àwọn ká yìí ni wọ́n ká Mr. Maria rẹ̀.
Ṣẹ́rí bó
ṣe wà yẹn. Ṣẹ́rí Ọlọ́run tó bá ká mi pé mo lá píópíó lọ́ṣẹ̀ wá dẹrù mi later, I swear I understand and I'll go to any length láti fi make
a decision. Kò tó possible kẹ́ ti ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ kọ́ bá yí dé mọ́ kúlà o.
Òun ló ní ìṣòro àwọn aláṣẹ wa pọ̀ báyìí. Wọ́n ṣe wá lè tó gbogbo yẹn.
Ẹni tó sàn báyìí. This happens when they sound like this, right?
Báwo lẹ ṣe?
Mr. Maria K. Ẹni sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ń sọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Èmi àwọn ta understand àmọ́ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Okay.
Ṣé ṣe ń sìn?
Ọyìn bàbá mi.
Ní sùúrù ẹ mà. Few hours ago,
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tébù yẹn tán. Ní ṣúbì ẹjọ́.
No.
Ẹjọ́ kan sọ̀rọ̀
Few hours ago, you want to visit the...
Yes, you
don't
go. No, Mr. Maria K. And this is one enemy, the B word. And this is Mr. Maria K.
Mr. Maria K.
No, you're not going to talk. This person.
Okay, let me come down for you.
Please go down. Please. Thank you. Respectfully. Thank you. Respectfully.
Don't go
No, you can't.
now.
Mr. Maria K. One enemy is so. What is the B word? Oh, no, B word. Something they can't be. So,
Èwo ló ń já bí word ẹjọ Ìjẹ̀bú?
BITCH. Each.
Oh, I know. Kò dáa nù ẹ má sọ.
Now what did they talk to you do now? I need to see the color of the color. Which level did that one? I know they when they talk. They when they talk. You don't go back to the talk. I beg you.
No, he shouldn't go back to the talk if he wants to talk to Mr.
Ṣẹ́rí ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ síbi tó wà ẹ́ ìkọ̀kan náà ni wá àti tìkan náà jẹ ni wá. Ṣẹ́rí obìnrin ẹ má bínú. Ṣẹ́rí obìnrin tó bá fi ọkọ ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ pé torí kó lá píópíó ta obìnrin náà ní nǹkan ṣe. Sorry to say. Ọkùnrin àgbẹ̀dọ̀ dálé onílérú àgbẹ̀dọ̀ kan dálé àgbẹ̀dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ọkùnrin tó bá ti làbẹ́ okó dìde kó wá jùkú ẹ má tọ̀ra yín ẹ jẹ́ ká fi story lẹ̀. But Sherry, one thing I hate is that no matter what you do outside, don't bring it inside. Or or you disrespect your wife, or you disrespect your family. That kind of person I don't want. But chop and clean mouth to me is normal for new men's word.
Chop and clean mouth.
Mr. Maria Kanye. Great one. She did. Yeah. I talk her now. I say every day goes to the show.
Èmi ti sọ fún yín pé tó bá dẹrù mi, èmi ti sọ wípé tó bá dẹrù mi síta, ẹni sọ ẹ̀ma, mo ti ń tó bá dẹrù mi síta torí pé mo lá píopíó àbí kankan. I will do as much as possible láti fi jẹ́ kí a. Mo lè dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún ìyàwó mi, kò sí kan tó kọ̀ sí mẹ́. Ṣé bá dùn?
Ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ ṣe wà.
Gbàgbé sórí.
Mayake, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan fún yín. I respect how some people say ọkùnrin ni wá or all those kind of things. Èmi ní pride o. You see, it takes 28 days to recover the sperm that I throw out, throw away. I'm not going. Any suru. I don't waste it for nobody. I'm not going to recover 28 days because I just want to do, 30 minutes or 1 hour enjoyment with somebody I don't value. And, today now one ṣe máa ń lẹ́nu láti máa sọ pé yes, she not being to yoko, baba yoko. Because yoko yóò yé mi. I can't just go outside and just go and dig this precious thing to get the yes. To get one of my pride as a man, taking walo malo, kiwalo malo chinko to here and there. Kiwawa spiritually affected, spiritually infected by other things. Because this sex that we're talking about is not just physical enjoyment, it's spiritual also. That is why a lot of people don't know where their problem comes from. That is why we see a lot of men to just say yes. Because o ti lọ bá mìíràn, o ti lọ tọ́wò, o ti lọ bàjẹ́, o ti lọ tọ́wò, o ti lọ bá àwọn tó ti lò already tó jẹ́ pé òkú ayé ni wọ́n, which there are lots wọ́n pọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n ti fi ṣògùn owó tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n kàn ń rìn ní wọn mọ nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ fi lé ayé wọn ṣe, òkú ayé ni wọ́n pa wọ́n yẹn. Then ẹ máa wá mú precious body, ẹ fi àyà, ẹ fi di àyà, ẹ mọ nǹkan tẹ́ ń gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Then you now go back home and do the same thing to your wife. Torí ẹ̀ náà ni mo ṣe máa ń sọ pé is it only thing tí yàn bá ní pọ́kùnrin lọ Nàìjíríà ó fẹ́ lọ lápíopíó ni àbó fẹ́ lọ ṣe bìnà bíntì, because kò yé mi.
Nǹkan tí most of yín máa ń ṣe nìyẹn náà.
Ṣẹ̀rí, it's not everyone. Great one. Ṣẹ̀rí, I can do without this propio. Ṣẹ̀rí, very long time. Ṣẹ̀rí, ẹ̀gbọ́n tèmi sọ.
Tó bá ti lọ sí yín ẹ máa sọ no àná.
Ṣẹ̀rí, ṣẹ́gbẹ́ ìwà ẹ̀. Kí mo ti ṣe kò sẹ́ni náà. Tí mo ti ṣe píopíó ní Nàìjíríà, ó ti pẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ tá a máa ń ṣe píopíó gba tàbí àìmọye píopíó. A ti ṣe píopíó ti sú wa, so píopíó ló kọ́ máa rẹ̀. Píopíó ló bó ṣe fẹ́. Ṣẹ́rí píopíó ló kọ́ máa rẹ̀.
Emma, kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ fine tó. Kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ clean tó.
Ṣẹ́rí bó ṣe wà yẹn, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín o.
I will say no.
Píopíó wà.
Ṣé ti rí problem? Ṣé rí pé ìyàwó bọ̀dá yìí ti máa mọ̀ dáadáa? Ṣé rí bó ṣe ń trivialize ẹ̀ yá? So ìyẹn wọn ní origin tó lè tán àwọn ìyẹn ti máa sọ fún wọn, wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò rí
Wọ́n ti ká wọn mọ̀.
Wọ́n rí àwọn ṣe sí is justified now.
Let me say something.
Ìbá mo wà pẹ̀lú ìyàwó mi o. Ṣẹ́rí ìbá tí mo wà tí mo ti meet ìyàwó mi. Ìbá mo ti meet ìyàwó mi láti 2001. I will tell you something. Ìbá mo ti meet ìyàwó mi láti 2001. Mi ò ńlá píopíó.
Bọ̀ ẹ sọ pé Naija nígbà tí Emma free the question at you. Bí ṣe ṣe kíní ẹ wá sọ pé gbogbo mi ló ń ṣe.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí mo sọ. Nígbà ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ mo dẹ̀ sọ pé tó bá jẹ́ pé torí píopíó ló ṣe dẹrù mi síta, ìyẹn máa understand máa dẹ̀ do the needful. Ṣé ìgbádùn mi kò ṣe pé mo ní mo lọ lá píopíó.
Kò lè explain, kò lè sọ fún yín pé reason yẹn nìyẹn. That's what Chubi was trying to tell you, that wọ́n máa dì í sínú.
That's what I'm telling you, that the period of 2001 títí dé 2012 tájọ rọ́ọ̀nù kìíní èmi ò lá píopíó. But before then, I've been machine.
Kẹ́ tó marry àbí?
Kí tó bí tẹ̀ èmi mo.
He's trying to say
marriage, you didn't cheat on her.
No.
But before the marriage,
He just lied. Charlie, he backtracked. If you listen,
Mr. Mariake, I want to say something. I just want to
He
let
backtracked.
you know something. I just want to let you know something. The doctor, there was a behavioral specialist earlier that came, right? And she said something. I was dozing off when she was talking. Then she mentioned something. She said, the impact of your behavior sometimes never shows up until you do something that now covers up that cup and it explodes up. She marry impacting. But
Ṣé bí ṣe wà yìí? Irọ́ tí n bá sòótọ́ fún yín, ṣáà ní nọ́ mi. Ẹ sọ kí wá ní point tí mo fẹ́ máa parọ́. Tí n bá sọ fún yín, ṣebí ìyàwó mi ò ṣáà sí bíbẹ̀. Tó bá tiẹ̀ wá bíbá ṣe bá ṣàfẹ́ra wa mọ́. Mo lè sọ fún pẹ̀ wá o, èmi gan mo ṣe píó. Kémi tó fẹ́ ìyàwó mi, in fact, píó. Bẹ́ẹ̀mi ṣe wà yìí, mo ò lè káyé ọmọ tí mo ti ṣe píó pẹ̀lú. I lost count of 400. I tell you the kind of person, I lost count.
Yeah, because you now you tell me, because you got married. You now changed. 12 years. You didn't do anything. There's no pattern recognition there.
Now. Ṣé ẹ̀yin lẹ tọ́ bọ̀ mí lẹ́nu tí mo sọ 400?
But you got you're picking and choosing, bro. You can't picking. I must stand here. It's not possible. A human being that has a body count of 400.
Let me tell you something.
Body count. You're telling me now. All of a sudden, you became a saint.
Let me tell you something. Ọmọkùnrin bá dóbò débì kan, obìnrin máa ń sí. Ọmọkùnrin bá dóbò débì kan, obìnrin máa ń sí. Èmi sọ nǹkan fún yín, èmi ò sọ 40 mi ìṣọmọdé, àmọ́ sọ 400.
Lamba, say you did not want. You can't come married, tell me say you know the that. What are you talking about?
I have asked you one question. Ṣé ẹni sùúrù obìnrin tó ń bá sùn obìnrin tó ń bá ẹni sùúrù ẹni tí Pentecostal ni mi ò Christ family chapel mo náà.
Mrs.
But ìgbà yẹn ti kọjá ká nígbà ẹni rẹ fẹ́ ṣe deliverance fún mi màá dúró but ìgbà yẹn ti kọjá ìgbà tá mi ń ṣe ṣìnà ó ti rùn sí mi kò jẹ́ kankan fún mi mọ́ èmi tí mo ti ó bá jẹ́ kò jẹ́ kankan.
Títí Dúpẹ́ dẹ̀ ti sùn.
Èmi tí ó bá jẹ́ kò jẹ́ kankan.
Great one, it's 400 realistic.
Like you need your body fit because it's just exaggerating. You not tell me the Lord. What are you talking about?
Emma Buku is very stilly. Emma Buku says,
gbọ́ mi o. Mi ò sọ fún pé mo dó 400. Gbọ́ mi o, mo sọ fún pé mo dó 400 o. Mo sọ fún pé mo lost count at 400. Mi kò ju 400. 400 o. Ẹ má ti bọ̀ mí lẹ́nu. Mi sọ pé 400 o.
400 plus.
I buy. Morogo.
Ẹ wo ẹ fi bí nílẹ̀ nígbà àìmọye mélòó lọkùnrin ti ṣe
introduce you máa sọ oya Mr. Mariake oya ẹ ṣe pèsè ẹ mọ nǹkan tó máa fi ṣe pèsè kíní abẹ́yìn lè máa fi ṣe pèsè.
Ọ̀pọ̀ wọn di left ẹ̀ pọ̀.
No,
irinṣẹ́
lè máa fi ṣe pèsè pé
tẹ́ bá sọ pé 400 times mo lè gbà bọ́ tẹ́ bá ní 400 women.
Kí ló jẹ́ 400 times? Kí ló jẹ́ 400 times? Èwo ni 400 times. 400 times gan ìyàwó àkọ́kọ́ nílé gan tó bá kà gan ti ju 400 lọ tó ti pẹ́ ní yàrá.
Mariah Carey.
Wà ní 400 plus.
Ní 12 years.
Mariah Carey.
Tèmi tí why you say ha?
Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey.
I don't say ha.
Tèmi gbogbo.
Ẹni sùúrù.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n bá dáńsà rèé o.
Láì gbàtà ṣe wà nínú ayé.
Tẹ́ bá ní more than 400 times. Every man can achieve that.
That's what I'm telling you, that you can even achieve it with your wife. You can even achieve it with your wife.
No, but tẹ́ bá ní pé 400 women.
Bàbá bàbá nǹkan tèmi sọ. Mo ti sọ fún yín, ṣé mo wá gba gold medal bí ni àbí mo wá prove ara mi kìíní? So nǹkan tí mo bá ti wí, èmi mo wí. Wọ́n ṣáà ní náà mi sí.
Fingele Cherry Vicky so you 400 plus. It was okay in how many years? 2001 to 2012. How many years? Okay, how old are you for that? No, Chubby, wait, how old are you? How old are you?
No, but
age range you want. So Tabak calculated one little.
I want to achieve 400
Me so people are achievable.
Recognition. I don't think so.
Kini age range? No, Emma issue. Kini age range?
400 affects me.
Any so, kini age range? But I. Is that my?
Should be fair. If his first child is 24.
So if he's in his 50s, that means like 2001 was how many years ago? That's 25 years. So that was at 25. So this man is, you didn't hear what this man they expect us to believe. So at 25, between 25 and 30, they listen to at 25 and 30, person we don't knock 400 plus. Tell us, see,
we're not sticking to it.
Yes. Mr. Mariaki.
Are you afraid of the 400?
400 women. Someone go say to you.
I'm not afraid. 400 times. 400 times. Yeah, accept. But 400 women. No accept.
Kò lè ṣiṣẹ́ bíi títọ́.
Ẹbí olú harassment ọlọ́run jẹ.
Wọ́n máa gbó jẹ́ kọ́ mọ̀ pátápátá ya pakuru.
Gbogbo àwọn kinní tó ń ba kidney jẹ́. Ẹbí ò fọ́ọ̀kan.
Ẹ̀rẹ̀ kí n mú gbó.
Mi mú sìgá.
But máa mú jó.
Mi ò mú gbó, mi ò mú sìgá.
Okay, I'm just, I'm just thinking that
the mass is not balancing. No, the motion so
You don't
400.
Chubby, you go imagine waiting the wife. I don't see. She go don't tire.
400 times.
That woman don't tire. Don't tire.
Mo sọ wípé period time yẹn kò sí ní òògùn òṣèṣì lọ mo sọ fún yín ẹni sí.
It's 30 plus, Abby.
Àti gbàgbọ́. Láti máa wọ̀ ṣe ìfọ̀nà.
400 times.
Mo yé.
Ẹjọ́ lẹ ṣe post wọn náà.
Let's move on to the topic now, because he asked a valid question at the beginning. He said, why would he buy somebody if it's not working out? Abi Mr. Mariaki in Kote Sokoni.
I don't know what you're saying. One more one sọ wípé èmi tó lé jáde tí gbogbo kan. Báwo ni ara ní pé mo wá lọ pa yìí? Why would I kill person? But àwọn ẹlòmíràn, ìkan náà ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lé mi o. Ìkan ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lé mi ní ẹgbẹ́ ilé mi. Táwọn ọmọ mi wà. Ọlọ́pàá ni, even ọlọ́pàá ni, but young guy ni. Ó ní ìyàwó pẹ̀lú ọmọ mẹ́ta. So ìyàwó ẹ̀ wá fi sílẹ̀, ìyá ẹ̀ wá ní, ó wá deny ẹ̀ right pé kó má ra àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀. Ṣé gbádùn mi? So bọ̀bọ́ yẹn dẹ̀ try. So ọjọ́ kan bọ̀bọ́ yẹn wọ ọmọ kó ti smuggle ìbọn jáde nínú kí wọ́n ti ń pè nínú station wọn. So ó tún wá lọ try láti reconcile pẹ̀lú woman ẹ̀ pé bí a kò tẹ̀lé sí reason pé kò tẹ̀ ṣe pé bí a ìfẹ́ but àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ṣé gbádùn bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣáà pé woman ẹ̀ ṣáà prove difficult bóyá wà ó dẹ̀ fire àwọn ọmọ mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta. Ó para ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ pa woman ẹ̀ náà.
Ó dẹ̀ pa àwọn ọmọ náà.
Ó pa àwọn ọmọ náà. Ó pa àwọn
tọ́pìkì tá à ń sọ lálẹ́ náà.
Ó pa àwọn so woman yẹn ò kú ní woman ò kú lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ but woman ìjọ́ kejì ni woman kú but òun àti ọmọ yẹn wọ́n kú but ẹ mọ̀ pé ó depend lórí àwọn to me to me ṣe rí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mi lẹ́nìí kò mí pé ẹ lè dùn mí nú lọ́la ṣé ń gbádùn mi obìnrin fi mí sílẹ̀ ó dínà mi àwọn ọmọ mi kò ní pé tó bá dọ̀la a lè jọ rọra wa lọ́wọ́ àbá lè jọ reconcile bá tiẹ̀ fẹ́ra wa mọ́ a lè tún lè jọ gbà kan ṣé ń gbádùn mi then àwọn ọmọ ìwádìí tí mo ṣe wá jẹ́ pé òkè ṣé wá di best solution ni pé òkè mo wá pa wọ́n àbí mi náà wá para mi why ṣé mo mọ ibi tá à ń lọ ni àbí mo ti débẹ̀ rí ni tí mo mọ̀ pé máa wò pé why will you do that kind of thing àwọn ẹlòmíì tíyàwó bá fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ mo máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn gan mo máa fi sọ fún wọn tíyàwó bá fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ bí àyàwó gba gbogbo nǹkan wọn àbí kan wọ́n máa bínú máa ní wáyé tó ṣe ń bínú wọn á ní àwọn obìnrin jẹ mí lọ máa ní kò jẹ́ lọ ṣe bó bímọ fún ẹ á ló bímọ fún ẹ mo ní ó ti bímọ fún ẹ kò jẹ́ lọ náà mo ní gbogbo nǹkan tó gbà ẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ ṣé o lè fi ra ọmọ ẹyọ kan wọn ní lè dá mi lóhùn ṣé o lè fi ra ọmọ ẹyọ kan no matter bó ṣe kó wọn lọ àbí kó má jẹ́ kó rí wọn mọ́ àwọn ọmọ ẹ ṣì làwọn ọmọ ẹ wọ́n lè má wá sí bọ̀ wọ́n lè wá lọ́la wọ́n lè wá lọ́túnla so tóbìnrin bá fi ẹ́lẹ̀ àbí tó kó property àbí tó ṣe kíní you don't need just be yourself control yourself work on yourself move on make yourself happy.
So this is the point that me I agree with you that you have to move on but nǹkan táwa argue ni pé àwọn èèyàn lè move on because mọ́mì wọn tó bá ti sọ fún wọn tó bá ti ké díẹ̀ báyà ọkùnrin àní má kéé ọkùnrin ò kí ń ké ọkùnrin ṣojo exactly and then mọ́mì wọn máa ní ọkùnrin because ọkùnrin ò kí ń ké nǹkan ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbà that's why they don't accept rejection.
ṣé mọ̀ pé kíní yẹn ṣé mọ̀ pé ẹ wò kíní yẹn you have to ó dàbí ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan kíní yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ sí after gbà ẹ̀ tẹ bá rí ó wá rù mo máa ń sọ fún tó bá yá ní bíkan bígì lọ́wọ́ pé ní bígì mo ṣe mọ̀ pé strong ni mo ṣe mọ̀ pé ní ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ṣe matter of strong I work on myself kò ń ṣe pé ọkùnrin kan lè máa prove pé òun jẹ́ ọkùnrin lọ nǹkan níwájú ẹgbàgbé o nǹkan tó wà ní ju ojú kan tẹ́yìn rò náà o ọkùnrin kan ó lè má gbé sójú ṣe gbádùn mi kò rí pé kò ṣe mí náà o ó ṣe mí but mo lè padà ni mo lé kinní yẹn ẹ mọ̀ kò easy now inú ilé tẹ́ pé is your house everything kó wá di pé ọ̀sán kan òru kan ẹ wá máa lọ máa scott lórí couch èèyàn kan.
because ẹ láìka ayé yín bọ̀ nǹkan tó actually help yín láti.
no ṣé nígbà tí kìíní ṣé bó ṣe wà yẹn bóyá tí àfi tó bá yẹ pé ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kárí kò ṣe dáadáa àfi tó bá yẹ pé bí a sickness kan tó jẹ́ pé ojú tó bá attack mi ṣé kan tí mo sọ yìí ni mo lè wò pé èmi life mi I lost a lot of things wọ́n ti á mi sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún 5 years pé mo mọ̀nà airport.
Wọ́n fi oògùn gbé yín lọ́lé.
No. Every 3 months máa lọ́lé. Business every. So mo lọ́lé ní.
So now I can see why the 400 women.
No. Time mo lọ́lé ní. Mo lọ́lé ní November 2013. So I'm to come back on February 2014. Mo lọ́lé. So because ìyàwó mi tó wà ní kò máa bímọ ní December, so mo wá lọ́lé. Bí mo ṣe lọ́lé 5 days tí mo délé ni mom sí mi kú. Ṣé gbádùn mi? So after gba ìyàwó mi bímọ. Báyìí ṣe tó kú tán ní January 2014. Gbogbo àwọn family gbogbo wọn ti padà Ìjẹ̀bú wọn ti padà gbogbo wọn. Èmi ó yẹ kí n padà ní February yẹ kí n padà February 2014. Ẹbí mi pé táìmù ni mo padà.
2019.
April 2018.
See, Kansas is set. Thank you for the gift.
Kò ṣe pé kò síwèé lọ́wọ́ mi kò pé kí ni o but a long story wà mẹ́.
Spiritualness is Emma.
Mo dẹ̀ wà lé àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń pè mí mi ò dẹ̀ dá wọn lọ. But gbogbo ẹ̀ so a lot of things tí yàn tẹ̀ lọ ṣebí 100 mo ṣe lose 100 and something lórí fáàmù mi ni fáàmù màálù tí mo ṣe fáàmù màálù mi táwọn Fúlàní herdsmen tọwọ́ attack fáàmù mi ní Jẹ̀bú tọ́kọ gbogbo màálù mi lọ OPC mi gan wọ́n ṣá orí ẹ̀ ẹ máa wo ọpọlọ nínú ẹ̀ báyìí. The first time tó kọ́kọ́ wá orí bẹ́ẹ̀dì mi wà the first time tó kọ́kọ́ wá bọ́ẹ̀ jí mi báyìí bọ́ẹ̀ pariwo ni ẹ
thank you sis.
bọ́n ṣe pariwo ni ẹ àwọn Fúlàní kéde ṣe ìbọn ìpa bíi dìde lórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì báyìí ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tí mo ṣe mo kọ́ lọ sí kitchen mo bu fry sínú air fryer mo wọ betú mo freshen up mo dẹ̀ rọra ń jẹun mo ti fẹ́ jẹun tán kọ́ tó pè mí pé wọ́n ti rí díẹ̀ nù wọn èèyàn kan ò lè gbẹ́mí mi ṣẹ́rẹ́ mi tí mò ń wò yìí kò lè gbé gbóná ẹlòmíì lórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì ọ̀pẹ̀ èèyàn kò lè ní yé wàhálà dé nìyẹn.
á dẹ̀ gbàbẹ̀ lọ.
ó lè gbàbẹ̀ lọ.
wọ́n lọ pè pa.
wọ́n lè wá lọ pè pa òkè so irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ mi jẹ́ anything health mi tó bá jẹ́ material things bó bá jẹ́ property mi ní gbogbo ẹ lọ kò sí problem ọlọ́run tó pèsè rẹ̀ ó sì wà lórí tẹ̀ but that health mo máa ń fight ẹ̀ so nígbà tí kíní yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ tí àwọn ìrònú kan fẹ́ wọlé mo dìde báyìí mo lé ìrònú yẹn dànù mo lé dànù I work on myself but ẹlòmíì wọn ò mọ bó ṣe ń ṣe ẹlòmíì kọ́ lè jókòó báyìí á ti ronú lọ akọ̀mù kó ṣìwàwù ni.
ẹlòmíì kan ó ṣe pé ní àwọn 400 women yẹn lọ ṣe pè fún yín lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ló 5 years lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ha.
no no gbogbo alọ́ṣe.
ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin máa ń parọ́ láti láti òbí ni ó yẹ kí sọ fún kan pé máa fẹ́.
no èmi ò ṣe bí àti ìjẹ̀bú láti tẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ nígbàgbà òkú ìyá láti tẹ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó tẹ̀ yẹn ní máa wò tí kò ṣe gbogbo àwọn gbogbo siblings mi mo ní London mo ní àwọn náà gbà bọ̀ ẹ̀mọ̀ ìjọ kẹta làwọn ti kúrò so ibi báyìí ló ti ó affect àwọn náà but ìjọ kẹta làwọn ti kúrò but èmi sì wà lé because ìyàwó wà lé pẹ̀lú ọmọ tí mo ṣe bí náà February dẹ̀ ni mo fẹ́ padà so kò ṣàmọ́ tí mo lápò tó ẹbí o mi ń ṣe jàmbá fún mi.
ẹja sọ̀rọ̀ realistic ni ṣe ṣáà ti stop ṣe náà.
tipẹ́ àlọ́ ti sú mi mò ń wò àní tí ọba ti over jẹ nǹkan ní life tó bá ti over jẹ nǹkan.
torí kó sun yín
exactly ṣe ti bí fún yẹn pé kí báyà yìí ṣe rí ìyàwó kékeré yìí fẹ́ yẹn náà wọ́n wá báyìí.
ṣe rí obìnrin ẹ máa ń tọ option tí nǹkan bá súyàn tí ọba ti wá fẹ́ obìnrin of course ó máa love obìnrin náà náà ó máa love ẹ̀ náà.
but ẹ stop ẹ toró ti sun yín kò ṣe pé torí I love my wife I'm not gonna cheat on her.
ìbámu stop ẹ mo ò tí ì máa rí.
oh okay.
tó yẹn kò ṣe pé kí náà so time gba ẹgbẹ́ mi ó ti sún èmi ò ṣe kọ́ ó ti rẹ́ obìnrin wa jẹ ẹwọ mẹ́rin ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan.
nǹkan tèmi máa ṣàṣọ ni pé ṣẹ́rí topic tá a gbé sí orí kíní báyìí sí nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé many things ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin sometimes ẹ̀yin náà lè máa ń kọ́ sí ẹ̀ but doesn't mean pé kóbìnrin pa anybody or anybody pa ọkùnrin o you know it doesn't àbí kọkùnrin pa obìnrin you know mi ò mọ̀ bódà ìgbà tèmítì I don't know if you heard about this story Lacey Peterson and Scott Peterson it was on Oprah a long time ago.
I can't remember.
Yeah bọ̀bọ̀ yìí ó fẹ́ girl yìí Lacey níyàwó ẹ̀ wọ́n ti marry everything looking rosy looking sweet and popping right okay 1 year or 2 years into the marriage ó lóyún ó wá lọ ní affair baby yìí ò mọ̀ she was very naive right she didn't know what was going on but ó lóyún àṣewọ̀ ti ní girlfriend yóò dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé oníyàwó until gbà tí wọ́n wá Lacey àṣé ó ti pa Lacey pẹ̀lú oyún inú ẹ̀ ó gé ọmọ yẹn kúrò nínú ẹ̀ ni
ṣé ọkùnrin yẹn
ó gé kúrò nínú ẹ̀.
kí wàá lóde tó ṣe pa torí girlfriend àbí àwọn.
yes torí girlfriend ẹ ṣáà máa gbọ́ so if you go on YouTube sef I think you can find the video of the interview when they were asking him doesn't look remorseful or anything I think that's why he's not what you call it sentenced without parole without possibility of parole now gbà tó gé ọmọ yẹn kúrò nù ẹ̀ ó wá gé màmá ó wá gé sínú bag ó sọ sínú river and he continued his life like normal and they started doing a search party to look for
serial killer nìyẹn.
yes Well, no, you're probably calling me sociopath.
Because nobody will never me at all to one remorseful, to one serial killer.
Oh, why remorseful? Got to was pay girlfriend don't fair. Yet to okay, we're going to be together forever, walk into the sunset, blah blah blah. You can't notice pay. News tó ń gbọ́n pa ẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n lọ ń wá ìyàwó ẹ̀ ibo ni ìyàwó ẹ̀ wà ó lóun mọ ibi tí ìyàwó òun wà ìgbà tó máa ṣe investigation òun ó ní ọjọ́ kan ló wá sọ fún òun that he made mention of some statements that made her remember that ó dà pé bọ̀bọ́ yìí ló pa ìyàwó ẹ̀ lòun ṣá lọ sọ fún police bí police ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń béèrè question yẹn wọ́n wá lọ investigate they ṣá found the body in the river. Now I say all that because these are examples. Ṣé mo pé tẹ́lẹ̀ ìbọn àwọn èèyàn kì í lò bọ́n bó ṣe ń lò bọ́n sìn so tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa pa wọ́n sáyé ni wọ́n máa gé wọn àbí kán poison wọn so those were the ways tẹ́lẹ̀ nísìn straight up gbé pew pew straight up sí wọn lára right now the causes of this thing is ọkùnrin tó rí girl yìí tó fine tó tún fún lóyún gbà tó rí pé o ti rí another person ṣé bí wàá dẹ̀ yẹra fún àbí kó sá lọ kó sọ pé ò ṣe mọ́.
The side chick not try the girlfriend.
In fairness to the side
chick. She did well, right? Yeah, she did well. So that's right. So I think Nigeria it's on anything.
Ẹlòmíì máa sọ fún pé there is more to it. Wọ́n lè wò bóyá ìyàwó tó bóyá ṣe kinní kan. Àwọn ẹlòmíì máa translate it to another side pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí pé there is more to it. Ṣé kọ́ tí mo sọ yìí? But to me or to my own èmi ò rí anything tó lè warrant pé mo wá fẹ́ hot onítàn àbí mo fẹ́ ṣe léṣe àbí kankan no kò ilé ayé ò lè tó gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò lè ṣé àwọn ẹlòmíì ó dàbá àwọn independent àwọn tó ń wá sí England ẹlòmíì máa wò pé bí mo ti ta gbogbo properties mi mo ti gbéyàwó mo ti wá gbọ́mọ wá sí ìgbà ṣé kan tí mo sọ yìí sókè àti wá débì báyìí ò wá lò ṣe mọ́ ò wá ní kinní kan àwọn ọkùnrin mi á wò pé ìyẹn gbogbo yẹn kò tí wàrà tiẹ̀ pé kò pa àbí kò ṣe léṣe àbí kò ṣèkà fún.
ṣe rí nǹkan tẹ́ sọ yìí àwọn tó ń gbé wá láti ìkíní nothing warrants anybody to take anybody's life point blank period. Now in self-defense o lè pààyàn tó bá fẹ́ gun lọ́bẹ yàkàyàkà anyhow unrecognizable.
kí ló máa fàdé stage tẹ́fẹ́ fi gbé ọbẹ̀.
No, that's what I'm saying. In self-defense, èmi ò mọ̀ Ọlọ́run máa ṣe kárí ṣe.
Of course, self-defense.
Ìfẹ́ wọ̀ pé US ní ẹ̀ máa wà, àwọn US ní ẹ̀ wọ́n. Àwọn ọ̀gbà
Yes, now because the thing is that the reason why I say in self-defense is that the person that you're staying with, you should know the person enough to understand that okay, this person show violent, àbí kò violent, àbí show any tendency, àbí show any psychopathic behaviors tó máa ń yọ lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan, those kind of things. Now, tó bá ti mọ̀ pé ó ní, of course, is going to hold you responsible. I don't know if you saw that video of the woman, the mother that Opa,
So all of us will be expensive now.
Okay.
When you talk, you call me if you say my koro pon pakuta, èmi náà máa sọ pé ògùn pakuta.
But the society will not accept that from a man.
I'm not saying that you accept it. I'm going to say it too. I'm not saying that you accept it. But me too, I will say to be on record pé ògùn pakuta o. Bóyá ní koro pon mi pakuta yẹn. My mama sọ nìyẹn. Tó bá sọ fún pé as your baby, as your boyfriend àbí ọ̀hún ní pé you with body odor èmi náà máa sọ pé ògùn ẹrùn òun wẹ̀ èmi náà máa sọ oríṣiríṣi let them record everything so that while they are playing your own they are playing my own too. That is how we are going to operate now. The society has tolerated too many nonsense from these women and many of them have become a menace to society.
Auntie Pelumi, let me tell you something. You cannot be inside your house at the same time you are outside.
You can't. You have closing it
at the same time you are outside.
You can't. Stay somewhere. Don't go to call.
Stay please. Do not be.
tó wà.
All things I do manipulative person, manipulative spirit, and when they get feeling, they get she gets when she's having a period, she has different swing.
See, I told my girlfriend. No, I'm happy. No, I told my girlfriend during the time Tomati she messaged her, I'm a she be a little broken. If we move back to the money, when she as you are doing your messages, go she be a little broken. Just know that me too. It is my anytime I'm thinking about my business that is not going well or I'm angry with my business, I'm on my message too. So I don't want to do it. In that day, she stopped misbehaving. That means she knows what she's doing.
Yes.
They know what you're doing.
This is 11:41 p.m. No room. So almost in midnight.
Anytime they are on their message that they'll be doing as if their body is preparing them. It is because their boyfriend or their fiancé or their husband is tolerating that deliberate behavior. Yes. So now my girlfriend,
but they call it swing.
My girlfriend did one nonsense thing, and I told her that all of it about here, Jenny. What is wrong with you? Is it not I told her that this particular mood you just wore now, under the guise of pay, which messes, the minute it shall not be moving back here, money. As I am, I will be in this mood till the month end. Money, oh, you are sorry. No, you are not sorry. You are not mad. Oh, Yahweh. You won't suffer like Yahweh. Oh, Yahweh. For 3 days, don't the shallow see me by. Only take me 3 hours. Baby, I'm sorry. You are not sorry. I'm in the mood. I'm in the very mad mood swing. So let us be mad together. When 2 people are mad in the house, you will see that there will be peace. You don't know?
No, Ben, it doesn't work.
You don't know what they are doing. You don't know what they are doing.
All of you. You see that? Let me. Say me, call me sweet names. You will not
get know what they are doing.
All my ex-girlfriends, they know. If you are looking for a romantic man, it's not me. I'm telling you, because I mean, if anybody move me road forward, to come in. If any you say me, to come back in the say. If any you not of me, they don't come me to pay the love. If I see the road to come in. Love, I'm telling you.
I'm a bushman.
I'm telling you. If you think that you might be thinking maybe Benin is taking out, go and ask people that know me. If you think you are looking for one man that will be calling you sweet name, hello. So I've left the house since in the morning. I'm Molawa 2K me. Mama, my sweet name on the pie. So mad. Àwọn tó máa rò pé torí kò tó ní ọ̀nà. Ìgbẹ́ ló ń gbọ́ wọn ṣe bí ìṣèbọ́kùnrin ni bàbá wọn. Ìṣèbọ́kùnrin ni bàbá wọn. Bí bàbá wọn lọ pé wọ́n sweet name náà. Ìwọ́n ló máa. First of all, ṣé ìwọ̀n obìnrin ló máa kọ́ ọkùnrin pé ó yẹ kó pè é sweet name? Tó bá jẹ́ ẹni tó sweet, ọkùnrin máa pè é sweet name. Yeah. Tó bá jẹ́ obìnrin tó normal.
Ìwọ́n náà kọ́kọ́ sweet ọkùnrin.
Now, let me tell you, most women don't know this thing. The likes of me, I want my woman to actually be a woman. Be flexible. Be tender. Be a woman. When I say be a woman, be flexible. Be sexy for me. Tí bá ti dé, fi mí lọ́kàn balẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, mo understand bí but
jẹ́ kí n máa rí gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n pátá onínet wọ́n blọ́ onínet gbogbo wàhálà mi látàrọ̀ tí wọ́n ti ń rí ẹ pé ọmọ ẹ̀ pé mo dé láti wà náà látàrọ̀ olóògùn kò tún kó sí jíìsì ó kó sí jíìsì tó fún gbogbo ẹ̀ pọ̀ èwo ló ń burúkú náà ẹ wá ní kí n máa pẹ́ sùìtì ọmú náà ló lọ tán jẹ́ báwo ló bí ṣe máa lọ tán jẹ́.
Èmi gan-an ìfún ìsàn tó ti ń sẹ́ẹ̀tì lọ jẹ́ ẹ̀ta gbósùn náà ti dá àjẹ́.
Èwo ni obìnrin ìgbẹ́ níta ìgbógbó yẹn ló ń yọṣọ tó bá ágì wá máa òde tó máa lé. You are taking over the masculinity now. Mo ń bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀, ohun ẹ ti ń lọ sókè.
I don't support that for
that is the kind of life tí Totodike live pẹ̀lú bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn now. It is aggressive. How can they work? Why? Any small thing, you break the phone. Any small thing, you will smash television. On top waiting. Oríwèrè tó tún lọ fẹ́ náà ni pópó wèrè. Ó fẹ́ pa yẹn.
Ìyá ká ṣe rí ẹ̀ ṣẹ́bù. Ó wá apologize so pé ó fi ìrú lẹ̀. Ó lọ bá ọkùnrin lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó lọ bá sùn ṣúgà dàdì.
Olóṣì ni.
Ó dẹ̀ tún expect kí irú bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn kó tì máa fẹ́ òun.
Ó máa ń mọ̀ kọ́ ló ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣòro àwọn ladies yẹn, they want to be in and they want to be out. Now, when they are dating you, when you shower them with someone, when you shower them with love and beauty, they still want to test outside.
I don't support a cheating wife.
And that is who Totodike is.
Oh, aggressive.
And she's a toxic person. She's very toxic. She's very toxic. First of all,
maybe Bobby Joe is a king, really. He's a king. King.
First of all, somebody like me, I can't even function in any environment. Me, as a man, I can't function in any environment that is toxic. So not to talk of functioning in a relationship with so much hostility. I can't function like that. So first of all, èmi ò tell mi ò ní date ara débi pé màá fẹ́ sílé. It's not possible.
Is wrong.
So first of all, me and you, we must establish the fact that Tochi was a sweet man.
No, yeah, I accept that fact. Yeah.
Totodike is not. Let me put it to you because some of us we know we do a lot of finding. Totodike is not used to such relationship with a good person. We're ready to ghetto people. They be come for go, come down below. Àwọn wá wèrè. Now she Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
But more believe but learn from our mistakes.
Nígbà yẹn oníkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí mo fẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n fẹ́ kí ẹ sọ fún mi. Ẹ máa kọ́ ọ. Kìnní tẹ̀ sọ yìí sí ẹ̀gbọ́n òótọ́ ni o. Gẹ́yìn ẹ̀ mọ̀ kan tó sọ fún mi. Very sweet girl, Ruth. Ẹ mọ̀ kan tí gẹ́yìn sọ fún mi. Ó ní tí mo bá mọ̀ pé mi ò lè máa nà òun pé òun ò lè fẹ́ mi sẹ́ pé òun like abuse. Olóhùn like abuse pé fẹ́ máa bẹ̀rù mi sẹ́ fún ẹ̀rí mi báyìí. Jẹ́rí ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn fún léṣe. Mo ní ìwé lélẹ́yìí o.
Wèrè àbí wèrè.
That is DV now. Ìyẹn ò dáa.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn. Wọ́n á bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ pé street brother wa ni. Ìgbà táwa ní lọ́yìntà guy ó sì wà lóògùn gbà yẹn ó wà lóògùn gbà yẹn street brother wa ni ó máa rán mi ṣáṣí mọ̀ ṣe rí ìgbà tó fẹ́ tó yìí ó wọ DM ẹ̀ lọ́tàjọ sọ̀rọ̀ ó gbé wá sí Ghana kò tí ì fẹ́ gan wọn àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí déètì ẹ̀ wọ́n kà sáré ní conversation ṣọ̀ṣì sáré tẹ bí 1M sí ni àyà ẹ̀ pa pé 1M owó dẹ̀ nígbà yẹn ayé ìgbàdá sì ń jẹ́ dọ́là ní 120 ẹ̀rọ understand bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn mọ bí 1 million àṣìpá 1 million gan-an rà mọ́.
Èmi ní láti ní tó tún díṣe lọ oríṣi náà pẹ́rẹ́sì olówó kò ní kẹ́kẹ́.
Sọ́kòtò ayé ọmọ wèrè.
Ó kàn attach pé òun gbé nìkan sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu ọkàn fún ní 1 million. Bó ṣe wá sí Ghana wá fly wá bá Ghana ni.
Bó ṣe dé gbé ẹja nìyẹn.
Bó ṣe dé gbé ẹja sí lọ́rùn nìyẹn.
Èló làwọn Ghana ń bá ẹ bóyá bí 32K.
Ní plane àbí.
Plane 32 na be 45.
So something like that about because mo máa lọ Ghana dáadáa gbogbo time. Now Plan tó díke sí Churchill. Plan tó díke sí Churchill ni pé tó díke rò pé Churchill directly biologically family mọ Ọbásanjọ́. Tó díke gbé plan mi lọ bá wọn gbà pé àwọn tó ti màmá tó ti ń gbá Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n á sọ pé wọ́n ló ń raṣọ fún wọn ló ń bọ̀ wọ́n ìwọ tẹ́gbẹ́ aláṣà ní ègò ni ẹ́ ìwọ tó ta sẹ́wọ̀n báyà new one ó dàbẹ̀ tó lo iPhone 7 ni ọba iPhone 8 wá jáde àwọn agbélé ní àfọwọ́ sí àgbà iPhone 8 ìwọ tó ta sẹ́wọ̀n báyà another one ìwọ tó ń ṣàrẹ́jẹ industry movie industry kan àrẹ́jẹ ló ń ṣe ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ó bu ẹ̀rẹ́ everywhere. Everybody mọ̀ pé máa gbádùn ara ẹ̀ nobody you are not inconveniencing anybody. Ìwọ ló lo gbẹ máa sápátẹ̀ kiri. Churchill just a sweet man, sweet soul, cool person tó kọ̀ lọ fẹ́ wèrè.
Ọba yẹn regret kìíní yẹn o. Ẹ máa yọ lójú ẹ.
Regret ẹ̀kẹ́. Àwọn kan yóò kó ní mi, kò ń kó ní mind, kò ń kó mind.
Kò ní ẹgbẹ́ láyọ̀ íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì yìí. Owó tí
to be honest, it's moved on, but I charge you for free. It's all hard láti kó ní mind.
Wọ́n yẹn fẹ́ ja wèrè ńgbà yẹn ní sá.
And now, irú tó ní kẹ́sì kò mọ̀ kọ́ra òun lòún ṣe. By the time tọ́mọ ẹ bá dàgbà tó ti wà ní college, ọmọ máa fi búlì ẹ̀ ní ìwọ ọmọ 2 minutes. Ó dàbí ọmọ Tiwa Savage ni. Ó ní ìgbà tó bá wọ college.
Wọ́n dà dùn ní. Wọ́n á fẹ́ interaction wọn.
Ó di alẹ́.
Kàràfì máa fi fídíò tó ti ń bá yẹn sùn.
Ẹni tó sunké ọjọ́ alẹ́ ló máa mọ̀ pẹ́rù lòun di. Sọ́rí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tó wà lórí TikTok tó ń ṣí òbò tó ń pè bí wọn. Wọ́n ti máa ń bá ẹ̀ lẹ̀. Sọ́rí yẹn náà tó máa ń kọ́ bòbò tó máa ń ta òbò lórí Snapchat. Wèrè wá lọ rí sùn ẹ̀gbẹ́ kan tó fẹ́ sílé. After wedding bóyá ọ̀ṣẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe wedding ló ti lóyún. Lọ́lọ́ sẹ́ndì fídíò ọmọ tó ń ta òbò ọmọ tó ń gbé sí tó fẹ́ òbò tó tà bó ṣe ń kọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ tí gbogbo ẹ̀ yọ omi tó ṣe wọ̀pọ̀wọ̀pọ̀ lọ sẹ́ndì sí bọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ tí ì bọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ dì sí.
Bọ́lá ti fẹ́ rí ó jápa.
Gẹ́ẹ̀yẹ́ ń ké lójoojúmọ́ báyìí ni pé please mo ní bọ́lá ti rí wèrè ta ló fẹ́ bẹ̀ẹ̀. Òbò tó ń ṣe wọ́n máa lọ́jọ́ iwájú wọ́n máa gbé kù ẹ́ báyìí ni. Ó dàbí ọmọ tó gbẹ́ pọ̀ sí lọ́wọ́ ni pé máa gbọ́n mú. Wàá gbọ́n mú. Wàá gbọ́n ẹ̀pọ̀ mú inú àdùn. Mo máa sọ pé ẹ ya wèrè o. Ẹ̀yin lè rò pé ya wèrè.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí ẹ ti wo fíìmù yìí Thunderbolt Magun. Thunderbolt 39. Ọ̀rọ̀ yóò lẹ́yìn o.
Àná ọmọ yẹn ké lórí social media bọ̀bọ̀ tó lọ fẹ́ yẹ wàá ti mọ̀ pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn kò ṣe internet person.
Kò yẹ social
media person.
Ó dẹ̀ wọ́n á lé pẹ̀lú ọkọ ẹ̀ kẹ̀dẹ̀ máa jayé lọ àbá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ sí kẹ̀dẹ̀ máa wo nice Netflix movie kókò dẹ̀ gbé òbò ẹ̀ jáde lórí social media.
Kókò kọ̀ ṣe pàlà sáfífà.
Kókò kọ̀ yọ sórí screen.
Àgàgà òbò tó ti dẹ́pọ̀ yìí. Gbogbo orí ti flap.
Ẹ̀rù ti tiwa yẹn sìn. Ẹni tó dùn ọ̀ṣọ́ ojú ẹ̀ o ti ẹnì kan lárí. Èmi dẹ̀ mẹ́tọ́ wà nílẹ̀.
Lawal jẹ́ ìpupa tó ń ṣe Yorùbá movie. Lawal
gẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀yẹ Yorùbá. Ìyẹn náà ó fẹ́ trend ni Nigerian mentality máa bọ̀ ọ́. Ta nìyẹn. Tó dàbí 2 feet yẹn tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bí kúrú. Ó ti bóra.
kẹ́ẹ̀tì bàjẹ́.
À ń wo ìfún ẹ̀jẹ̀ nípa
ẹ̀gbọ́n nípa bẹ́ẹ̀.
Oní ó bóra à ń wo gbogbo ìfún ẹ̀ ta ni. Ẹni tó bá wá dáadáa wà máa wo ìfún ẹ̀ láti ta.
Ìyẹ̀kẹ́ búlọ́ọ̀kì báyìí.
Ọ̀dọ̀ fòró ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń wò.
Mo ti block ọmọ kan sì sí. Mo lókun pé sex ẹ̀yin náà rí
ó jó bí ẹ̀dìyẹ.
Bí ẹ̀jẹ̀ tán domi lù.
Ó ní sex video call, imagine.
Èlò tí wọ́n scammer ní o, wọ́n á rí ìlò.
Talo, ṣé ọkùnrin kan nọ́mà tó máa lóhùn sanwó kó o lè rògbò? Èló ni blue film máa jẹ dídá?
Ọmọ ìjà mi lẹ́nu.
Àwọn sanwó lọ wú.
Wọ́n ní lọ
Àwọn sanwó. Blue film jẹ́ pé ọ̀fẹ́ ni.
Tí pọ́ǹpéjì yàrá mélòó ló fẹ́ wò? Tó bá kọ́ bẹ̀ kó fẹ́ ìtógbò ẹ̀rí pàlàsà wọ́n bẹ̀ gbé jáde.
You know that in the whole world, the people that stream blue film, you don't see them, but that is the only platform that have the highest streamer in the world.
Highest streamer, wọ́n wo blue film go 400 million view. Kí ló dé? 400 million.
Everybody know who.
There's anybody tó máa agree pé òun wò.
I'm telling you, nobody will agree. I'm telling you, but it's fantastic.
I want that Gio.
Highest streamer in the world.
You know, sorry.
assistant àwọn òtí practice rẹ̀ tí
ó fẹ́ sọ fún mi pé irú Adébóyè ẹ̀sìn ìyàwó wọn tó dàbí báàgì iṣu yẹn lẹ́yìn dẹ́pọ̀ gbogbo tó ti dí ipa. ọlọ́lọ́mọjọ́ tí bàbá àgbà gbẹ̀gbẹ̀yìn. Ó ti gbẹ bí gúgúrú.
Ó ti gbẹ bí ẹja koté.
Kọ̀ọ̀kan ní ìrìn lọ́ fi ń fọ abẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ yẹn. Àwọn wèrè. Tí olú bàbá tó ń gbọ́ jẹ̀gẹ́jẹ̀gẹ́ kò ní lọ́mọ kan tó máa fún lap dance. Àbí kó máa fi káyì.
Daddy Gio don't do that.
Continue. Mo mọ bàbá kan orí wíṣà ó ní stroke wọ́n sì lọ gbá dọ́gì lórí ibẹ̀.
Stroke yẹn gan ẹ̀jẹ̀ bàbá lè flow padà tó máa kára já.
Wọ́n ní kí wèrè má dógò orí wíṣà ló wà pẹ̀lú ọwọ́ kan lórí wọ́n ní gbá dọ́gì.
Bàbá mà kì í ṣọ̀ka fún.
Mo ti gbọ́. Ṣé kọ̀ ṣe mí lóore?
À ń ṣọ́ra wa.
Ṣé kò máa tọrọ ọ́?
Nàìjíríà fi dìbà yìí.
Ọkùnrin tó ti kú lọ rẹ̀ tó bá rí òògùn òkú àlè.
You know, a 99 years old man
Ẹ̀yin sọ fún mi ń sìn kọ́kọ́ ìyá náà ṣì máa ṣeré nìyẹn.
This auntie, you know that a 99 years old man can still impregnate a woman.
Accepted, yeah, I accept.
You know that?
Yeah.
It's just for the truth. It's just for Okafor to come up. Even though it's 130 years old man, once the Okafor is still functioning, Peking will still fall out. Do you know that?
Yeah.
So no that and no peace.
Well, I'm just
Ìwọ náà wo Pastor Chris Okafor. Olórí burúkú Doris Ogala ilé ọkọ ni wèrè wa ẹ̀kan Okafor wa ó dùn mọ́ ó wá fi ọkọ ẹ̀
bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàfihàn ọkọ rẹ̀.
Ọkọ ò ṣe kọ́kọ́ fún o.
No, not abuse. Only Baba yẹn ń nà wò.
Ọkùnrin tó bá lọ wà tí ò gbára dúró tí ò jẹ́rìí tí bá wá sí Nàìjíríà kọ̀ọ̀kan tó máa kọ́kọ́ wà ní báàgì àgbo tí bá lọ nílé sí ẹ mọ oríṣiríṣi dìpátì àgbo tí mo ní nílé yìí. Abẹ́bẹ́ ìdíkan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́dúrópù wà bẹ́ẹ̀ mú ìwà ń kìtì sálẹ̀ gbogbo every corner ni tí bá náwó báyìí ni irinṣẹ́ máa jáde. So asọ́kùnrin ó dáa kí wọ́n máa mọ̀ bùdó dáadáa. Ẹ̀rí ó fi ọkọ ẹ̀ lẹ̀. Láti ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀bọ̀ yẹn gan ò lè perform. Ọ̀bọ̀ kìsì yẹn ò kiri ìdẹ̀ nìyẹn tiẹ̀ ò kiri burúkú. Bóyá ṣe ẹnu fún wa yẹ. Bóyá ṣe ẹnu bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kíni ẹ̀ bàbá yẹn máa mọ̀ sí dáadáa ẹ̀ kiri ẹ̀yẹ ni. Tó bá dúró ẹ̀ kiri ẹ̀ pẹ́ ìdúgbò sì máa ń dúró lọ ọmọ ibù tó ẹ̀ tó gbogbo iṣan ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó jọ Fred Leonard.
Ẹ̀rí iṣan ẹ̀ tó bá dúró bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn máa mọ̀ bùdó dáadáa. Àá lọ máa dọ̀la ẹ̀.
Now,